because you've all played against them both on stage and in scrims. I know whenever I talk to players and they're trying to improve as a team, they're always like, we have to focus on our own prep before we prep for another team. But FlyQuest, especially with a lot of Griffin's weird jungle picks, does that change the way that you kind of prep against them? Because I know talking to C9 yesterday, they were like, yeah, we kind of figured the Shyvana was coming out, even though, you know, we did lose that game. Like, we weren't at all surprised by the draft.
I think the only thing that changes is draft, you know? I think when you're playing the game against like these champs, you're not really thinking like, oh, what's he gonna do? Because he already showed most of them. I don't know if he has something else, you know? I'll be surprised at this point. But I think everyone in Scrim saw everything, most of the stuff. I'm pretty sure most of them have been in stage already. I don't think we miss anything, so I don't know. I think the only thing that changes is draft. His gameplay is always like similar. He always likes to play around camps and like very similar to other like Inspired style. So I don't think it changes how he plays. He just changes how he plays the map. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Griffin's a good jungler. I don't think he like, obviously, I tend to agree, to be honest. I don't think there's many deviations on how he plays the game. Obviously, when you have a different champion that has a specific win con, you're just going to play to that. And I think, I mean, it's really nice to have Inspired a lot of the time too, because I think he understands the jungle perspective so deeply that it's easy to tell what other jungle is going to do a lot of the time. And I mean, Griffin's a good player, like I said. He's well-rounded, and he plays funny champions, but he knows how to play standard champions too. So, yeah, not a lot of changes, I think, in terms of preparation specifically. You obviously know some teams will play some champions, and some teams won't play some champions. So maybe certain draft avenues you want to go down, and certain draft avenues you don't want to go down. You don't want to give APA Ziggs. You don't want to give Griffin a Nasus angle. So some things are just like that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure Griffin is like, I don't think Griffin is like best jungler in NA, but when he played like something new champion like Nasus, like when I see him like first time like playing Nasus, like I was like, oh, he playing Nasus jungler, and then I doubted like he's gonna win, but I feel like if you know how to play like that champion, and then like if we play against him and the first time, then they just don't know about that champ like win condition. So like when I play for Nasus like first time, I just didn't know what is that champion do, and then like he's just farming like until 15 minutes, and then he have like 400 stack, and then he just one shot me, and then just Forma press W to me, and then I couldn't just like auto him, and then he just one shot me. So like I was what the fuck, you know? So
yeah, I remember actually. We were watching the EWC qualifier against TL when he played Nasus the first time. And I thought in that moment that Nasus maybe could be the worst jungler of all time. I've never seen Xin Zhao kill red buff, walk to enemy blue, and the guy is not done with the camp. How can he not be done with it? That's crazy. In Season 16, Yuumi jungle could clear the camp before Xin Zhao could get there. But somehow Xin Zhao is there smiting the buff away from him. But then they still won that game. They still won the game, playing Nasus jungle against Xin Zhao. So it taught us something there for sure about the win cons of the champs. I do agree with Berserker. If you play against them for the first time, even the first time we played against Shyvana jungle and scrims, you just don't know what these champions do sometimes. And I mean that is a lot of the time your greatest asset. I mean teams at internationals have had this as well. I think when Genji gave that interview, like Cannon gave that interview about not knowing what to do when they played against Kog'Maw and Shen.
Yeah.
On stage for the first time, it can be like that. When you play against these champs for the first time, you just don't know what you can do. And once you start playing the game and you start thinking about it, like, oh, we can't take this fight. Shen has ult. Huh. That's kind of annoying. Even in our game today, when we played against Shen, it was kind of annoying. We wanted to create this like 5v5 scenario, but once we fell behind, it kind of felt like there was no way to win because we can't make a side play because Shen has ult. If we make a play on Shen, he really has to grief to die. And even if he dies, it doesn't really matter. So, yeah. These champs obviously are most effective the first time you play against them. It's been historically proven in so many cases, and that's one of FlyQuest's greatest strengths.
For, like, because obviously we're now in Fearless, we're in best of fives. How much does like meta matter, and how much does having certain like not necessarily pocket picks, but just like champions you're comfortable with understanding their win conditions and most matchups? Like, how important is that, especially going into a game 5?
The most important,
Yeah.
pretty much.
I-
If you don't understand your champ's win condition, you can't win.
Yeah, I think it's too broken to have players that can play a lot of styles and champions. Like especially in draft, it's like no matter if you are game 4-5, it's like they still have something on their
Mhm.
sleeves, you know. And I don't know, maybe today the Rek'Sai was like a surprise because I didn't play it, but I've been playing it, and it's like some teams have seen it and some teams haven't. I think those guys type of styles of champions that people are not used to, or playing solo queue and they're like, oh, this champion can level 3 bot, you know, it's like very scary to face them on stage, especially first timing against them. So yeah, I think it's way annoying to play against that, and especially when it comes from a weird spot or like important games, especially like end of games like game 5. There is so many counters that you can do to like punish these champs, so they can go through it and be like annoying, even if they're not like tier 1 champions. So yeah.
You agree, Berserker?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, here's
it's
like, yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's like pro player game, and then every champion has like their win con. Like even Nasus, like he just like perma farming until 15 minutes, and then he just carried the game. So yeah, I mean, like even like our game 5, we play Jinx Sports affiliates, and then they don't have like really engaged. So yeah, I mean, just you need to really understand where like how you gonna like play for win, you know. So yeah, I mean, I do think that it's really important.
As all, because you guys are all like veteran players who've been playing the game for a really long time, do you feel like more comfortable and confident? Because I feel like I could say that of every one of you in terms of you always have something else because you've just played for so long. Do you think that's an advantage that veteran players can have? Or because we were just talking about Griffin, he's really new to LCS. His first competitive season was last season in CBLAW or LTA South. Like, is that an advantage, a competitive advantage you 3 feel like you have?
I think the only advantage you can have is like some champions that are old, for example, you already play them. So it's not like you're testing something, you know, maybe when you're a rookie and let's say Griffin yesterday, he picked Shyvana. I'm sure he never played Shyvana before the game, you know? So those type of moments when you're playing the first time champions on stage, you're like thinking, is it going to work on stage? Because you're not sure about them, you know? But once you have the experience and you know how certain champions work because you play them. I mean, I played Rek'Sai, I think 5 years ago, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure even if I wasn't like practicing, I could still have the confidence to be like, just pick it, you know, and see what happens. So I think it's obviously an advantage, but I think nowadays everyone can play a lot of champions. So I don't think it's anything weird because Fearless has been like a thing for 1 year. So yeah.
Yeah, I do think Fearless has changed the way everyone plays the game a lot. The way everyone practices, the way scrims are conducted, just having to play more champions, playing one champion a day, especially when it's playoffs. So we just play 5 games straight and we just play one best of 5 effectively. When you can only practice one champion a day, it really does force you to play a different style sometimes. You have to be able to play, at least from like a support perspective, for example, like these engaged champs versus other engaged champs, then the engaged champs versus the range champs, then the range champs versus the range champs, then the other side of the matchups, and whatever it might be. I mean, being a veteran doesn't necessarily make it easier to have more pocket picks, but sometimes having a little bit of extra experience does allow you to play some of these more fringe picks, even when you haven't practiced them. Fearless is just like that. The same game 5 will not always be the same. The bans just lead you in different directions oftentimes. I think even today, there were games where I was thinking about what I'm going to do in 4-5 or what we're going to do in 4-5, and there's no way that we could have come up with this in scrims. It just like each game is different. So just having a wide champion pool, having flexibility, knowing what your champions have to do in lane is really important. As a laner specifically, if you play a champion and you don't have an idea of what's going to happen, you will just be exploited by better teams.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's kind of the be-all end-all. I think if you don't know what you're supposed to do in lane, you will just be made fun of by good players. You will just get exploited. I think, again, talking about historical games, when Quad picked Zillion into Gallier in Game 5 versus, I think it was BLG at the time. He was just exploited because he didn't know what to do. I think Knight in that game or whatever was just so comfortable on Gallier. He just knew Zillion was so useless. He just nerfed him. If you play champions you're uncomfortable with, you can just fall behind really easily. And I think if you don't understand your win con, if you don't understand the champion well, things like this can happen. But if you played for a long time, sometimes you'll know what certain champions do, and you'll have this experience. Like for me, having played against Pantheon before, I can kind of tell what he's going to do.
Mhm.
But yeah, I don't know if I've played against Pantheon in scrims a single time this whole year. So like in support specifically. So it's nice to have played against it before.
Yeah, I do agree that like Fearless change a lot. I'm for ADC perspective. I'm playing ADC, so I don't really have like many champ like compared to other lore, and then like I'm just pressing A, and then like nothing really like effect to me, to be honest, like Fearless thing. But so Rex is like every game is like different, right? Because it's like Fearless. Even like if you go like game 4 or 5, like just so many like random champions coming. So I feel like just you should know about the like just game, you know, like you should just understand like our team win con. Yeah, that's what I think.
Are there any players you can think of in the LCS right now who you think would be like really formidable in like a game 5 Fearless scenario?
What is for meta building?
Like
Like
just like
scary to play against.
playing against Inspired is
Like they
pretty
have
tough.
something, you know.
Playing
Yeah,
against Inspired is pretty tough in Game 5. I think.
he always has something. Yeah.
It seems like he's always got something. You never know when Nunu is coming.
I saw the Ivern hover and I was like, no, surely not.
Yeah, you never know when Nunu is coming to eat your blue buff or something like that. Or like when Boomer played in NA, I think he was so hard to predict. Game 5 Gragas or something
Yeah.
like this. People pocket picks playing Volibear against them. Best was something he was really good at. But right now, Inspired's on my team, so I don't have to
You
think
can
about
say
that.
Inspired, yeah.
I think
It's scary for you to have to play against Inspired.
I'm not sure about other teams, honestly. If there's someone that picks something really funny.
Should be Griffin if something. If you think
Yeah.
about someone like specifically.
And to be
Yeah,
honest,
I think so too,
Core sometimes picks some pretty funny things. He picked Sona today.
Mhm.
So Core sometimes picks some pretty funny things, but I usually think Core plays better when he plays champs he's played before. To be honest. The same goes for many players, but sometimes when they know the matchup better than you, that's when it feels tough. So in some ways, it is good if he's played a champion solo queue before. Like Core is famous for playing Zyra randomly and getting big lane advantages and stuff like that. It's definitely tough to play against players that have this type of thing in their wheelhouse. So yeah, Core is a good example, I think.
Based on, I'm going to shift completely. Based on the regular season only, because everyone always considers playoffs, but it's a regular season award. Who is your pitch for All Pro and MVP?
I don't
Make
know,
your
to be-
cases for yourself or others.
I'm not sure, to be honest. No one. No one like played like really well like this season. I feel like everyone like choke sometime, and everyone just like sometimes make a super play. So for me, like super play like perspective, I do think that it should be Saint.
Yeah, I think Saint Salas
Yeah,
was crazy good.
but like he
It's
choked a
insane.
lot.
Okay.
So
He's been running it
really hard
down.
to choose, you know.
Yeah.
That's what I think. But if I have to choose, then I'll pick Saint. Yeah.
I agree from a highlight perspective, Saint has had craziest moments. The outplay on top versus squad, the Sal assault
Yeah.
in game 3 versus TL, Saint's Yearn at times, he's been, I think, showing the most exciting outplays. But that doesn't necessarily mean you're the MVP. Because he definitely ran us down today in the Nivea game. So yeah, it's a hard ask. I think a lot of people have been pointing to Vulcan as a support, but I wanted to give some credit to Thanatos too. I think Thanatos is one of the players that really has been solid almost the whole split. He has had bad games here and there, but I think so many people talking about Fearless too, circling back to that. So many people thought playing against Thanatos would be so easy in Fearless because when we played against him, or when people played against him in 2024, 5, I don't know. when he just played like Cassante, Rumble, Renekton, repeat, and it would just that would be his whole champion pool. People thought he would be so easy to play against, but I think he really has proven that he's more of a solid player than that. And I'm not sure if just off saying this that he would be my MVP, but strong case for at least first All Pro. I think a lot of people are under that impression.
Yeah, pretty much the same. I think Thanatos, for me, he was really good. I could say me, but the last 2 weeks were not good, so I cannot say me anymore. I think before that I was playing pretty well. I think the last week against Lion and C9 were like, so I cannot really say myself. I think Thanatos should be my choice.
And then we're almost done. You guys are almost out of here. Do you have any predictions for? I'll start with your team going up against Shopify, because I feel like from the outside, I'm looking at it as have Shopify improved enough to take you guys on, because I still think your level of play today was higher than what we've seen from them thus far.
Well, I think for us, we just have to like make conclusions and the details that we need to improve, because today we just lost on the details. You know, we were losing like certain moments that we weren't aggressive enough to win the games, and those kind of plays you can review them and watch them and be like better at them. But I don't think we played them up wrong at any points of the game. I think most of the time we were matching like most of the times on plays. I think game 3 must be like the worst map we played so far, but overall, I think we can do a way better job in fights. I think that's what we need to improve the most, and that's like basically playoff every time. You know, it's like whoever plays team fights mostly wins, because the structure of the game is always the same. It's never changing that much. So, and if we play aggressive on the times that we need to be more aggressive, we're gonna win. So, should be confident with.
Shopify versus TL, who takes it?
I can't imagine that Shopify can win, to be honest. Just talking strictly to what you said too, have they improved enough to beat TL? I don't think so. I will say even before this I was doing a press interview and I was saying that I think Shopify have been playing better. I was surprised it's obviously better at all. I thought they would have imploded by now with the way things are going. I know what it's like to be on a team that's losing. It's really, really, really tough to climb out of the pit once you're in. But they have been playing better. But is that enough to allow them to beat TL? I don't see it. Contracts does seem to me to be like a bit of a confidence player, maybe. Maybe confidence isn't the right word, but at least maybe momentum, something like this. Sometimes he's the player of the week. Sometimes he's the player of the game. Sometimes he's the player that runs down the game. So
Yeah.
oftentimes it's one or the other.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with that. I mean, I both like TL gonna win like 3-0, but I mean, it just depends on like contracts. I feel like, I mean, I do think that like SR are getting like better at line and they're like more consistent. I feel like compared to like regular season, but yeah, I mean, I always said it. Contracts is like when he's like, I'm not sure how to say it. When he's like feeling good, I guess.
Yeah.
Like he's just like smurfing everything, but when he's feel bad, he just
Yeah, he's just
Lie down and then just,
malfighting
like-
someone.
Relatable, honestly.
yeah, that played like 50 minutes. So I mean, it's just it's just all about contract condition.
Even we played scrims with SR a few times this week, and honestly, in one day I thought like, maybe SR are not too bad, and then another day it's just over in 10 minutes. They just can't play, and yeah, I don't see teams sustainably winning in best of fives with players that just tend to have such high highs and low lows.
Speaking of Sentinels versus FlyQuest,
That will be a banger.
I do have to say one thing. There was a time where, because Sentinels only had one win, everyone was like, what do you mean they only have one win? That one win was against FlyQuest in the regular season, so I'll say that. But who do you guys think takes that one?
This one is impossible to predict, honestly. I mean, it's hard to say because Sentinels were doing well, and now I feel like they're doing worse. But I also feel like FlyQuest is like good team when they have lead, but when they don't have like a normal lead or a normal game, they're just running it down. So I don't know. I think it will be 5 games, high chance. And I
Yeah,
think
agree.
anyone can win that series, honestly.
Yeah,
I
it's
feel
hard
like
thing to predict.
I do think the Sentinel gonna win like that series because like Sentinel. I mean in my opinion,
Mhm.
Sentinel's weakness point is like lining.
Mhm.
They are. I don't think they are good at like lining 3 line, but if they just like play well in line and then if they go like middle game or like late game, they have like so many elder in their team like
Mhm.
impact play like impact and Hui. They just know how to play the game.
Yeah.
And then like Flycat have 2 rookies and the jungle and support, right? The jungle support is like is really important at macro.
Yeah.
But like it's, I just feel like Fly counter is like Sentinel if they just like survive early game. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Because of their old players.
Yeah,
I
I
mean-
mean they're really good. I feel
Yeah.
like
Yeah. No,
they're really good.
I don't like. I always point to, especially I know Hambach and Huhi have talked about their like improving synergy throughout.
Yeah.
That was a huge success.
And Impact is so clutch too.
Yeah.
I think he's the best top laner at knowing how to play his champ to win in unconventional ways. Whether it be flash Wing someone and renecting at the right time. It might sound simple, but he just sees the play before it happens sometimes really well. When he plays Rumble, he moves around the map really, really well, looking for creative plays, creative swaps. I honestly thought Impact was honestly fantastic too during lane swap meta.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Just playing champions playing standard champions in creative ways.
Mhm.
Impact is great at finding those angles, and that's again one of Sentinel's greatest strengths. I do think I agree that they tend to end laning phase behind,
Mm.
but their teamwork is phenomenal. I think sometimes the team fighting can lack, but they have clutch players, like particularly Impact. So yeah, I agree. It's going to be a really entertaining series, particularly if they haven't lost in the first 10 minutes.
So
Yeah, I mean, it would be funny to see the one that qualified to EWC out of the playoffs
Yeah.
too. That would be kind of funny.
Yeah.
So
so we've gone over how Sentinels win. Just really quickly, if you're looking at like what would make FlyQuest win, what would have to happen in game for that to happen?
Just the inverse, I suppose. I think FlyQuest does have a
Stomps
team
them
with
in
great
lane.
laners.
Yeah.
I think particularly top lane, Gekros has found a lot of edges in certain matchups, and I think he's really comfortable playing carries. People meme about it too, but like Gekros on tanks. But maybe if they can find a drop where they're enabling Gekros to carry through top, I think he is a fantastic laner, and when the drop suits him, he tends to perform. And Gekros is a player, I will say, that talking about what Berserk was talking about too, with just seeing angles, he is fantastic at being decisive.
Yeah,
He's a
he's young
super
guy, so,
decisive player.
Yeah.
When he sees an angle, he will click all the buttons on you
mhm.
when he gets the chance. He will not hesitate. And yeah, I could see him being a really key factor.
All right. Thank you so much, guys, especially after such a long series.
Thanks for having us.
Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching Pros or listening to it on Spotify or Apple or wherever you get your podcast, or watching us on YouTube if you want to see our lovely faces. Thank you so much. And we will see you next week for more LCS playoffs, lower bracket. So from your perspective, Jose, like watching this happen, what is going on through your mind? Did
I
you
mean,
see how much of this did you see or register?
we saw the first flash on
Uh-huh.
Jin. That's why we fight on the red because he had no flash. And even after, when we kill him after on Raptors, we kill him again.
Yeah.
We still knew he had no flash. The Senna, I don't think nobody realized. I think nobody saw that one.
Really?
Hello and welcome to this week's episode of Pros. I am happy to be joined by Berserker, Isles, and Jose Daejeon. Thank you all for joining me after what was a very long 5-game series. You're all just like, okay.
Yeah, it was pretty wrong. Yeah.
How tired are you?
I mean, I'm not that tired to be honest, cause like, I mean after like series done, this series was like most like choked, like series for me. So I mean it's kind of like unforgettable for me. So I'm kind of awake now. Yeah, because of that.
It took the series for you to wake up.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. What about you, Alice?
Honestly, I felt like last split, after our best of 5 against Sentinels, which was semifinals, something like that,
Yeah.
I thought like I was gonna die. It was like I was so tired. But that was only 4 games. Honestly, today wasn't that bad, I think.
But
By
there
the
was
end of
like
it.
BO5 like three
Yeah, yeah.
three
I
in a row
guess
days,
yeah. Maybe just
so, yeah.
being honestly, this is like might be my first time ever being in the upper bracket. So playing upper bracket is nice. Now we have 2 weeks off as well.
Yeah, you get to
So
rest.
yeah, I think not having to play BO5s back to back is much easier format.
How about you? It was a little bit rougher for you.
Yeah, I don't know. Sort of the same. I mean, I'm a bit tired, but not too much. It's like the games didn't feel like super tiring. You know, it was a lot of fights. So when the game is like not too much chaos, then it's like it's fine. I just think like the last game, if you think, is like 3 kills in 40 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's not even like huge tiring games.
Yeah. Just
Like-
farming until 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just long games, you know. So I don't know if it was tiring. Just it's fine. It's fine.
So like specifically with game 5, because I'm going to touch on game 3, which was kind of an outlier for
exciting
the
one,
rest of
yeah.
the series. I'm going to start with game 5 though, and I'll start with you, Jose, just because it seemed like there were like 1 or 2 team fights and then it was over.
Yeah.
And then the rest of it was just kind of playing for mid wave, pushing out sides. Do you guys get like what are comms like, and what is it like in game for both sides? I'll start with you on the TL side.
I mean, for our side, I think it's just like watching for the crack, you know, like looking for where can we break the game and how we want to like get a good turn or like get a huge lead. I think when we got the Jinx flash, we didn't use it like properly. I think that's what the aggression we missed in the game, at least watching the games back a bit. But I don't know. I think overall the game was going too slow and we were getting more lead at one point, but then we didn't use our lead. So I felt like we didn't do anything in the end. So that's what I thought during the game. I was like, damn, do we really lose this game like this? And yeah, I guess we did. So
Well, I'll just ask a follow-up before I'll go to these guys, because what do you think you as a team, and obviously you haven't had time to like do a full VOD review, but like what do you think as a team you guys should have done to make the most of that lead you did get towards the mid game?
well, I think overall we need to be more decisive in certain moments. Like I think when Dokla flash on Nani, that's the kind of stuff we were missing. And that's why basically why they won. Like they found the angle and they just take it no matter what. And overall they kept looking for it, even with Bard ulti or Talia ulti and that kind of stuff. And we didn't do it that much. And that's why they were like so comfy playing like scale inside with the Jinx with no flash and stuff. So yeah, I think that's the point we were missing at that game. And that's what we were looking for in the review probably that we're gonna do. So
And then for you two, as they're kind of playing, but basically like playing on mid wave for a really long time and then pushing out sides, what is your communication like? Is it like, oh, we're just waiting for kind of a window to go in?
I mean, every wave Berserk is just saying protect the mid tower. To be honest, for like 15 minutes, it felt like just. I mean, flashing on Annie was really clutch. It kind of alleviated the need to have a real fight where I think at that point in the game it was going to be a lot tougher to win than it was going to be at the last fight. For example, like the item discrepancy back then was something more sizable, but. I mean, it was simple from outside because when you have a tank top that's already somewhat useful and their top laner is not doing much on side, and he's not really playing a champ that is looking to, I don't know, make a huge difference inside. I was kind of surprised that Rexa and Annie never like tried to dive Talia or something. I think in game we were really scared at some point that Annie and Rexa would dive Talia top, but that never really happened. It just kept being defend mid tower, and nothing else will happen. It just became a race farm, contesting camps. Camps never really were in like huge danger maybe they could scrape one here or there, but it wasn't like they were able to take like huge control of one side and deny like 3 camps. So Jinx's income was going well, and just got the team fights, I think.
And for you, Berserker, you really wanted to protect that mid turret.
Yeah, I mean, for me, game like draft was like not only about draft. Game was just kind of like inspired special, like just play slow. We are scaling, and then just don't do anything. Yeah, so like, I mean, like I was like kind of behind, like from the like from the bottom line. We lost the like almost lost the tower, like, and then like Rek'Sai trying to give the resource to Aphelios. I mean, which is like I think it's good, like especially Jinx versus Aphelios, like getting gold is really important that matchup, and then they did it, and I was kind of behind that, and then like from that, like from the like 15 minutes, I knew that if I get like 3 items, then we're gonna win, cause like they don't really have like engage. They play like Annie, Sona, like Jax and Rek'Sai, so we are kind of like outrange them. So if we just keep play slow, then we're gonna win at some point. And then like, I'm not sure, it was like 4th Drake or 3rd Drake. We killed the Sona, and then I tried to hit tower, and the Rek'Sai was like, my other Rek'Sai was topside, but he's just like E over the wall, like from the chicken. So I mean, I lost flash, so I was like, oh shit, we might have to fight like before IE. So that was the most like scary for me, but they didn't really like pressure to Nashor, I felt like. I mean, after they break the mid tower, I thought like they're gonna like keep trying to keep the pressure like Nashor. But I feel like, I mean, I don't really remember exactly, but I guess we protect like well, like Nashor area vision, so we didn't fight that much. And then after I have IE, we just like trying to look for angle. We have like Bard ulti or Talia ulti or something, and then we made it, so we won.
Do those moments, like, I'll ask all 3 of you, because watching it feels kind of tense. It was a bit like as casters, we had to kind of refocus, especially with game 3 having been so crazy and then going into games 4 and 5. But like, how tense does it feel for you? Or are you just paying so much more attention in game to like item breakpoints, like summoner, like there's still a lot to track in those moments.
And summoners and items really are the biggest things. Our comm space is always just be careful here. They could be here. Jinx, come get this camp. How much do you need? Protect. Like we really were doing a good job, I think, of cycling who's going to protect mid or what wave. It's obviously easier when you have a tank top that doesn't need a ton of resources. Even in the Sion game, I think we played. I don't remember which one that was. That might have been game 1. But I think, I mean, the Berserker's touched on it too, but I think Inspired is really good at telling people what to do in these types of scenarios. He's very good at juggling the map and playing well around camps, which I think is one of our team's strengths in that sense. Really good at managing camps situations, whatever that might be. So yeah, even though the games are slow, it's true that the intensity still remains high. It's not just, I mean, people always make jokes about people not doing anything, but even if you can't see it, something is usually happening.
Yeah. The tense on your side.
It's sort of similar. I mean, we were not too tense. I think even like we were too relaxed, you know. It's like the moment this Jinx had no flash, I was thinking we cannot do anything here or something like that. And that kind of moments I was thinking like there's something we should like talk as a team and see like what we need to do in those games, because even on game 2, I think we missed like some windows like that in the bye game. Like they got Nashor and then they were retaking aggressively and we didn't know how to fight. I think those kind of moments are like what we need to improve to win the games, because that's what we're missing, and how to make the game explode, sort of. Like that's what they did better. I think overall in the series, that's what I was thinking. But I mean, especially for myself, I don't feel tense when I'm playing the game. I'm just thinking like what's on my screen and I just play for it, you know. I always have a plan, obviously, but it's not like it cannot change, you know. I'm just thinking how to win and how to give like the carries the resources. If it is me, I just play for camps, or if it is like, I don't know, Morgan on Ambessa, I was trying to give him gold, and last game was Aphelios, so I was trying to get gold for Aphelios. So yeah, I don't know. I didn't feel too tense, but I think maybe that's what we were missing to win. Not at all.
I'll start with you, Berserker. For game 3 was very different and incredibly volatile from the first fight in the Drake pit.
Game 3 was I played Caitlyn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that game, like, my early game was kind of disgusting, to be honest. I mean, even game 1, I played Jin, right? And then, like, in 15 minutes, I pressed W, and then I flashed it. And I didn't realize that. So, like, in red fight, like game 1, they were flanking me. So I thought, oh, they're like Shen ulti too easier, and then they trying to like kill me. And then if I just flash out, and then Anivia don't TP, and then keep pushing bottom, then we might have like some tempo. And then we TP it, and then I thought I can flash it out, but I still just pressing the flash, and it's not working. So I thought it was bug. And then after die, I realized that I don't have flash. But I still don't remember when I used the flash. So even game 2, in 15 minutes, again, I press Senna,
Yep.
I press Q, and I flash it again.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
No.
So like in front of the like Lucian. So and then even like game 3, in 3 story or some shit, like crap fight. Mare was I was like 1v1 in like Mare, and then I thought my D key was like ghost, and then I pressed cleanse, and then I was just shit, I did like 3 in a row, and then I was so mad, and then like I should keep like focusing about like fire, right? And then since that, TF no flash, just focusing on about like TF, and then I wasn't like that much of a focus, and I just keep A like Mare, and then like Mare just like flashing out, and then I just die, and I was kind of tilted, to be honest. Yeah, that was the story.
So from your perspective, Jose, like watching this happen, what's going on through your mind? Did you see how much of this did you see or register?
We saw the first flash on Jin. That's why we fight on the red, because he had the flash. And even after, when we kill him after on Raptors, we kill him again.
Yeah.
We still knew he had no flash. The Senna, I don't think nobody realized. I think nobody saw that one.
Really?
Like, I was thinking, did we see Senna flash? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Mind games.
And the third one, I don't remember somebody saying Kaylee no cleans, but in that fight, I don't think it mattered that much.
Yeah.
Because he came when the fight was almost done.
Yeah.
So it was basically, it wouldn't change that much. But I don't know, maybe those moments you're thinking, oh, what is this guy doing, you know? That's all you can think. So that's what we say when he flashed. I think it was Jon that said, Gino flash. We were like, what? Why he flashed? That's what we were thinking, you know? But in reality, you just make a plan around the flash. That's it. So
I'm going to start with you on this one, only because you previously said, like a lot earlier into this season, that you guys did want to play a little bit more decisively as an LPL team. I did see, I don't know if this is because of it, but the pulling out the Rek'Sai, I know Jieche won with that last night on Weibo, although they lost the series. For something like game 3, where it's so chaotic that as we're casting it, we can't even go to replay because there's another fight happening. Is that something you guys felt like you were thriving in? Or because it felt like from our perspective, that's where the game really started slipping away from you?
I'm not sure. I think game 3 was kind of like some silly mistake that cost us the game, because when we kill them on bot lane fight, after the Xin Sao gets a kill on mid lane, so he gets level 6 for the round, and I was like, he got a lot of XP on the mid lane kill, so that was kind of unfortunate for first round at least. And that's the moments like that we should have like more lead based on what happened earlier. And then I don't know, we're saying like, oh, they can swap, and then we just make another play topside. You know, it kind of like small leads lead to like them having the lead after. So I don't know, it felt like a screen game sort of. Like that's literally what it felt like. I was like, damn, we're not using like, or what's in our map or what we're watching on the map, and they're just taking like small leads to make us lose the game. But I felt like if we were just play the game naturally after the river fight, we should just snowball the game, because it was too much lead. And every summoner was down. I had flash still, so it was like, should be very easy. But in the end, it looked like we couldn't snowball, and it's because like the mistakes that we did. So yeah, I don't know. It felt like bad to lose a game, honestly, especially after the level 3, level 4 fight.
Yeah.
So,
From your perspective, obviously it was similarly chaotic, but I'm going to take a different tack when I'm asking you guys, because you did pull ahead in a lot of those skirmishes. Berserker, you had said Inspired likes, or I guess prefers kind of slower paced games. What are Lion team comms like, and what is communication like when a game just involves so many skirmishes back to back to back?
I mean, the game 3 draft was like they picked Mel and Pantheon, right? And I picked Caitlyn. So we knew that they have to do something like early game. They should like make something like a lot of fight like in early game. So I'm not sure, like even in level 1, like Pantheon was no flash. So right, Pantheon like trying to like flash over the wall and then trying to like chunk the Jin or something, right?
Yeah, something.
No.
I
he
mean,
was
we
looking for Shin, yeah.
yeah we
Yeah.
didn't even see him, but I figured what happened because I think I've seen Cole do this before. Obviously, did Jace stop that game? Maybe. Yeah, Jace
Yeah.
stop, I think.
Yeah.
And Jace went to water blue, and they saw that Xin wasn't there. So Pantheon is assuming that Xin is at red. So Pantheon flashes the wall, trying to 1v1 him. Because if Xin tanks it, then maybe Pantheon can win. He has Ignite, so that's what he's thinking. But then we realized, I think, at like 2 minutes 30 into the game, our general, Inspired just like hits tab and he says, Pantheon flashed? And we're looking and he has Hex flashed and we're like, huh?
Oh, what the fuck?
Because we were confused too, because we saw that Pantheon came late to lane and from the left side. So I was really confused too, because I was watching the Tribush Night game until like a really late time in the game. And usually when people invade or try to split map or whatever it might be, I would have seen someone at that point, but I never saw anyone. And Pantheon still came late to lane, so I was really confused at what happened. But we figured what happened after that. But yeah, I think the game was. I thought it was completely over after level 3. To be honest, I thought we couldn't win at that point. I don't even remember what happened afterwards, but I mean, skirmishes just seemed to go our way. I'm not sure as well why the lead didn't really snowball from the TL side, to be honest. I do think it should be really tough when we lose all our flashes to a champ like J4 and we're playing from behind. But the way that you play out that game, specifically from like Xin Zhao and like Braum perspective, is kind of simple. You really do just have to walk to these fights and just fight them even numbers. And at some point when the game became even, it's so easy to know what to do. Even though it's chaotic and there are tons of kills, the way we win the game is by fighting them even numbers. So if Pantheon appears on my screen, I'm clicking on him, you know? So, I mean, I'm not sure, to be honest, what Pantheon was doing. No disrespect or something like that. But to be honest, I was really confused how he didn't make more happen. I thought that our mid was in a much more dangerous position than he ended up being in, I guess. I thought there was more and top as well. I thought there would be more opportunities for Pantheon across the map because we could not do anything to Mel. And at some point I thought at least I would bleed XP to a pretty crazy degree, but I'm not sure why Pantheon couldn't find anything. I thought like top was diveable at some point and the mid wave was bad at some point, I think. So yeah. Even though it was chaotic, I think our win con was simple. The onus, like I think Berserker said too, like draft wise, when you pick a champ like Pantheon supports, you got to do something. And then yeah, I guess it just never really happened, and skirmishes just went our way after a certain point, I think.
Yeah, I mean, after we lose like first fight, like it should be a hard game for us. But after like we killed the mid, and then I think like we won the like first direct fight.
Yeah, we won one skirmish.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
our river,
And
yeah.
after that, game should be easy for us.
Yeah, then the game should be
Because like they have like Pantheon and TF, so they can't ever like take the even fight, like even number fight. So we just keep calling about if we just like even number fight, then we can't lose anymore. So we're just playing around that. Yeah.
In terms of, because I'm going to like wrap up this series and then kind of move on to talking a little bit about other teams. But we were kind of categorizing it as you guys, like as in Lion, were a lot more 5v5 focused, whereas TL was a lot more focused on kind of spreading, especially with the way you constantly kept your side waves pushed and stuff like that. We're really more interested in spreading the opposing team around the map. Would you, first of all, do you agree? But then second of all, do you feel like that was a draft thing or just like a team style thing?
I would say it's mostly a draft thing, typically. When you play champions like Nocturne, or you play champions like in this case, like you like Pantheon and J4, things like this, they're just weaker in fights when the game is even. You have to make something happen, or if you don't make something happen, then you have to find something more creative on side. When you play champions like in game 5, when you play champions like Annie, you want to do something. You want to use the fact that you're stronger. You want to look for snap engages. You want to use that pressure. It doesn't always have to equal you killing someone, but you have to pressure the map and play your champion accordingly to how it's supposed to be played, whatever that might be. I think for us, the drafts today just didn't end up falling into one of those play side heavy categories. We had a lot of tank tops, a lot of I think Doko literally played Sion, Poppy, and Malphite.
Mm-hmm.
So there's bound to be some team fight action from his perspective. And I mean, TL should do the opposite, right? When you play a champ like Jace and you're playing against Malphite, he's trying to build that side lead. He's trying to beat him 1v1. He's trying to make it so Malphite is not healthy enough to ult him, things like this. I think it's really largely just a draft thing. I wouldn't say it's much of a team style thing.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of what happens when you play like the drafts like this. I think we also play like Ambessa, for example, that Ambessa also wants to push silent and not let the Rumble group all the time. So it's sort of what happens when you play carry top lane into tanks. Like the Malphite wants to perma be on mid lane trying to kill Mel, and we just want to be trying to let him catch the waves and then use Jace to make his turn. So I think it could be comp based. We also like to fight a lot, so it's not about us trying to spread them up a lot. I hate spreading them up too much. I like pressuring them up and making them come to fight us. I think that's way harder for the enemy to react. I think sort of what FlyQuest does sometimes is similar. But yeah, I think today was mostly how we're playing our comps and what we want to do in the games, especially. So we play champions like TF, Chase, the Ambessa game too. A lot of champions that want to be silent into group in mid lane. So yeah, that's probably mostly why.
I'm glad you brought up FlyQuest because how much of C9 Fly did you guys get to watch? I'm not sure if you were scrimming. I always ask before.
We were scrimming, but
yeah,
I mean, I watched the games somewhat.
Yeah,
I know what happened.
Similar, yeah, similar.
Were any of you surprised at AA that it went to a game 5 or surprised that C9 won?
I'm surprised that it went to a game 5 after the first 2 games. And I'm surprised that C9 won in game 5.
Yeah, same.
So double
Same
surprise.
Yeah, because I thought FlyQuest looked really good, generally. And even some of the states in the game, I don't know, it was just unexpected. In the Ashe game they played against Caitlyn, Caitlyn was she could not play the game. I think they won that game, didn't they? Or I don't know if they won. But
Masun killing?
Yeah.
No, he was hit by an arrow and
he lost.
Yeah.
Right?
He lost,
Yeah, he threw in mid lane. That's right. But that game was unplayable at level 3. When something like that happens on stage, you think the game is over. He loses his whole HP bar level 1, loses his sums, runs back to lane, and gets dove. So, and he's playing Caitlyn. But somehow they could win that game. That I couldn't believe. And I thought after that, I watched the early game of that, and I thought that there's no way that C9 can lose this game. And then somehow Caitlyn was actually carrying in mid game. So, I mean, FlyQuest has always been a bit topsy turvy. It's hard to predict what will happen in their games. And I mean, it was exciting. I was surprised, that there were more than 3 games after the first 2. It's pretty soul crushing defeat if you lose like that once.
The Annie flank.
Yeah, and you just get arrowed mid because Caitlyn's frontlining for no reason. 5 men, and you just get ace, and then you lose in 1 second. Even the way we lost today in game 4, where you just die, or the way that we won in game 5. When you get 5-0 and all the turrets are up and you just lose, it is a bit of a shocking moment. There's not a lot of time to reflect on that, but FlyQuest is a good team. They're just hard to predict, and I think C9 played better than some people expected, to be honest.
Yeah, same feeling. I think from my point of view, I think Blabber is playing way better than what he was doing before. At least from my eyes, I think he's being way more active and he's really looking to punish lanes. I don't think he was doing that much. I mean, Griffin, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know how to predict what he's doing. Sometimes he's just like full clean, and sometimes he's doing like weird stuff. So I don't know. Interesting one. I think the most annoying part is like when he picks like random champs. I think that's his best. Like his best looking when he's like on Shyvana, like those type of things. But I don't know. It's like a weird team. So I think Sinan is like way aggressive, and Flyco is like weird. Sometimes they do like super good plays, and out of nowhere they're doing like some weird plays. You know, it's like it doesn't make sense. So I think the series when like I thought when it was game 5, I thought Fly would win because of the draft and how they like pick their champs and stuff. But honestly, I think C9 could 3-0 very convincingly. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was a 3-0. So I don't know. Very weird. I thought also during the series that like how FlyQuest play them up is like very interesting because they play really aggressive when they have the lead. And when Cena has like a lead, it's like they also play similar. So whoever had the lead, I feel like win the game like at 20 minutes, basically, you could tell. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't watch the series, so I'm not sure about like what I was talking about. But I do agree that like FlyQuest is kind of weird team. Like I mean, someone said it like FlyQuest like can win like both every team, but can lose like both every team. Which is I agree with that. So like sometimes they just like make crazy play and then they just like lose, and sometimes when they're like leading the game, they are just like standing everything and then it just works, you know. Like even we are like both like FlyQuest like on game 2. When I play Caitlyn, they are like losing the game and then like Gakos.
Yeah.
Their timeline is Gakos, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gakos plays Kazante and then he just flash Q and then W, and then Jaraban just EQ like flash you like to me, and then I was just I didn't expect that like I would die, so I just dead. So yeah, I mean they were kind of good at that, so it's kind of weird team, yeah.
In terms of because you've all played against them both on stage and in scrims, I know whenever I talk to players and they're trying to improve as a team, they're always like, we have to focus on our own prep before we prep for another team. But FlyQuest, especially with a lot of Griffin's weird jungle picks, does that change the way that you kind of prep against them? Because I know talking to C9 yesterday, they were like, yeah, we kind of figured the Shyvana was coming out, even though, you know, we did lose that game. Like, we weren't at all surprised by the draft.
I think the only thing that changes is draft, you know? I think when you're playing the game against like these champs, you're not really thinking like, oh, what's he gonna do? Because he already showed most of them. I don't know if he has something else, you know? I'll be surprised at this point. But I think everyone in Scrim saw everything, most of the stuff. I'm pretty sure most of them have been in stage already. I don't think we miss anything, so I don't know. I think the only thing that changes is draft. His gameplay is always like similar. He always likes to play around camps and like very similar to other like inspired style. So I don't think it changes how he plays. He just changes how he plays them up. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Griffin's a good jungler. I don't think he like obviously I tend to agree, to be honest. I don't think there's many deviations on how he plays the game. Obviously, when you have a different champion that has a specific win con, you're just going to play to that. And I think, I mean, it's really nice to have Inspired a lot of the time too, because I think he understands the jungle perspective so deeply that it's easy to tell what other jungle is going to do a lot of the time. And I mean, Griffin's a good player, like I said. He's well-rounded and he plays funny champions, but he knows how to play standard champions too. So yeah, not a lot of changes, I think, in terms of preparation specifically. You obviously know some teams will play some champions and some teams won't play some champions. So maybe certain drop avenues you want to go down and certain drop avenues you don't want to go down. You don't want to give APA Ziggs. You don't want to give Griffin a Nasus angle. So some things are just like that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure Griffin is like I don't think Griffin is like best jungler in NA, but when he played like something new champion like Nasus, like when I see him like first time like playing Nasus, like I was like, oh, he playing Nasus jungler, and then I doubted like he's gonna win, but I feel like if we know how to play like that champion, and then like if we play against him and the first time, then they just don't know about that champ like win condition. So like when I play for Nasus like first time, I just didn't know what is that champion do, and then like he just farming like until 15 minutes, and then he have like 400 stack, and then he just one shot me, and then just Forma pressed W to me, and then I couldn't just like auto him, and then he just one shot me. So like I was what the fuck, you know? So
Yeah, I
mean,
remember actually. We were watching the EWC qualifier against TL when he played Nasus the first time. And I thought in that moment that Nasus maybe could be the worst jungler of all time. I've never seen Xinjiao kill red buff, walk to enemy blue,
Yeah,
and the guy
that's
is
funny,
not
yeah.
done with the camp. How can he not be done with
Yeah.
it? That's crazy. In season 16, Yuumi jungle could clear the camp before Xinjiao could get there. But somehow Xinjiao is there smiting the buff away from him. But then they still won that game. They still won the game playing Nasus jungle against Xinjiao. So it taught us something there for sure about the win cons of the champs. I do agree with Berserker. If you play against them for the first time, I remember even the first time we played against Shyvana jungle in scrims, you just don't know what these champions do sometimes. And I mean that is a lot of the time your greatest asset. I mean teams at internationals have had this as well. I think when Genji gave that interview, like Cannon gave that interview about not knowing what to do when they played against Kog'Maw and Shen
Yeah.
on stage for the first time, it can be like that. When you
Yeah.
play against these champs for the first time, you just don't know what you can do. And once you start playing the game and you start thinking about it, like, oh, we can't take this fight. Shen has ult. Huh. That's kind of annoying. Even in our game today, when we played against Shen, it was kind of annoying. We wanted to create this like 5v5 scenario, but once we fell behind, it kind of felt like there was no way to win because can't make a side play because Shen has ult. If we make a play on Shen, he really has to grief to die. And even if he dies, it doesn't really matter. So, yeah. These champs obviously are most effective the first time you play against them. It's been historically proven in so many cases, and that's one of Blackwest's greatest strengths.
For, like, because obviously we're now in Fearless, we're in best of fives. How much does like meta matter, and how much does having certain like not necessarily pocket picks, but just like champions you're comfortable with understanding their win conditions and most matchups? Like how important is that, especially going into a game 5?
The most important,
Yeah.
pretty much.
I-
If you don't understand your champ's win condition, you can't win.
Yeah, I think it's too broken to have players that can play a lot of styles and champions. Like especially in draft, it's like no matter if you are game 4-5, it's like they still have something on their sleeves, you know. And I don't know, maybe today the Rek'Sai was like a surprise because I didn't play it, but I've been playing it, and it's like some teams have seen it and some teams haven't. I think those guys type of styles of champions that people are not used to or playing solo queue and they're like, oh, this champion can level 3 bot, you know, it's like very scary to face them on stage, especially first timing against them. So yeah, I think it's very annoying to play against that, and especially when it comes from a weird spot or like important games, especially like end of games like game 5, there is so many counters that you can do to like punish these champs, so they can go through it and be like annoying, even if they're not like tier 1 champions. So yeah.
You agree, Berserker?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, here's
I mean,
like,
it's
yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's like pro player game, and then every champion has like their win con. Like even Nasus, like he just like perma farming until 15 minutes, and then he just carried the game. So yeah, I mean, like even like our game 5, we play Jinx versus Aphelios, and then they don't have like really engaged. So yeah, I mean, just you need to really understand where like how you gonna like play for win, you know. So yeah, I mean, I do think that it's really important.
As all, because you guys are all like veteran players, you've been playing the game for a really long time. Do you feel like more comfortable and confident? Because I feel like I could say that of every one of you in terms of you always have something else because you've just played for so long. Do you think that's an advantage that veteran players can have? Or because we were just talking about Griffin, he's really new to LCS. His first competitive season was last season in CBLOL or LTA South. Like, is that an advantage, a competitive advantage you three feel like you have?
I think the only advantage you can have is like some champions that are old, for example, you already play them. So it's not like you're testing something, you know, maybe when you're a rookie and let's say Griffin yesterday, he picked Shyvana. I'm sure he never played Shyvana before the game, you know? So those type of moments when you're playing the first time champions on stage, you're like thinking, is it going to work on stage? Because you're not sure about them, you know? But once you have the experience and you know how certain champions work because you play them. I mean, I played Rek'Sai, I think 5 years ago, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure even if I wasn't like practicing, I could still have the confidence to be like, just pick it, you know, and see what happens. So I think it's obviously an advantage, but I think nowadays everyone can play a lot of champions. So I don't think it's anything weird because Fearless has been like a thing for 1 year. So yeah.
Yeah, I do think Fearless has changed the way everyone plays the game a lot. The way everyone practices, the way scrims are conducted, just having to play more champions, playing one champion a day, especially when it's playoffs. So we just play 5 games straight and we just play 1 best of 5 effectively. When you can only practice 1 champion a day, it really does force you to play a different style sometimes. You have to be able to play, at least from like a support perspective, for example, like these engaged champs versus other engaged champs, then the engaged champs versus the range champs, then the range champs versus the range champs, then the other side of the matchups, and whatever it might be. I mean, being a veteran doesn't necessarily make it easier to have more pocket picks, but sometimes having a little bit of extra experience does allow you to play some of these more fringe picks, even when you haven't practiced them. Fearless is just like that. The same Game 5 will not always be the same. The bans just lead you in different directions oftentimes. I think even today, there were games where I was thinking about what I'm going to do in 4-5 or what we're going to do in 4-5, and there's no way that we could have come up with this in scrims. It just like each game is different. So just having a wide champion pool, having flexibility, knowing what your champions have to do in lane is really important. As a laner specifically, if you play a champion and you don't have an idea of what's going to happen, you will just be exploited by better teams.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's kind of the be-all end-all. I think if you don't know what you're supposed to do in lane, you will just be made fun of by good players. You will just get exploited. I think, again, talking about historical games, when Quad picked Zilean into Galio in Game 5 versus, I think it was BLG at the time, he was just exploited because he didn't know what to do. I think Knight in that game or whatever was just so comfortable on Galio. He just knew Zilean was so useless. He just nerfed him. If you play champions you're uncomfortable with, you can just fall behind really easily. And I think if you don't understand your win con, if you don't understand the champion well, things like this can happen. But if you played for a long time, sometimes you'll know what certain champions do, and you'll have this experience. Like for me, having played against Pantheon before, I can kind of tell what he's going to do. But yeah, I don't know if I've played against Pantheon in scrims a single time this whole year. So like in support specifically. So it's nice to have played against it before.
Yeah, I do agree that like Fearless changed a lot. I mean, I'm for ADC perspective. I'm playing ADC, so I don't really have like many champ like compared to other lore, and then like I'm just pressing A, and then like nothing really like affect me, to be honest, like Fearless thing. But so Rex is like every game is like different, right? Because it's like Fearless. Even like if you go like game 4 or 5, like just so many like random champions coming. So I feel like just you should know about the like just game, you know, like you should just understand like our team win con. Yeah, that's what I think.
Are there any players you can think of in the LCS right now who you think would be like really formidable in like a Game 5 Fearless scenario?
What is for meta building?
Like just like
scary to play against.
Playing against Inspired
Like
is
they
pretty
have
tough.
something, you know?
Playing against Inspired is pretty tough in Game 5, I think.
He always has something. Yeah.
It seems like he's always got something. You never know when Nunu is coming.
I saw the Ivern hover and I was like, no, surely not.
Yeah, you never know when Nunu is coming to eat your blue buff or something like that. Or like when Boomer played in NA, I think he was so hard to predict. Game 5 Gragas or something like this. People pocket picks, playing Volibear against them best was something he was really good at. But right now, Inspired's on my team, so I don't have to think about that.
You can say Inspired, yeah.
I think
it's scary for you to have to play against Inspired.
I'm not sure about other teams, honestly. If there's someone that picks something really funny.
Should be Griffin if something. If you think about someone like specifically.
And to be honest, Core sometimes picks some pretty funny things. He picked Sona today. So Core sometimes picks some pretty funny things, but I usually think Core plays better when he plays champs he's played before. To be honest. The same goes for many players, but sometimes when they know the matchup better than you, that's when it feels tough. So in some ways, it is good if he's played a champion solo queue before. Like Core is famous for playing Zyra randomly and getting big lane advantages and stuff like that. It's definitely tough to play against players that have this type of thing in their wheelhouse. So yeah, Core is a good example, I think.
Based on, I'm going to shift completely. Based on the regular season only, because everyone always considers playoffs, but it's a regular season award. Who is your pitch for All Pro and MVP?
I don't
Make
know,
your
to be-
cases for yourself or others.
I mean, I'm not sure, to be honest. No one, I mean, like, no one, like, played, like, really, really well. Like, this season, I feel like. Everyone, tried, like, choke sometime. And everyone just, like, sometimes make a super play. So, I mean, for me, like, super play, like, perspective, I do think that it should be Saint.
Yeah, I think Saint Salas
Yeah.
was crazy good.
But, like, he
It's
choked a
insane.
lot.
Okay.
So, I mean, like,
He's been running it
really hard
down.
to choose, you know?
Yeah.
That's what I think. But if I have to choose, then I'll pick Saint. Yeah.
I agree from a highlight perspective. Saint has had crazy moments. The outplay on top versus squad, the Salas ult
Yeah.
in game 3 versus TL. Saint's Yearn at times. He's been, I think, showing the most exciting outplays. But that doesn't necessarily mean you're the MVP. Because he definitely ran us down today in the Nivea game. So yeah, it's a hard ask. I think a lot of people have been pointing to Vulcan as a support, but I wanted to give some credit to Thanatos too. I think Thanatos is one of the players that really has been solid almost the whole split. He has had bad games here and there, but I think so many people, talking about Fearless too, circling back to that, so many people thought playing against Thanatos would be so easy in Fearless, because when we played against him, or when people played against him in 2024, 5, I don't know, when he just played like Cassante, Rumble, Renekton, repeat, and it would just, that would be his whole champion pool. People thought he would be so easy to play against, but I think he really has proven that he's more of a solid player than that, and I'm not sure if just off saying this that he would be my MVP, but strong case for at least first All Pro. I think a lot of people are under that impression.
Yeah, pretty much the same. I think Thanatos, for me, it was really good. I could say me, but the last 2 weeks were not good, so I cannot say me anymore. I think before that I was playing pretty well. I think the last week against Lion and C9 were like, so I cannot really say myself. I think Thanatos should be my choice.
And then we're almost done. You guys are almost out of here. Do you have any predictions for? I'll start with your team going up against Shopify, because I feel like from the outside, I'm looking at it as, have Shopify improved enough to take you guys on? Because I still think your level of play today was higher than what we've seen from them thus far.
Well, I think for us, we just have to like make conclusions and the details that we need to improve, because today we just lost on the details. You know, we were losing like certain moments that we weren't aggressive enough to win the games, and those kind of plays, you can review them and watch them and be like better at them. But I don't think we played them up wrong at any points of the game. I think most of the time we were matching like most of the times on plays. I think game 3 must be like the worst map we played so far. But overall, I think we can do a way better job in fights. I think that's what we need to improve the most, and that's like basically playoff every time. You know, it's like whoever plays team fights mostly wins, because the structure of the game is always the same. It's never changing that much. So, and if we play aggressive on the times that we need to be more aggressive, we're gonna win. So, should be confident with.
Shopify versus TL, who takes it?
I can't imagine that Shopify can win, to be honest. Just talking strictly to what you said too, have they improved enough to beat TL? I don't think so. I will say, even before this, I was doing a press interview, and I was saying that I think Shopify have been playing better. I was surprised it's obviously better at all. I thought they would have imploded by now, with the way things are going. I know what it's like to be on a team that's losing. It's really, really, really tough to climb out of the pit once you're in. But they have been playing better. But is that enough to allow them to beat TL? I don't see it. Contracts does seem to me to be like a bit of a confidence player, maybe. Maybe confidence isn't the right word, but at least maybe momentum, something like this. Sometimes he's the player of the week. Sometimes he's the player of the game. Sometimes he's the player that runs down the game. So
Yeah.
oftentimes it's one or the other.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with that. I mean, I both like TR gonna win like 3-0, but I mean, it just depends on like contracts. I feel like, I mean, I do think that like SR are getting like better at line and they're
Mhm.
like more consistent. I feel like compared to like regular season, but yeah, I mean, I always said it. Contracts is like when he's like, I'm not sure how to say it. When he's like feeling good, I guess.
Yeah.
Like he's just like smurfing everything, but when he's feel bad, he just
Yeah, he's just
Run it down and
malfighting,
then just, like-
malfighting someone 1v5.
Relatable, honestly.
yeah, I
Yeah.
kept in like 50 minutes. So I mean, it's just it's just all about contract condition.
Even we played scrims with SR a few times this week, and honestly, in one day I thought like, maybe SR are not too bad, and then another day it's just over in 10 minutes. They just can't play, and yeah, I don't see teams sustainably winning in best of fives with players that just tend to have such high highs and low lows.
Mm. Speaking of Sentinels versus FlyQuest,
Like, that will be a banger.
I do have to say one thing. There was a time where, because Sentinels only had one win, everyone was like, what do you mean they only have one win? That one win was against FlyQuest in the regular season, so I'll say that. But who do you guys think takes that one?
This one is impossible to predict, honestly. I think, I mean, it's hard to say because Sentinels were doing well, and now I feel like they're doing worse. But I also feel like FlyQuest is like good team when they have lead, but when they don't have like a normal lead or a normal game, they're just running it down. So I don't know. I think it will be 5 games, high chance, and I
Yeah,
think
agree.
anyone can win that series. Honestly,
Yeah,
I
it's
feel
hard
like-
thing to predict.
I do think the Sentinel are gonna win like that series because like Sentinel. I mean, in my opinion,
Mhm.
Sentinel's weakness point is like lining.
Mhm.
They are. I don't think they are good at like lining 3 line, but if they just like play well in line and then if they go like middle game or like late game, they have like so many elder in their team like
Mhm.
impact play like impact and Hui, they just know how to play the game.
Yeah.
And then like Flycat have 2 rookies and the jungle and support, right? The jungle support is like it's really important at macro.
Yeah.
But like I just feel like Fly counter is like Sentinel if they just like survive early game. That's what I think.
Yeah.
because of their old players.
Yeah,
I
I
mean-
mean they're really good. I feel
Yeah.
like
Yeah. No,
they're really good.
I don't like. I always point to, especially I know Hambach and Huhi have talked about their like improving synergy throughout.
Yeah.
That was a huge success.
And Impact is so clutch too.
Yeah.
I think he's the best top laner at knowing how to play his champ to win in unconventional ways. Whether it be flash Wing someone and connecting at the right time. It might sound simple, but he just sees the play before it happens sometimes really well. When he plays Rumble, he moves around the map really, really well, looking for creative plays, creative swaps. I honestly thought Impact was honestly fantastic too during lane swap meta.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Just playing champions playing standard champions in creative ways.
Mhm.
Impact is great at finding those angles, and that's again one of Sentinel's greatest strengths. I agree that they tend to end laning phase behind,
Mm.
but their teamwork is phenomenal. I think sometimes the team fighting can lack, but they have clutch players, like particularly Impact. So yeah, I agree. It's going to be a really entertaining series, particularly if they haven't lost in the first 10 minutes.
So
yeah. I mean, it would be funny to see the one that qualified to EWC out of the playoffs
Yeah.
too. That would be kind of funny.
Yeah.
So
so we've gone over how Sentinels win. Just really quickly, if you're looking at like what would make FlyQuest win, what would have to happen in game for that to happen?
Just the inverse, I suppose. I think FlyQuest does have a
Stomps
team
them
with
in
great
lane.
laners.
Yeah.
I think particularly top lane, Gekros has found a lot of edges in certain matchups, and I think he's really comfortable playing carries. People meme about it too, but like Gekko's on tanks. But maybe if they can find a draft where they're enabling Geckos to carry through top, I think he is a fantastic laner, and when the draft suits him, he tends to perform. And Geckos is a player, I will say, that talking about what Berserk was talking about too, with just seeing angles, he is fantastic at being decisive.
Yeah,
He's a
he's a young guy,
super
so,
decisive player.
yeah.
When he sees an angle, he will click all the buttons on you when he gets the chance. He will not hesitate. And yeah, I could see him being a really key factor.
All right. Thank you so much, guys, especially after such a long series.
Thanks for having us.
Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching Pros or listening to it on Spotify or Apple or wherever you get your podcast, or watching us on YouTube if you want to see our lovely faces. Thank you so much. And we will see you next week for more LCS playoffs, lower bracket.
Don't wait on me. I'm already gone. Don't pray for me, 'cause I'm already done. There's a chemistry. I see it in your eyes. Don't follow me tonight. That way madness lies.
It's time to do or die as we find ourselves in the lower bracket.
Wait for her TP. I'm making space. I'm looking at Orianna. Look Ori.
Look, Ori.
I don't make space. Look here. Yeah. No flash.
I'm on the Fury. The Fury's 1 HP quad.
Yeah. No flash. I have to now. Kill the ball. Go hard. Kill the ball. Nice.
Nice. And bot.
It was a 2v2 bot dip, and it's FlyQuest match point.
No flash. Kill. I can go. Okay. This guy's no flash as well. Maybe we can go.
Yeah, we can go. We can end we kill him. Watch his EQ.
No ulti.
Help me.
No ulti. I'm looking with quad.
Can you have another E-Gankos?
E2.
Oh.
No flash, man.
I'm 1 HP.
Yeah, I think run, guys, run. Sword is into me,
I'm running.
Sentinels can't stop them. GG, well played, FlyQuest. Sweep Sentinels out of the playoffs.
So when you see, and you look to your right, you see Masu, Quad, Griffin, Geckos. Bro, just know it's a free win, bro.
Couple of big G's yesterday. Welcome back to the LCS waiting room.
Never doubted them.
Quick update. Azael is not feeling well.
Yeah.
So Kobe is here.
So you get the big K.
Yeah. But before, as we're eating breakfast, you were asking me to catch you up on what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
what's the plan for waiting room, bro?
Yeah. So first off,
Nothing.
This is a league.
Raz is like head empty.
Yeah.
You know, we just go for the flow.
League of Legends Championship Series is what LCS stands for. This is the 2026 Spring Playoffs.
Okay, all
and
right.
today, a team called Shopify Rebellion, which is abbreviated SR, is playing Team Liquid Alienware.
What are they rebelling against? What do you mean that?
It's currently winning, but I don't think that's the plan.
Oh my God.
They're gonna try and.
They won some games. I saw Raz got the recipient of a stunner from Mr.
Oh, I
Vegas,
did. Yeah.
And Shopify started winning.
But these playoffs, Kobe,
and
they
I
all
got kicked in the balls.
They all lead up to something. We're calling it the Road to Arizona, and it leads to the Spring Finals. That's going to be at ASU's Mullet Arena. That's Arizona State.
Can I get tickets for that?
June 13th
If I
and
wanted to go
14th.
see it?
Cloud9 and Line, they're already going to be there. There are two other teams in the LCS. And you can head to Ticketmaster.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets today.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, also fans are back here at the Riot Games Arena this weekend.
Can I get tickets for that too?
You can still get tickets.
Yeah!
For this weekend and next weekend. But we've been asking the fans what their predictions are for Team Liquid Alienware versus Shopify Rebellion in the LCS playoffs. So let's take a listen. Are you caught up?
I think Team Liquid's going to take it. 3-0, yeah?
Yeah.
3-0.
Is
Easy
there any
sweep.
reason why? Do you think Shopify's just buns?
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
I just love Team Liquid. You got to go with the blue.
Fair.
Yeah.
No, they're gonna get stomped.
Okay, I like that. Okay, thank you guys so much.
What is the interviewer instigating for?
Yeah.
Our interviewer is instigating.
You think they're trash?
You think they're buzz, huh? You think they got nothing? You think they're ass?
I mean, like, why do you think Team Liquid does well? No.
Getting flamed by social media manager right there instantly. But I feel a lot of people are feeling the 3-0.
I have a feeling in my gut.
Oh yeah?
That it's not.
That
there's something happening.
There's something moving around in your gut.
It is a big gut. It is a big gut.
Uncomfortable Team Liquid feelings. Anyway, and it wasn't lunch. Lunch was fine.
Okay.
Let's check out the second take.
I think people are sleeping on Shopify. I think they're probably gonna pull out some surprises tomorrow and surprise the crowd a little bit and probably take it home.
You think 3-0?
Clean sweep.
Clean sweep?
Oh my God, he doesn't believe
That's
that.
what you're feeling?
That's
You feel it in
what
your
I'm-
heart of hearts?
that's what I'm feeling.
I like that.
Hell yeah.
I like that. Okay. Agree? Disagree?
I agree.
Agree.
Well,
Okay.
she laughed. What do you? It didn't seem like she agreed at first.
Yeah, sure.
She was like 3-0. Oh yeah, I agree.
Also, he had to convince himself with that one.
can-
It's like, yeah, 3-0.
You can see it in his eyes. He was like, yeah, I do. They could win 3-0. Is that the feeling in your gut, Jack?
Is that also in there?
That was the Shopify 3-0?
Yeah, right there.
I mean, if they win, contracts, you talked to him earlier, I'm going to spoil it.
Okay, go for it.
He was saying if they win a game, he thinks they can win the whole series.
Oh.
So
So if they don't win a game, then he thinks they can't win the series. That makes sense.
checks out. Let's check out the third fan take. It comes from a suspiciously familiar face, I'm told.
Huh.
Serdi, who is the most underrated player on Shopify and who's the most overrated player on TL?
Oh, that's hard actually. That's really, really hard.
Yeah,
I don't want to like make waves, you know. Most underrated player.
This will be on Reddit the next day, so be careful with it. Yeah.
Most underrated player on Shopify is probably. Honestly, I'm going to give it to B-Boy. I think that he had a lot of hype around him when he first joined the league, and then I feel like people kind of viewed him as a stat merchant. But from speaking to the ADCs in the league, all of them think he's pretty good, so credit where it's due. I think he deserves more credit. Most overrated player on TL at the moment.
This is the juicy one.
It's hard to say. I haven't been that impressed with Morgan, so I'm going to say Morgan.
Cool.
I think he's really good. I think he's a top 2 top laner, but I don't think he's as good as people say.
Yeah.
I mean, also, of course he's going to say a top laner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, like, that guy's not that good. You should hire me.
Well, he said he was top 2, but not. That just means he thinks Thanatos is really good.
Yeah.
And then
that
there's
must
the
be the
rest.
case.
It was super cool, though, because I was walking out yesterday. I saw Serdi just in the parking lot at the, one of the stands there for Riot. Cool to see.
Yes.
You know, other personalities and players and stuff around.
Especially if it's your off day and you're just vibing, just come in and watch the games. I think is also really cool. It's very cool. I love the fact that he was like, I've been talking to some of the 80 carries. Getting that information is like they think that B-Boy is good. And honestly, in the biggest moments, I felt like in last split, not last split, but like 2 splits ago in split 3, B-Boy was exceptional. And I always felt like when the pressure was on him in particular, he shone the most. He did incredibly well. And a lot of times, suspiciously, it was Lucian meta. Suspiciously. It was either Lucian or Ezreal meta.
Yeah.
And both of them, famously, his favorite champions.
Those are big picks for him. I mean, let's answer the same questions, right? Like, underrated, overrated. I'd say it's between Contracts and B-Boy. But how do you define underrated? Because I feel like I feel like we say Contracts and B-Boy are their best players
all the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
That's why the underrated question. That's why I thought he went with B-Boy, because everyone rates Contracts fairly high. But actually, a lot of people also, they're like, oh, he's coin flip.
Yeah.
So it's not all like perfect praise. So yeah, I mean, B-Boy and Contracts are the two players that win them games. Meanwhile, on Team Liquid, as far as overrated,
who's overrated, Kobe?
You were thinking Quid.
I thought he was going to say Quid, but that's another one of those things where if you ask Team Liquid fans, the majority of them will tell you, hey, Quid has been underperforming. So in that case, he's appropriately rated, but he's definitely underperformed his expectations by a lot.
Yeah. I think in terms of underrated on Shopify side, it would have to be, it's so funny, it's probably Zinni. Because he was extremely overrated. It's like, it's extreme.
That's a good take, because I do rate him very low.
Exactly. That's I think he was extremely overrated at the beginning. And then now people's expectation of him are so low that he's been having good lanes, and a lot of the games that they've been winning have been coming through mid-jungle. And I'm like, oh, he's actually having pretty great performances. Even his Vex game, which he's like showed in the past, he's done well there. They have not. And also his Annie games. Like, there are two Annie games that come to mind immediately where he's had like pretty pop-off moments, but then they lose those games anyway. So then everyone's like, yeah, throw them away from my memory. So I think to appropriately rate him is a difficult one at the moment with how polarized fans are.
Fair. We got another take?
Oh my God, we do.
From some co-streamers.
TL versus Shopify.
You can be real blunt with it, or you can just lie.
You go first.
Yun is gonna get a pentakill, and it's gonna be the quickest 3-0 you've ever seen in your life.
I don't even know how SR is still here. I'm not gonna lie. I thought they started the split off like 09. Like I actually.
Yeah. Okay.
But like I love them.
Who's the most underrated player?
That doesn't sound like you do.
Shopify underrated player. Let me think. I actually feel really bad for Zinni. I swear to God, he's not that bro's not that bad. Like it's rough. Like it's not his fault.
What's so funny? What's so funny?
Why are you laughing? That's really messed up.
Why do you feel bad for him?
Let's just say like if you're a mid laner and your junglers, like having a rough game, it's like really hard for you to play the game. But like much love, like only love.
He's blaming the jungle?
There it is.
He's blaming the jungle?
Yeah,
I need to steal that. I'd be like, they're trash. Only love. Just like, they lost like 9 games in a row, but love.
He actually opened it up like, they're still here? Just kidding. I love you guys.
But smart takes. We literally said the exact same thing about Zinni. I think the reality is, like, the reason why I would feel bad for Zinni is you're starting your first like tier 1 experience. You're going across the ocean. You're learning a new language, a new experience, everything. You're probably expecting big things. Last split, your agent's saying, oh, you know what? This team, top 3 team last split.
They were twice.
You're in a good spot here.
Technically true.
They need a new mid laner as well.
They're like, you know what? You're the upgrade.
Slot right in.
It's like, you're the upgrade. They were a top 3 team. You might win a championship. This is a good end there. Get out there. And you get out there, it's like, what is happening? What is happening? Literally fires all around me.
Your explanation of feeling sorry for Zinni is better than Basil's, I think. Because she was just like, your jungler sometime makes the game. I'm like, what the? How are we blaming jungle here? You had good reasons.
We've talked a little bit about the Zinni Quid parallels.
Yeah.
But that's more of when they joined, they were bad, and then they became good.
Yeah.
So we're hoping that Zinni becomes good. But the funny thing is, like, Quid joined the team with double lift.
That's true.
And Busios is like, hey, greatest AD carry of all time, 8 titles.
Looking good.
Just need a young new mid laner to fill in for Bjergsen. Boom.
Literally, it's like there's so much experience. You come in, head empty, you're good.
Yeah, closer. Good jungler.
Boom. Championships all around you. What? Your AD carry, like it has a case full of them.
Yeah.
Your jungler just recently got one. You're good to go. He was not. He was not. And so I think the parallels are very interesting because, like, of course, like Quid thus far, this split has had some criticisms over the idea of being an MVP player in his previous season and then having so much expectation. And a lot of the times, the argument around whether or not Team Liquid is a super team, which people are coming to the conclusion of no, is because you have the 2 best carries on paper on your team. When you write Quid's name on paper, you think this is one of the best mid laners and best teams in the league. And it has not been panning out. But I do love the conversation about how these 2 mid laners, I feel, are very much on like a similar path where Quid's first split with that double-lift lineup was really bad.
Sure.
And the debate was, is he just is he even coming back the next split? And he came back as an MVP, having an incredible split. So it's like, we need to give people patience when it comes to the first time we see them. And I think Quid is like the best example of that. Now, of course, he's having his own problems right now, but I feel like it is a good juxtaposition between him and Zinni.
But his own problems are also, Spooks talked about them in the interview.
Yeah.
He's saying the expectations are really high and he's not performing that well under pressure, which I actually feel like has happened before for him as well.
Yeah.
In his MVP split, when 100 Thieves made this miracle run to get into Worlds play-in in 2024 even, they lost in the play-in.
Yeah.
And I do feel like even though Quid has had some exceptional moments, most of those come once the expectations drop. And I just knowing Team Liquid and the culture that they have, it's always a high-pressure, hard-working environment. And sometimes that's great, and sometimes that's not great. And it does feel like right now, that fit is not amazing for Quid.
And if you compare it to the 100 Thieves vibes, when they've got like River on the team, who's just a troll through and through, and good vibes, and making a lot of calls for plays and stuff as well. All the people that are on that 100 Thieves team, all reference like how fun and carefree it was with little pressure. And the org was even leaving the league and stuff, so there's even less pressure and less oversight. And so to go from that to, like you're saying, like Team Liquid, I feel like is like the most like corpo monolithic, like you need to perform. These are the KPIs. You have to do this in lane. You have to do this in team. So the pressure and the structure just seems wildly different.
Your report card
am I
for the
wrong?
week is quite bad.
So,
but which org would be more?
Which org is going to have more KPIs and more pressure? Definitely Team Liquid.
TL is the top.
Your corpo description, I don't know about that one, but you're sniffing around the bush there. Not completely wrong.
You're close up. You're close.
Yeah, I will say, Team Liquid did blast Shopify a couple times this year. Yeah. So they played them twice. They've 2-0 them both times, and they definitely had a couple games. So it was game 1 in the spring series, and then also game 2 of the lock-in series, where the games weren't even close. Like every single lane completely dominated, and they were able to win the game like before 25 minutes. That's when we start getting excited for Team Liquid, actually is right after their Shopify series before they go back to losing to Lion and C9.
Yeah, I've been able to do the exact same thing, because it was definitely lock-in where this series happened, and I was like, oh, Team Liquid's back.
Yeah.
Was definitely not the case. So I think it is interesting to see this matchup now, because it's a great test to Shopify Rebellion to prove me, that you guys are not a punching bag versus Team Liquid. That is not the case.
I think they are a punching bag. I think you're right. I think your instincts are right. I also agree with all the social media manager questions.
Oh, God.
On it being like a 3-0.
Well, it's a good thing we didn't have you interview the coaches, because I talked to both Shopify coaches, Revan and DeMonte, right before we started here to see how they feel about their chances today. Welcome back. I'm here with both coaches of Shopify, Revan and DeMonte. Revan, head coach. We haven't had both of you on at the same time that often, but I just wanted to catch up on how you guys are feeling going into this series, because going all the way back to the start of the year, I had Fudge on pros, and he says, like, first place was the goal. But it's been anything but that. So what are you feeling going into this elimination series against TL?
Going into the series, we're feeling pretty good, because we've had 2 pretty good weeks of practice, I would say, during the bye week. And even though the expectations have been just realistically been lowered, we've just been trying to take it day by day and week by week. Like, if the expectation is first, we need to get first, and we're right now clawing ourselves up from 6th. I think it's a bit of a mental hassle. And I think we've just like, all right, we're 6th trying to get 5th. And then if we win this, it'll be we're 5th trying to get 4th, like stuff like that. We're just trying to take it that way, rather than we need to win 4 best of 5s in order to try to be the first place that we want it to be. That's our mental shift going in the past 2 weeks. We've just been preparing for Team Liquid.
Okay, and DeMonte, how have you dealt kind of overall with the season? Lock-in, only having 3 series, having a long off break time, and then kind of sneaking into playoffs at the last second.
Yeah, I would say it's been probably one of the hardest LCS seasons I've been a part of across playing or coaching. It's just we as a team feel like we're much better than the results we've had in 2026. So much of the last, I would say, 2 months is just making sure we don't lose the belief that we have in ourselves and just continue to grow and not devolve into something worse.
What are some of the negative thoughts you guys have had to fight against, Revan?
Negative thoughts. Just, this is like a classic, just not only on our team, but I think the coach on Dig said it too. When results aren't going well, like external noises, whatever, but when there's lack of faith in themselves, in each other, in the process, or whatever it may be, that's the hardest part. So when there were glimpses of that, I think that was the hardest part in the past, 5 months now?
Yeah.
I think that was the only and biggest problem. Other than that, I felt pretty good, which is maybe terrible to say, but yeah, there's like a mix and a balance.
You have to keep the hope somehow. Since you've been focusing on Team Liquid for the last 2 weeks, Demonte or Revan, what's the key to beating Team Liquid?
I think against Team Liquid, we've had a really good 2 weeks of scrims. We didn't play last week, so we had a week to kind of practice picks, and we had a week to really tighten up our gameplay. So honestly, we're not thinking too much about them. Classic coach answer. Just focus on ourselves and play our game. And personally, I think if their mid-jungle can't get going, then we'll have a pretty good time in the series.
Anything to add, Revan?
This is going after the series has started, right?
It's going to play during waiting room. Series won't have started.
So I think, as Tanner said, I think if
I was going to get some secret tech, wasn't I?
Maybe, but I think their game plan is pretty straightforward, whether in-game or in matters of draft, and we've already got to see 5 games of that. So I think in matters of information, we're way more equipped than they are. So I think just going against what they have shown clear priorities of is our plan going into the series.
All right. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks for the time. I'll let you guys get back to the series, and we're sending it back to the lounge.
You bastard.
Should I have lied?
yeah, you should have.
I should have been dishonest and broken the trust.
You should have definitely, that should have been your least honorable moment.
Yeah, we're going to air this at the end of the series, actually.
Yeah.
Tell me your entire
we're
strategy.
We're scrapping this. We're not going to air it at all, so just tell me everything.
After the season is done, what do you have to tell me?
I should have just afterwards been like, so what are you going to say?
Yeah.
Okay, so there were some good things, I took away from that interview, though. Obviously, it's a hard time. You could get that vibe from the coaches.
Yeah.
They're like, we, invested a lot into this team this year in this split.
Yeah.
And they're not getting the results they wanted. But, they're focused on where we are. Just look at the next place. We're 6th now. We're trying to get 5th. After we get 5th, then we'll focus on 4th. Incremental kind of improvements there, as well as the trust in their teammates.
Yeah.
Big focus. That is really, really big, as we saw with Dignitas. That breaking down just means...
I mean, saying that that's their biggest and only issue is like, it's a big issue.
It's a big issue.
Yeah, but they were focused on it,
True.
And I identified that is something that's important to keep, to keep intact.
Yeah.
So hopefully they have been able to do that. Obviously, they're like, we have had to lower our expectations, though.
Yeah, that losing trust and faith in each other is the biggest hurdle of those teams that will be in like a lower bracket situation. I remember in Split 3 last year, people will always reference 100 Thieves because they were a team that was like literally the worst team in the
water.
Yeah, they were just dead. And then they found themselves making 2nd place through that lower bracket run because they were able to find something within themselves. B, they were able to find Dokwa, but also like it was a big thing of like you need that one strong conversation or one flurry of like scrims or something to really get you going and understanding what works to make it going, because you can either have that situation, you can have the NRG of 2023 spring, you can have like, there are moments where you're like, wow, we suck as a team and we shouldn't be able to make it past the first opponent in playoffs. Like, that is that feeling that is intrusive that you must be able to push away. So now you have 2 weeks. You had 2 weeks to find an answer, and at least it felt like they were confident in one of those answers.
That's the other big thing, is that having the 2 weeks of scrim time and being able to see everything that TL have done. TL are very, very predictable. We did a whole 30-minute segment almost on how predictable TL have been with their draft and their play style. So Shopify will have constructed, a good plan to attack TL style. The first games of almost all of their last 5 series have been going for the Ashe Seraphine. Then you get some sort of carried, jungler for Jose. Comfort pick for Quid, either the Yone, or some of these.
Don't give him an Akali angle.
Specialists. And then they have Morgan kind of fill in the rest of the draft as a tank initiator top side. And so hopefully that will give Shopify, you know, at least some plan of attack.
And as long as they're doing positive Shopify stuff.
Let's do it.
They're coming off a win.
Hell yeah, they are.
2-0. You know who popped off? You know who popped off? El Contracto.
This man's Olaf actually went completely wild in this game one. Actually, when I came through this game, I was like, I was completely wrong in my expectation of DSG, and even with how well I felt as though Surdy was performing top lane, and I was like, oh, actually, even with the loss of Castle, this seems like a really strong team. Shopify was on something that day.
Look, that play right here, we didn't even see the start of it. Like, he ran through 2 or 3 people. We're pulling up his damage.
Yeah.
25,000 damage on the 27,000 after he one-shots to Jed. That was one of the craziest jungle carries I've actually ever seen.
It was up there literally in the record books.
Yes.
In top 5. And the most important part from that replay, what was he playing that Olaf against? It was an Ashe Seraphine comp. Team Liquid have been using a lot of these high CC team fight Ashe Seraphine compositions. So Shopify do have some tools that they could use. Olaf is great with that, by the way, or against it. So you can also, like, you know, steal an Ashe Seraphine and you can play an Olaf with it, or you can, you know, play it into it. So we'll see. But Contracts is the hope for sure. I think everybody's aligned on that.
Yeah, Contracts is the hope, and I think what we've been seeing a little bit of it has been B-Boy's surge in performance individually. He's been having good moments. I think that's a big positive. And like speaking to Contracts more specifically, like him and Zinni throughout this split, even in the losses, have had like real bright spots. A lot of the times when you come out of a game and you feel really bad after a loss, you're like, but the good moments were very good. Yeah. And I think like the fact that Contract stats reflect that in particular showcases he's been performing through mid, Zinni's been finding some great moments, and then they've been able to actually roam and make an impact the bottom side of the map, and I think that is the real key to this series for me. I loved how in the coach's interview that they mentioned that if mid jungle doesn't show up, then they have a really good chance, and I really do see the same thing.
These stats don't look amazing, like, 1.7 KDA, but like 2.3 kills and assists of 14 in games that they lose, and then being a part of 4 out of their 5 kills are actually
Also,
impressive stats. In
third,
losses.
first, second.
81.5% kill participation. Kill participation to me is a stat of like, how much does your team do without you? And he's first place. It does almost nothing without So he has to be there for them to get kills.
This describes why they're losing in these games. Because no one else is doing anything.
Well, remember the DSG series that they won? Contracts was popping off, and you're like, this is a 9-1 Olaf, guaranteed win, right? Wait a second, look at the scoreboard. Both their solo lanes are down like 3,000-4,000 gold individually.
And I noticed you said something a little earlier on.
Okay.
You wanted to see the earlier parts of a specific replay.
Yeah.
And you were talking about the simplicity. You know what? I heard that, and I just honed into that PC.
In the computer.
Yes, exactly. So I didn't practice this at all. I just said, computer, find that play.
Okay.
So I'm going to get straight into it. Yes, immediately. So actually, I want to blow this moment up because to me, the key to this series is not just Contracts having a phenomenal performance, but also having a very specific and clear composition that is easy to perform on. Now, this one, the beauty of Olaf, Annie, like even Rumble to give you priority, is your dragon stacking. Any Olaf composition is dead set on playing around Drakes, getting level 6, being able to like have good bot lane priority and playing for it. And so I felt like as you blow up the minimap just a little bit, you kind of see it. Like we're playing around mid. It is the dragon is already up. The problem is Cassio and Vi are on this objective and they think they can sneak that thing. They have an idea that this is going to happen. Now, of course, Contracts is late from base. So you think maybe he'll join the team? No, he's strong enough. This brother is 7-1-3, so let's just start the play. He says, hell no, I'm actually going straight to the scene of the crime because I have an inkling that this thing is being done. And the beauty of this is, yes, B-Boy, Zinni, Seos recognize that now that Olaf is being seen and Sajed, Surdy, and Lions are out of position on this one, Calmy's like, oh, I'm actually the target here. Immediately pops Ragnarok, regardless, goes straight on top of Kryra. And so, like, yes, Fudge recognizes this, TPs to the play, and now you're just playing off a very clear strategy of whoever my bloody Ragnaroking Olaf is going on, we will be able to either support him in this play or play around it. And yes, you may think that this setup and this play was easy. They were already snowballing. Another point of this is Zinni finding this one right here. He sees 3 members, immediately flashes in, gets a W off because he already had used his ulti prior, and he's able to have an immediate go signal. Even mind controls Lions, saying, you know what, Lions?
Oh my God, the backwards.
Defecate yourself.
Oh my God. Raz, get out. Get out. Get out. You're done. You're done. You're done.
You find the mind
don't have that
controlling
much time.
tactics. The mind controlling tactics.
Raz.
I can't believe he just did that.
Raz,
Okay, what else
I'm
did you
going to
see in
talk
that
about
moment?
how Team Liquid has been disorganized against Lion, and we're going to show some of their poor setup.
I think Raz wanted to say that the whole replay.
Defecate yourself.
He was just waiting.
Oh, I was setting up for it.
Listen, we don't have much time.
Okay.
This was the deciding moment, and this is just an example of how Team Liquid is not that organized. They need to set up for Dragon. So either you want to be grouped on mid-wave, or you need to be ready to fight when Lion approaches. But Team Liquid is just clearly not on the same page. Look at how this play develops. Quid right here, as the teleport comes in, if I pause it here, clearly Team Liquid is thinking, we want to attack. Quid's looking for an angle. Yana's on mid. But Quid, when Poppy is here, he's already in engage range, and Morgan is not ready to go in whatsoever. So as this plays out, you can see as Quid gets engaged on, Morgan is still way up here, not ready to be involved in the play. Quid gets one shot. Yan is not involved in the play either. That's just step one. I go to the next play, and a similar thing happens. When you're starting Baron like this, you need to be on the same page. Are we finishing or are we fighting? But look at the positioning here. Quid clearly sees a one-shot onto Inspired, but if I show the start of this play, when he goes for it, a couple of them are on the same page. Yan and Quid hit him. Jose's backing up, and Morgan's in frickin' Narnia on the mid lane, so clearly they cannot one-shot Inspired. You can see they actually get him pretty low, but only now does Jose go on him. And only now does Morgan enter the fight. So very desynced team fighting late game from Team Liquid, which is a big reason why they're losing these games, and I haven't seen improvement from them in several weeks. But that was one negative point for Team Liquid. Kobe, you're saying they're going to sweep them. Look what's happening around the world.
Oh, don't do this to them.
This week.
Don't do this to us.
If you think
Who's
about
that? BOG.
if you think about upsets and the context here, is it really that crazy to think that Shopify could upset Team Liquid, who are only number 3? When compared to BLG losing to WE, that is insanity. The precedent is already set for upsets.
The number 1 seed in LEC this morning. Losing to number 6.
This just in. We just freshly made this graphic.
5-2 versus 2-5. That sounds pretty reasonable, right?
Oh, don't do this to Team Liquid,
So
guys.
you're telling me
disorganized team fighting?
You're going to predict Shopify upset.
Brother.
It's going to happen.
One more thing. Team Liquid and Shopify, they've sneakily had similar placements if we look back to the past year. Lock-in, 8th, not great. But this 2025, 3rd to 5th, 3rd to 4th. In 2 of the last 3 splits, Shopify's actually finished above Team Liquid.
What are you trying to do?
I think it's a classic bait and switch, because I believe all of us have predicted Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Wait.
Then what are you doing this for?
We were out of time. We can't get into it.
Okay, he gave him one game.
You can't get into it?
Yeah, I gave him one game. We can't get into it. Start the games.
All right,
start the
let's
games.
go. Go on, start the game. Start the game.
Hello and welcome to your second series of the weekend. As Shopify Rebellion look to take on Team Liquid. Shopify, the team that everyone's counting out, saying they barely snuck into playoffs, taking on the Kings of Scrims, almost destined to make the lower bracket run. Will the upsets of the weekend continue, or will Team Liquid get business done after a nail-biter of a series last weekend? Shopify versus Team Liquid starts right now. Hearing the crowd making some noise right now, Emily, as the Let's Go Liquids are coming out. Shopify fans, where are you at? All right, I think expectations are being set here. Team Liquid, the favorites of this series. Kobe will be joining us in a moment here, but for now, it's me and Emily. And Emily, I want to remind everybody, because I heard some quiet sounds from Shopify in the background there.
Oh, God, okay.
And last time we saw them, we'd point out they were 316. Astute fans pointed out. We got to update the record right now. 5-16 for Shopify Rebellion. And in fact, I even have some t-shirts to give out to people in the audience here. Who wants a Shopify t-shirt? 5-16, yeah?
I want a Shopify
Emily, you want to throw one?
t-shirt?
There we go. Here we go.
Oh,
up
I
in the
want
front,
to keep
up in the front,
it,
right there. No,
Sorry,
you gotta toss that,
I'm
Emily.
with my
This
left
is for
hand,
the
so
fans.
this is going to be terrible.
5-16, undefeated since Raz took a stunner, and now we bought some time for Kobe to join us.
Do you want to go like refresh the stunner buff there?
Yeah. Do you want to go give Raz another stunner?
Give him another
I mean,
stunner.
if you guys buy me some time, I'll go do that right now.
How about if Team Liquid win 2 games and Shopify really need it, then you go find Raz, you give him another stunner.
Okay.
See if we can even it up.
You know what? We'll do that. We'll do that. There were some people on staff that missed that 2 weeks ago, so I'll do it for them, and we'll get them receipts.
There we go. We'll reenact it.
You had great form.
I'm sure Raz will be very pleased.
He sold it incredibly well, though. So a move's only as good as the sell. Shout out to Raz for that one. But for this series today, we heard it on the desk. We're hearing it already now. Expectations are heavily leaning Team Liquid's way. Shopify were able to make it into playoffs, but they were really struggling in the season up until that point.
Yeah, and it makes sense, right? Like TL being one of the favored teams where it's like, okay, if they could just showcase what they show in scrims every week against the top LCS teams, they would be a favorite to take the split, and I would argue they still technically are. Whereas Shopify kind of squeaked into playoffs almost last minute through like a pretty Herculean effort from Contracts in particular, who just absolutely popped off in their qualifying series.
And I think Contracts will be central to their drafts here versus Team Liquid. We also kind of went over Team Liquid have been doing a lot of, very high CC Seraphine and Ashe comps. They, Spawn even said, hey, these are our best champions after one of those games. It was like an Ashe Seraphine with Yone, style composition for them. And so Shopify, there's a couple things they can do. Not only the Olaf, that we saw pop off, but also B-Boy is a very good Lucian player, and they could try and put priority onto the Lucian Milio very early to go with, one of those winning bottom lanes into it and try and keep that pressure high. They are going to start out with the Rumble composition, but immediately follow it with the Galio here into the Orianna so that they can have that extra, global here for the team fight.
And that's super interesting to see them taking the Rumble and then one of the more obvious Rumble counters up in that top lane away from Morgan. I'm glad you brought up the bot lanes, Kobe, because I definitely think that's exactly what I was thinking with these two teams, right? It's like, okay, Lucian Milio is going to be hotly contested. I think we have 2 very strong Lucian players. And then additionally, Ashe Seraphine, like you already pointed out, has been one of TL's most successful champs. We see the Nefiri coming out for Jose Deodo, though. And the combination we've talked about, I think Azale was calling it dog wave now, but we'll put that aside. Ori ball onto the assassination power of the Nefiri could be incredibly strong.
What about the Shakiri with you go
I love
with
that.
Nefiri?
That's
actually
awesome.
way better.
Yeah, throw out Dogwave.
So they do get that combo, the Nefiri ult and the Orianna Shockwave. We saw them time it really well, so super cool engage. But if you also layer the Ornn on top of it, where you, Emily, you were talking about Rumble counters and they're taking away the Galio, the other tank kind of answer into Rumble has always been the Ornn. And so now they're layering that Ornn. Not only is it a nice lane, but you can also have that Ornn ultimate. So their team fight is just insane looking right now from Team Liquid. And so Shopify, they're investing more on dive because whenever you give over an Orianna, you want stuff to put pressure on that low mobility carry, dive it as much as possible. You're going to get the Wukong and Galio combination to try and keep the Orianna in place for Rumble Ultimate. And hopefully that's enough to just burn down the low mobility carry here.
Yep, and now we see some of the more of those bot lane options being taken away. The Seraphine taken out, the Karma taken out, and the Nautilus taken out. I do think it's interesting with these two specific supports. We kind of always talk about core, well, or we used to, I think a lot more, talk about core on Engage versus core on a more Enchanter style support. And kind of this conundrum of he's such a good engager. It's not like he can't play enchanters, but since he's so strong on engage, with some of the recent patch changes, these are two supports, because Seos is also that. If you look at the top 10 played supports for both of these supports, only 2 of them are enchanters, and the rest are just complete engage.
Well, I'd imagine an enchanter will be paired with this one, as Lucian's locked in early here for B-Boy. Kobe had highlighted this. This is something that B-Boy loves to play.
Yeah, and you can, go the Melio. We're getting a hover on Nami here, even with Mandate being completely changed. So Mandate now is the, ability haste for CC abilities and doesn't have the same damage burst, so it's just the hover. It really has kind of completely changed how she plays, and so we'll go with the Melio, which it's so easy to consistently proc Lucian's passive. It feels like his passive is like always up, and you can go in for these trades and the warm hugs as well with the extra range, and so just this duo is just taking over. But very clearly, TL also expected it, and they've been very confident and had so much success with their Zyra Khan with Yeon and Core JJ. I feel like they have definitely been the best Zyra Khan combo in the entire league.
Yeah, I think they are super. I mean, this entire TL comp screams to me team fighting and just kind of comfort around the board. I like that B-Boy and Seos are bringing out the Lucian Melio, though, because as we already saw yesterday, you brought up how Melio, it pretty much perma-procs Lucian passive. He's so much more deadly in those trades. It's so hard to step up to the wave, especially if you're behind against the Lucian Melio. So we'll see if B-Boy and Seos can pilot that to success.
Cozy Campfire makes that range advantage much stronger for Lucian now into the Xayah lane. So Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid, ready for game number 1. Eyes will be on B-Boy, on the Lucian. Can he carry with it? And also a lot of eyes on the junglers. Contracts versus Jose Daejeon, both of these guys, stars of their respective rosters. Can Contracts get it done again here today, or will Team Liquid continue and run through the lower bracket, matching the expectations placed not only by themselves, but by much of the community? Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid. Make some noise, everybody, at the Riot Games Arena. We're into game number 1.
All right, let's see, because you always do have to be a little worried with Nefiri looking for invades. We have seen Contracts himself do some pretty aggressive Nefiri routes. So he goes to get the early ward towards Raptors. And since they see each other so late too, they're both going to know that each jungler are starting from the top side, looking down to the bottom lane battlefield.
Oh, yeah.
And the battlefield we have constantly highlighted here when Lucian Melio have really gained so much hype.
It's Raz's match of the week, guys. This came up yesterday at the end of the day because my match of the week was unfortunately a 3-0. So Raz, I mean, were you not
Raz
entertained?
is taking over.
Raz is taking over because I didn't do a good job picking match of the week this week. So, this is Raz's match of the week. Let's go.
Yeah, woo.
Now I want always us to have both. I want us to always have Emily's match of the week, which Emily is usually going to pick like the serious, like whichever teams are really close in the standings. And usually the teams that are at the top of the standings are going to be Emily's match of the week. And then Raz is going to pick the most
Dignitas,
the most scrappy,
Yeah.
like weird one. I actually think it'll be fun to keep track of both.
Well, for now, this is at least Raz's one. I want to catch up on what happened on the bot side, though. B-Boy actually did a great job of getting lane priority down here. Thank you, observers, for highlighting this again. Early level lead from B-Boy and Seos, and they are making it worthwhile.
Yeah, we saw in the opener, they walk behind the lane, and you put that ward by Gromp as well to see them. They go for the little like slight invade to get vision through blue Gromp, and then return to lane, just walk right in front of the minions, and you're just always threatening this big damage really early on with this combination. And so they utilize it fairly effectively, and look at that. already almost at a turret plate, but we were talking about your stunners and the effectiveness, Kangas.
So the record dramatically increased since he took a stunner. We'll have to see if I have to give another as Contracts goes for the invade. Jose Daejeon defending the Gromp right now. Bot lane's not answering yet as Contracts still here. Jose Daejeon now pushing back Contracts towards Seos, helping him out with the Cozy Campfire. In comes Quid. Does not have a lot of mana though, so mostly the autos, and Contracts will, with the help of his support, continue the invade. Quid wrapping around again here. Now 80 carries are finally walking up. B-Boy's going to get there a little faster, but Contracts is low, has the flash available. Teleport in as mid lane actually went for the reset. So Zinni heavily backing up Contracts on this invade.
Yeah, exactly. You see him in the line brush down there. He went for the recall, and since Orion is out of mana, that's basically not really a champion anymore, no more threat. And so Shopify, they do successfully execute their early plan here. We got a cheer in the crowd for the underdogs there. And this plan is all built around the Lucian Milio having priority early on. So they're like, okay, we're going to use this bot lane to go for the invade. And they do successfully take away that blue buff.
Yeah, it's super important that the Lucian Milio were able to get that. And this is something that actually went awry the last time these two teams met, where Shopify kind of attempted a similar invade, did not work out as well. So having that pushing bot lane, really nice little early start for not only B-Boy, but now for Contracts.
And it's not just the bot lane that set that up. Zinni going for that TP also. It just shows that Shopify clearly have a game plan and are pulling it off together. Even Zinni getting a big chunk on a Quid as he teleported back into lane. So let's see what Contracts can do with that lead now, because he's successfully pulled off the invade, but you gotta actually get something afterwards.
Yeah, and Wukong is a great team fighting champion, for junglers, and he does have a Galio mid lane to make a lot of plays with. Who, by the way, is harassing and stealing away some Raptors here. So Zinni really playing for jungle, especially when you're playing a champion like Galio. Always should be one of the things at the forefront of your mind. So harassing enemy jungler, taking away some of the Raptors. They took away the blue buff. It's really leaving a bit of an effect here on Jose. Slightly behind on the Nefiri. And remember, as far as Contracts Wukong, that was the second game that he played really well against DSG and had a big carry performance, was on the Wukong as well.
And it is really great to see thus far how well you just talked about how Galio can play for jungle in these kind of matchups, as we see Jose.
Yeah, use the Justice Punch forward. Should be able to get out of here just fine. No Shockwave available on Quid. Seos gonna try and catch his way bot side. Don't imagine a dive happening there. But yeah, Jose Daejeon, he looks for a little play there mid. Not gonna find anything. Maybe invading Contracts now as he'll spot out, smite onto the red buff.
Yeah, and I think it's really important that Contracts and Zinni are working better together, right? Like, that's actually huge, and it was kind of a glaring issue in Shopify's earlier games this split, and something, Contracts has talked about extensively in terms of making sure that the two of them are on the same page and that communication is increased. And he's talked about how much better it's been recently, and we're seeing that in action in Shopify's early game.
Yeah, definitely agree. That is important. And Contracts was very complimentary of Zinni after that series that they won too. We had him on the lounge for the interview as he's running away now from the bottom lane. And in the interview, we're like, oh yeah, who do you think is player of this game? Clearly, he had all of our votes.
Yep.
But he was like, I'd go for Zinni because he had some good, well-placed Anivia walls and stuff like that. So the respect is definitely there between them, and the synergy growing.
Right now, Taunt up onto Quid here. We see Contracts continuing his jungle advantage. 18 CS up over Jose Daejeon. Was hovering around the dragon, but with multiple members of Team Liquid in the area, does not look like they will commit to that one yet. But as I say that, he actually does start it up.
Yeah, this is what a pushing bot lane gets you. Does look like Jose is going to try to contest here.
Yeah, and now B-Boy and Seos have to find a way in. Look for Core JJ's engage. Could find the knock-up. We'll get the shield onto Jan. Looks for the Blade Caller. Not going to land the root, though. And Contracts still just whacking away at the dragon as Zinni comes in. Playing bodyguard, pushing away Jose Daejeon, and this looks like it's going to be a dragon early for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, again, nice little move from Zinni to kind of threaten that wraparound, right, onto where TL were. And again, pushing bot lane. There's a reason why bot lane has become such a battlefield, why junglers keep repeatedly going down there. And B-Boy and Seos getting early prio with this Lucian Milio lane has not only helped out now Contracts with the aid of Zinni in terms of his jungle CS and overall presence, but also nets them that first Drake pretty early.
Yep, mid lane and bot lane pushing, playing for jungle. Makes you feel all warm and cozy inside. And it does
some cozy campfires.
The rift is healing.
It does.
Warm
It does get contracts up to a good break point now too. You know, you get your level 6 on the Wukong, and you have Flash ready. You are itching to make plays because Wukong with Flash, with ultimate, with a Galio on your team that also has ult is definitely the recipe for putting some extra pressure. And the area for that pressure should not change. It is correct here. You know, you keep on focusing bottom half of the map between bottom lane and mid lane, and you know, try and get some more pressure and some more resources out of it.
Currently, though, the Grubs just spawned, so Contracts is hovering around the top half of the map, clears out some camps there, and we'll go for the start on the Grubs. Daejeon is actually pathing towards the bottom side currently, so it looks like there will be no contest there either. Let's see if Contracts actually wants to go for all three, or if he'll just take a couple and walk away.
Yeah, I mean, Grubs were buffed on this patch, which makes them, you know, slightly more valuable objective now. And not only that, but that's 2 quick early objectives in the tank for Shopify, as he's going to be able to clear out all 3 of those.
Essentially on spawn, and Jan and Cora pushed the bot wave in, but there was a reset for B-Boy, so he's going back in to catch this wave. Daejeon will just get the camps on the bottom half of the map, and no contest so far. I guess there was a look at the dragons, but they didn't actually full commit onto that one. So just lead in the jungle position as the taunt lands now into the mid lane again. Quit should be just fine. Not much Emilio can do to help kill in a gank mid lane. But these small incremental advantages from the neutral objectives is the name of the game for Shopify's early game so far.
And now it looks like with the squad, potentially, Jose wants to take a look at these Raptors. We've seen a lot of battles over the Raptors.
The bloodiest of all Raptor pits is that one right there on your screen. Contracts is able to get in and Smite secure the big one. As now Team Liquid need to get their guys out of there. The taunt lands, the engage comes through. Contracts looking for the Cyclone. Locking down Core JJ for now, but Daejeon's in a good spot. Now the hero's entrance, but Team Liquid kited back in time. Quid's able to sidestep that one. Now Seos could be in some trouble here. Has to pop the flash. In goes Zinni, trying to buy space for the rest of Shopify Rebellion, but not enough damage from the squad means first blood picked up by Daejeon.
Yeah, and Jose kind of getting out of that. Nefuri is so good at kind of dodging a lot of this damage, and then the re-engage from Core on the Rakan, really, really nice to kind of stave off the initial pressure from Shopify and then get a kill of their own.
Yeah, really nicely done there. Kind of evade and then re-engage, as you say. They didn't get the Raptors, but it doesn't matter because Shopify are the ones that try and start this. So Zinni's thinking, all right, I proc my Aftershock, I'll be able to start this, but he immediately flashed out, and Contracts can't get much damage down on the rest of them. And then once they have Galley ultimate, they again kite it out. So good job by TL, kind of kiting and avoiding both of the engages from Shopify. And since Zinni had used his flash so quickly on the first time he went in, he couldn't escape.
Yeah, good job, good job. Nice.
And Spawn clapping. I mean, I also think for TL, now that they have like a kind of solid 1K gold lead off of that, TL do have such a strong team fight composition. Even though they did give up some of these early objectives, they now should be able to contest a lot of things. And yeah, Zinni locking in the Shirelias.
Yeah, he's playing for team, playmaking the name of the game here. He's got the speed up, the engage. Shopify, they know they want to keep on stacking those objectives. They don't want to let the Ornn start handing out upgrades for the Xayah Rakan to and Orianna to be able to carry some team fights. So they want to keep making plays themselves to keep stacking the objectives.
Yeah, and as you see, we have a few like kind of pocket pick records on the line, with Seos having a very strong record on that Emilio, and then Jose being undefeated on this Nefuri.
Both of them 15 KDAs.
Yeah, I remember interviewing him afterwards.
We'll get back to that as the Raptor invade's happening again. Contracts not able to get the big one that time around, as now the Cyclone used defensively. Daejeon carrying the Shockwave forward, but Contracts gets back to the turret and will get out safely. Yeah, those Raptors contested back-to-back. I imagine that's going to keep happening.
We love chickens here and Raptors.
Look at all these
whatever
chickens.
You want to call them. I call them birds on my jungle pathing spreadsheets. But there you kind of see like how many dive buddies this Nefuri has, right? Like Rakan can follow up, Ori Ball can be placed. It's just going to be increasingly scary with this, how many Nefiri combinations you can get. And already there's TL evening up the Drake stacking, keeping an eye on those Raptors, and contracts will be going for Jose's Raptors now.
Yeah, it's time to pay that back, as Zinni's actually taking a lot of damage in the mid lane, 1v2, and he goes down. Jose Daejeon with the kill credit. As Jan just peppers him with feathers, and successful defense on the Raptors.
Yeah, they are. Look at the lane assignments. They already, move over Zyra Khan towards mid, and it's a nice walk down there because Zinni had no flash. So Shopify start falling apart after the Raptor invade. Even though they don't kill contracts, it doesn't matter because you chunk them out so low. You can get the dragon. You put a stop to all those early objectives Shopify were getting, and then off of rotating your duo towards mid, you can make another play because Shopify were trying to go for another invade. So Team Liquid much ahead of them in the macro in these last couple of plays here. The game over Raptors really is turning their favor. Both of the Raptor Pit attempted plays there going for TL.
Yeah, sometimes we're all SOFM. I do want to point out the jungle discrepancy now, though, because we had talked about both junglers now have their first items in. Triforce locked in for contracts. Cyclo Sword locked in for Nefiri. We've talked about the incredible power of that reworked item recently as well. But even though Contracts was able to get an early lead off of kind of combining with Zinni for early pressure and invades, Jose has not only caught up, but now has a pretty solid advantage.
And once you know it, Raptors spawn, and we're contesting them again. Jose Daejeon's going in, but the Cyclone from Contracts, he wants to start the fight for himself as B-Boy joins from the side, plus Zinni. Taunt lands onto one. Trying to get the damage on Jose Daejeon, but he gets out with the teleport coming in to back them up. 5 members of Team Liquid are there. Who got the Raptor, though? That's the real question. I think it was Contracts.
Well, the big repercussions are going to be Ornn teleported away from the top lane, so you're just going to have Fudge push that top lane wave in. Ornn walking back up. Actually, he's going to get there kind of as it crashes, so is going to catch some of them, but Shopify now also with that Summoner Spell advantage.
Yeah, and they're moving up into kind of this top side quadrant to potentially get a little bit more vision down off of Fudge being able to push that wave in.
And I want to bring up this point here, as actually Jose Daejeon is looking mid. Not going to find anything currently. The fact that this has been such a jungle-focused matchup, Jose Daejeon versus Contracts, very exciting jungle matchup just between the two of these. It was early game for Contracts, but Jose Daejeon, with the help of the team, has done a fantastic job of equalizing and now picking up 2 kills for himself. And Contracts won't even walk up to that Raptor.
Yeah, both of those were off of, by the way, Shopify engages, where Zinni is the one that did the engage. Both by that kind of the defense on Raptors the first time around, and then also in mid lane. It was Zinni's choice to engage on Jan, and that's why he got himself into trouble with the feathers there, and that kill was another one that had gone over to Jose. So the Galio that's trying to play for jungle has been a source of gold for their opponents.
Yeah, and I think another thing that we kind of went a little bit unsaid, but is always a part. We're looking on pick to quit.
Yeah, it's flash out of Quid. Cyclone was 2 seconds away from Contracts right there. So just moments away from maybe getting the kill. At least it is a summoner down, and now Contracts just pushing them away from the turret itself. Jose Daejeon will at least get the Herald for this, but this could be multiple plates bot lane now for Shopify.
Yeah, I think Galio is going to be able to clean this up as they keep harassing really high up in the lane.
Yeah.
But yeah, Shopify will respond, or TL rather, will respond by getting that Rift Herald, and then the trade is going to be this bot tier 1.
Yeah, first turret bonus on this bottom tier 1 as well, so nice little bonus there. Does help in their efforts of cutting down the TL gold lead.
And also, Dragon of 50 seconds, Quid does not have flash. They got the summoner spell from that earlier attempt, so they're actually looking to maintain their position in the river here, not giving up Team Liquid's space to take that control ward. As I say it now, they will back off. Want to go for a reset, I imagine, before Dragon fight.
Yeah, and so much of this is going to come down to setup and vision, right? Just because TL do have, as we already pointed out with the Zyra Khan, so many easy tools to be able to deal with a lot of the dive potential coming out of this Wukong and Galio. So yeah, it's just going to be really important for both teams to kind of get their vision down and get a good setup onto this Drake.
Also, a reminder for everybody, we are back in the Riot Games Arena next week, and tickets are also on sale, so go check those out. Speaking of tickets, get your tickets at the Road to Arizona. It's playoffs time, baby, so the finals will be at the Mullet Arena. Kobe's mullet is coming in fantastic, I will say.
I'm gonna go your strat. I'm gonna get a wig as well.
You're just gonna get a wig? Well, why are you giving it away?
Because
maybe people thought I was gonna grow one.
My bad. Sorry. Spoilers. I'm also just assuming that. Maybe I'm still wrong.
True.
I might still be wrong.
Yeah, he already spoiled it on desk. As we see some heavy trading in mid lane, TL did actually net that third Drake for themselves, 2 now in the stacking, and are pressuring this mid-tier one.
We have a dive top lane, though, right now. The turret's very low, so if they just take that out first, the taunt comes up onto Morgan, and now Fudge, no turret in the way, can try and roast him down. He's able to jump out of there as mid-turret will fall to the Herald. Morgan trying to buy some more time for the rest of Team Liquid to come up to the top lane, but they're blocked up by contracts in the river. And it looks like no fight will actually happen. So just a mid-turret for top turret trade at the end of the play.
Yeah, Morgan survives. Still pretty difficult to kill that Ornn. And also he did have kind of the rest of the team moving up and kind of trading a little bit of DPS with Shopify in the river.
And mid lane turrets are definitely more, I mean, they're not technically more valuable as far as the gold goes, but they are as far as the map setup.
Figuratively, they're a lot more valuable.
Because it makes it so much easier to get mid lane priority for objectives. So it is quite nice for TL to do a mid for top level trade right there and be able to turn it around. And now we're just looking at summoner spells. And again, Orianna is the target, as Emily mentioned. Both the Xayah and the Nefiri, these other carries on Team Liquid, they can just jump up in the air and become untargetable. So they're much more difficult targets, whereas the Orianna with no flash is a big one.
Talk about targets. It's Contracts right now. It's getting engaged on Shockwave, pulls him back, but it was only the clone. He got to safety. And Cyclone's away from the fight. So Team Liquid not finding a pick. We're just scrapping around. Again, the Raptors. We just need to have like a death mark on that part of the mini-map. You like, watch that.
So I know our stats guy can do like a heat map, and I would love to see the heat map because I feel like it's just going to be both Raptor camps.
You're not going to name him? You're not going to give credit to Leo?
Leo? Yeah, Liam.
He who must not be named. He's kind of like Voldemort, you know. He wields a lot of evil power, I've heard.
Of statistics.
As Azale learned recently, you don't want to mess with him.
Yeah, that's true.
Shopify going for an invade. Contracts jumping onto Jose Dioto. Has a team all behind him as he looks to smite away the buff. As now B-Boy getting engaged on by Core JJ, but the damage was not there to follow up. Quit a little too far away. Also doesn't have Shockwave. So Shopify feeling confident to keep scrapping. B-Boy has exhaust on him. Jan had exhaust as well, and everyone just backs away. So, I believe that was blue buff, though, secured by Contract. Shopify, at least get out with that.
Yeah,
if I saw that correctly, at least.
I believe it was, the smite there for Nefiri, because he is also wearing it. He gave the thumbs up afterwards, so I'm going to go with Jose. But regardless, never mind, we have attack.
Call the Forge God onto Zinni, has to flash away from the knock-up, and now we'll channel the teleport. Morgan going to try and knock him up before then, not in time. So Zinni does successfully get away.
Yep, successful getaway, but that's now TP down for Zinni for a little bit. So we'll see. They're probably still going to try to, send him up top side, set him up in a side lane since he still will have Galio ultimate to rejoin the team.
I feel with the 2-item power spikes coming in for most of the players in the game now, it becomes a really big issue for Shopify, how they're going to deal with Jan. We even saw in the last fight, Jan's positioning very aggressively and can walk up and like lay down so many feathers on 2-item power spike here with the quick blades also being completed for him, as well as for B-Boy. There's so much more safety in the TL setup here and their 5-on-5. Shopify are going to have to find a really good angle around the side to quickly delete one of the carries from TL. And we're approaching this breakpoint fairly quickly because it's only 50 seconds before the dragon. That's around the time you really need to get your wards and be there early for the objective. We'll also say, as far as the 2-item power spikes, the new Imperial Mandate is done for Zinni, and so that provides the damage amp when you do land your CC. for your rest of your team as well, and giving you the cooldown reduction, the extra ability haste for your CC abilities here. So Zinni going with the super cook on the new Galio build here. Very, very supportive and play for team type of build.
Dragon in 20 seconds. Team Liquid currently controlling the access point in the river. Zinni's going to try and front line to give them space. Lands the CC onto Core JJ as B-Boy takes some trades there against Morgan, but Zinni is just getting roasted. Not a very tanky Galio with that build. And that means the Shopify now with the full retreat. Flash from Seos and B-Boy. The equalizer comes down, but trying to give B-Boy some space to play with. But I think damage is done. I mean, with a 4v5 now, very low chance of a contest from Shopify.
Yeah, I don't think they will contest without this Galio unless they start feeling really, really desperate.
It was multiple ultimates from Team Liquid. That's 4 down. Only Jan has his available.
Yeah, so, I mean, this Galio build, as we said, it's like a super cook. It is very squishy. It's all about, like, utility. And, the Shurelia's does not have defenses on it. The Mandate does not have defenses on it either. He did, start with the Doran's Helm, so you can be like, my defenses.
Yeah, and his W, can shield a Duran, gives you some resistances, but it's not a lot.
It's like, you got to get, like, good value out of Shurelia's speed and, good amp for your team to make it worth it.
Not able to save the bottom turret either as Morgan backs up Quid to push that one in. That's going to be the 3rd Dragon plus another turret for Team Liquid, and slowly they are getting more and more control of Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, and I think you can increasingly see, like, there is a world where Shopify are able to get the perfect team fight off, right? With this supportive Galio build, just constantly buffing B-Boy, right? Contracts, taking out priority targets, equalizer going down. But I feel like TL have so many tools to reposition and avoid damage.
Yeah, and to Kobe's point, you kind of have to be there first. If Team Liquid are in the river first, they don't have a front line to walk in. It really is, unfortunately, Zinni on the Galio. So, I mean, Kobe, you mentioned the importance of, like, setting up the wards and being at the place early. Team Liquid so far checking those boxes. Shopify a little behind the play.
Yeah. I mean, you basically, you just have to be really good with, like, hitting your CC combos, because as we said, he's got 2, like, AP support items. So if he can hit the CC and they can, like, chain some good knockups there, then maybe they can do it. But we're already in the area of both carries with Quid and Jan having their Ornn upgrades. So, like, the full, as Jose is thinking about.
Yeah, the itemization is coming through for Team Liquid, but Shopify look for their play. Contracts over the wall. Here comes the Hero's Entrance, only going to land onto Quid right there. And now call the Forge God defensively from Team Liquid to re-engage. Shopify get away. Team Liquid don't have the range to follow up there, so I guess it's just a couple ults thrown at each other. Nobody goes down.
Yeah, and I mean, there you, I think, again, see all of the tools that TL has to deal with the engage from Shopify. I feel like neither team have done the full commit as of recently, right? Like, it's a lot of these little, like, okay, we'll kind of go in. That's the closest to a full commit we saw from Shopify. And TL can kind of, they just have so many ways to mitigate damage.
Meat grinder here. If you get a full commit, I feel like Shopify are just going to get ground up and just stat checked. Because Ornn is such a beefy, real front line. And Shopify, you have the feeling that they do have to rely on hitting their CCs and comboing them in order to not only make their offense successful, but even their defense successful. And they have not been able to do that, as you keep pointing out. Like, TL can avoid a lot of, have been able to avoid it very successfully so far. And we're moving towards a very quick Dragon Soul. So Shopify really have to get, like, a crazy flank or something, insta-delete the Orianna. And even then, it does feel like TL, as long as they can get people in position, have really good ability to kind of stat check.
And they're supporting it by getting a ton of vision and kind of pressure down by pushing out that bot wave, by getting vision in Shopify's bot side jungle here. They're going to be really, really well set up for this Drake spawn in just a little over a minute. And this is what I like to see from TL when they are at their best. I do think of these kind of big macro movements of just kind of setting up the map in a really good spot, and that's going to force Shopify to kind of have to contest this Cloud Drake Soul at a disadvantage.
We're talking about like the potential play Shopify have. It's like, oh, find a flank or find somebody out of position. Well, if they're just grouped around Dragon, you're probably not going to find either of those. It really comes down to contracts, finding an insane play. Maybe B-Void just having a pop-off team fight, but Team Liquid are in such good control right now. 30 seconds till Drag spawns. Let's see if they maintain.
So also Zinni's third support item here for the Galio does provide some tankiness with the shield. He has gone for the locket. That did get the little buffs as well. So let's see with the 3-item power spike.
Yeah, can he do it? Will he die in 5 seconds or 6 seconds this time? Let's see. As Team Liquid still have control because they're going to have to send the Galio in, send somebody in to wrestle away the vision control the Team Liquid have currently. We're repositioning to the bottom lane. Shopify trying a new strategy this time around. Mid lane did not work last time. Maybe this is the avenue.
Yeah, they are going to spot 4 out
Work
there.
got early from Morgan. They got in onto B-Boy, and the Lucian's in a lot of trouble to start things off. Zinni does buy him some space. Contracts will go down on the side. B-Boy's still alive, but Fudge looks to fall here too. Team Liquid refocusing up onto the solo laner here as B-Boy and Zinni will look to take down Morgan, but his health bar is just too big. Quit on a killing spree as Fudge goes down. Shopify lose 2.
Yeah, I was going to say, while everyone was kind of focused on Morgan and the Ornhorn, Contracts was dying in bot lane to TL. This is going to be their Cloud Soul here. And again, you see how Shopify, even when they're trying to set up this kind of perfect fight, it does not work. And TL pulled the trigger first, win the fight, and get the Drake.
And I'm curious what the call here was, because I imagine Contracts might be expecting the Galio to go on him here.
Yeah, okay. I mean, they had a really good interrupt where Seos interrupts Jose's ulti, or B-Boy would have gotten deleted on the left side. But it doesn't matter because they're able to chase down on the other side. Contracts does get deleted here. But I thought it was a really good initiation from Morgan there. Pop the Ornn ultimate, go for the flash knockup onto B-Boy, and then Seos had a really good kick on the Ultra Mega Fire kick here on Jose to stop his ult. But of course, losing the jungle on the other side too means instantly that Dragon Soul is gone, and TL, they are going to march towards those gates here.
4K gold lead plus the Dragon Soul. That's a lot.
Yeah, and they're already, you see, they're already setting up, again, their vision line. They're pushing out top turret. They get top tier 1. They're going to be setting up for this Baron, and they're already on it.
Yeah, starting it up. We did see Zinni pushing in that bottom wave. Shopify have a couple of members nearby teleporting Zinni in. Has the hero's entrance available if they want to go for it. Cyclone defensively from Contracts as Jose looks to jump onto him. So no Wukong ult at the Baron pit anymore. Shopify Rebellion will instead push this mid wave. Team Liquid will catch it. And I imagine they still have a fantastic spot around this Baron. They could just look to peel right back to it.
Yeah, super solid game from Team Liquid this time around. Very well controlled from them. Let's see, with the Dragon Soul, they've got all this extra speed, so it makes you really worried about the turn. Ornn Ultimate is available, so they can just start up the Baron as many times as they want. And then if you walk close, Shopify, guess what? The train is going to come through, and you get run over. So you're kind of choosing between, do we hope for a miracle like defending towers at our base, or do we hope for a miracle approaching a Dark Baron?
Yeah, and you've already seen their decision is, nope, we're just going to push in. We're going to try to get some of these turrets down. They aren't able to get that mid-tier 1, though, which would have been really, really nice for them. But it's exactly as you say, Kobe, right? Like, now they're like, okay, maybe we can make a base defense.
Yeah, I don't even know if they're going to get that bottom tier turret. We see Fudge heavily pushing in there. It'll be traded for the tier 2 in mid lane. And Team Liquid will go for the reset. So Baron into immediate cash out from the turret and now defend their own. Fudge TPs away. And we'll catch this top wave. So not too bad from Fudge. But overall, this is a fantastic way forward, Team Liquid. They are in a commanding position here. Let's see how much they can actually get done with this Baron, because it's rare that we see the Baron itself just turn into a win, just pushing and sieging turrets. Oftentimes, you still need to find that team fight.
Yeah, I mean, I think TL have the right idea, right? Like, they're pushing in mid. They'd already taken down that mid tier 2. They're now going to be able to rotate very easily to bot, where Quid has already pushed out that bot wave. I mean, it's just kind of clinical for them at this point.
Yeah, I feel like that's been the name of the game here too. They successfully were able to punish the Galio mid a bunch of times for the early stages of the game, and then scale up super nicely. Now they're at the gates, and Kangas, I don't know if Shopify can answer this one.
Yeah, Raz might be have a stunner in his future here. For the Shopify
You're going to have to
fans
power
all around the
Shopify
world.
up.
Yeah, let's see if they got anything in them right now. Team Liquid going to go for the play. The Call to Forge God will land only onto B-Boy, but no big follow-up from the rest of Team Liquid. Means that now Contracts can go in. Flashes for the Cyclone. Knockups land onto Quid, but Quid's getting back to safety. Now CoreJJ backing up his mid laner, and it's Quid on a rampage. It's Team Liquid winning the team fight for now. One will fall. B-Boy's good for that one, but a double kill to Quid and an ace for TL will mean a Game 1 victory for the team in the lower bracket, expected to make a deep run here and getting it done in game number 1. GG, Team Liquid go up 1-0.
Yeah, and they were able to deal with all of the early pressure that we did see Shopify kind of try to have. They had all the tools to be able to deal with Shopify's composition. And then it was just straight up like classic TL, really great map play. And I am curious to see what the lounge thinks now. I've heard they have a special guest.
We do. We got APA here.
Yo.
How you doing?
Good. I mean, I was here for the Team Liquid funeral today. But sadly, looks like they're gonna at least win Game 1.
They kind of slammed.
I'm moving for Shopify 3-1.
Okay, we got the late prediction. We got the late prediction.
Yeah, currently I'm here for the Team Liquid funeral.
All right, so you're officially a hater. That was a pretty dominant performance, though. We were talking about the draft a little bit, saying pretty just generic team fighting comp for Team Liquid, but then when they didn't fall behind early, it did feel pretty straightforward for them to be able to win that game.
Yeah, I mean, there were some interesting things that game, but it looked just a lot of like Shopify was a bit disconnected, and Team Liquid just played more or less a solid game, fought dragons, fought camps.
Yeah, we have a clip of the final fight to claim the Dragon Soul, but this was more of a formality. Like the Galio is actually on mid lane. We were wondering if they were going to try to use it with Contracts, but he needed to use it to save his AD carry over on the left side. Contracts and Fudge can't quite get the team fight, and this was Raz, just them being disconnected this entire time.
Yeah, because this wasn't the only play as well. The fact that got to give credit to CoreJJ, who was trying to find that angle and ends up getting an isolation on towards Wukong, and yes, Galio wasn't there, but also really early on when they were trying to fight for the previous dragon, Galio walking into the line bush, probably thinking that they were all on the same page, but Wukong was on red buff, so it's like, those are the type of issues that you would think after the 2 week of breaks, and just hard scrimming, that would not be an issue at all.
It's something that just can't be happening in playoffs, to be completely honest. Like when you're this disconnected over some things that just feel like basics.
Yeah, we do have a tie, though, in Player of the Game. Between Jose Diodo and Yon, so I know how this goes.
Oh my God!
Jose Diodo's going to win because he always wins the fan
Yon
vote.
at 0%.
So I will say this was a hard vote for sure because they won so convincingly throughout the game. But congratulations, Jose Diodo. You have Twitch chat fans.
There we go. That's
Good
a dub.
job.
That's a dub.
Good job, everybody.
Pat on the back.
APA is going to be here all day. You're also going to be casting Game 2.
I will be casting next
So
game.
maybe your hate watch will be successful. We'll see. Congratulations, though, to Jose and Team Liquid on a pretty dominant Game 1. And I actually have heard that Kangas, he had his 516 shirt on.
Yeah.
He's been Shopify's like biggest fan. He's been the biggest fan.
Feel bad for him because it doesn't look, I mean, they need this kind of a speech after a game like that. Why is he in the room?
He was just casting. He's everywhere.
Why does he feel like, is there security in this building? Oh, he seems to be gassing them up. This is not the right.
This is how you do
What
it.
is he telling them to do?
Hydrate.
Oh yeah, we need the coach hydrated. The draft is bad. Oh, that's what he's telling them. That's what he's telling them. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
He's getting the message across. He's getting the message across. A deep bow? Okay, fair enough. I think they need more than that.
I think they do. One quick thing we wanted to touch on, though, APA, as soon as Zinni locked in Galio, you called out his build. Do you want to really quickly explain what was going on there?
So with Zinni's build, he went Jack of all trades, and with the build he's going, with Doran's helm, you get 3 stats off that, armor, MR, health, and he went Shirley's Rush. And since he went boots, and I think it was Fairy Charm, you get 5 stacks instantly, so that's first space, you already have 5 stacks, so you get 10 AP. And then when you complete Shirley's, it's 4 stacks, Doran's Helm, 3 stacks, and then the Sork Shoes, which is also 3 stacks that you completed, so by one item, like completed boots, he has 10 stacks of Jack of all trades, which is something that normally you need 2 to 3 items roughly to complete. So we got full effect of Jack of all trades within 10-ish minutes of the game, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I really like the build. I wish it would have done better. Maybe we won't see more of it after that. But exciting stuff. Also, during LCS Spring Split, you can win a trip to a League of Legends event, save your MasterCard as your card on file, and make a purchase from the Incline store for a chance to win. Game 2 with APA Casting is up next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right, shopkeeper time. What are we doing for this build?
First pick, 564 miles of range.
This should last us a while. What's next?
Lane economy is key.
Okay, how about 30 miles to the gallon then? It's a high tempo pick.
We can't neglect power. How about 329 HP?
We can buy one more item. What about vision? The map's fully lit. We're not missing anything.
All right, let's get this show on the road.
And Rez, hey, support means support. No running off this time.
That was just a one-time thing!
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
What's up, everyone, and congratulations, Contracts, on your Week 7 Player of the Week. It's been some time. What you been working on? What's been going on?
Yeah, no, I mean, last 2 weeks you've just been, just scrimming and, trying the new patch. We've had about a week and a half on it so far, so I'm excited, ready to go.
Last time we saw you, you were reigning terror on the Olaf. You're beating people up now. Have you played this game before, surely, on the Player of the Week interviews?
Probably not. I don't think so.
90-second question, rapid fire questions going at you. Now, if you don't want to answer a question or if you can't think of an answer, you can go and skip next. You ready?
Gotcha. Ready to go.
Perfect. 3, 2, 1. Who do you love to hate watch in the LCS and in the NFL?
In the LCS, it's gotta be like C9 or something.
That's a good
answer.
answer.
Back in the day, it was TSM.
Okay, yeah, that's perfect. Both perfect answers. What about the NFL?
NFL, it's gotta be someone in the NFC West because I'm a Niners fan. So let's just say the Rams, Seahawks.
Love it, love it. A solo queue dark tech that you've seen or played against. Recently is decent, but if it just sticks in your mind, you can answer that.
I've really been a fan of Teemo Jungle back in the day when they buffed the monster damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good for a while.
Did you?
I was an abuser of it.
Oh my god! I hate you already. All right. What's the secret of climbing?
Secret of climbing?
You're gonna say Teemo Jungle.
To be honest, I don't really do that much nowadays.
Okay, good. Oh, that's not good.
Secret of climbing? Just play for yourself, honestly. You just gotta play super greedy.
Okay, favorite protagonist and antagonist in an anime?
Right now, I'm rewatching Code Geass, so Lelouch.
That's very good.
That's
honestly,
fire.
That answers both. That answers, pet peeve in a teammate.
Probably just not being like imposing themselves.
Yeah.
You gotta be loud. You gotta like say what you want.
That's true. Current pastime, or current pastime on your off day that you're appreciating. That isn't solo queue.
Recently, I've been playing this game called Teamfight Manager 2.
Yeah.
I played the original one as well. Fun game.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Favorite streamer or creator to watch right now?
It's gotta just be Caterham.
That's a good answer.
Goat.
Damn. Actually, I would say a last question would be, you're going up against Team Liquid. What is the strategy? What's the goal? How do you beat them?
I think we just got to play our own game. Obviously, typical answer, but I think if we put ourselves in positions to have good fighting champs, that we can match their strength in terms of skirmishes and how they want to play early game, I think if we can win one game, we'll just win the series.
All right. Thank you for that one. Congratulations on once again winning that Player of the Week interview, and good luck on today's games.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. The man on your screen right there won Player of the Week last week, but is down in this series currently. Shopify dropping game 1 to Team Liquid, and we got to get APA in here for a cast. So welcome to the caster desk. APA, you'd pointed out that my shirt was incorrect last time. And I got to point out that I did ask production to print multiple. So everybody in the audience, who wants APA to throw you a shirt? Yeah? SR 517. Okay, where are you throwing yours, Ian? You're throwing yours out. Okay, point. There we go. Oh, that's a cannon right there. We're going far on mine that time. There we go. I still have faith that Shopify can come back. APA, do you believe in them?
No, I'm here for the TL funeral, so I believe in Shopify.
Do you want it to happen, or you believe it is going to happen?
A little bit of both,
Okay,
hopefully.
okay, nice. There we go. All right, construct for me the comeback scenario here for Shopify, because game number 1 did seem like TL controlled it for pretty much the whole game.
Well, I think starting from draft, we need to ban Jose Lee Sin.
Yeah,
like
okay.
I was a bit too good at Lee Sin, which I do think they did last game, and hopefully they continue to do so this game.
All right,
and
check.
then going from there, I mean, I'm not too sure. We'll have to look at the drafts.
Okay, yeah.
What are the odds of taking it away? Do you have faith in contracts to just pick it?
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the beast mode within him, so I'm down.
That's what we've all been saying, is that if Shopify are able to do damage, we're kind of expecting it to be contracts, to have that level of pop-off that we talked about last week, Kobe, where he wins Player of the Week. He has these 2 insane carry games, and it almost felt like he was set up in game 1 to do that.
Yeah, and he said, in his interview with Raz, like, we just got to get champs to be in a position to be able to fight them early, and that's going to be our recipe for success. So see if they can get in there to be able to fight early. There you go. Right off the bat, first ban, APA.
Already the recipe for success for Shopify right there.
Yeah.
And the Yoni ban too. This looks great.
Well, I mean, based on some of the more recent games, maybe you do give Quid Yone, but historically, very strong champion. Team Liquid currently banning away the Varus, so focusing on the bot side for B-Boy. He played as Lucian, which is one of his signature picks, and I think limiting his champ pool also a great avenue for Team Liquid to get a Game 2 win.
So TL also really, really like Ashe Seraphine. The Melio and the Lucian are out, but the Caitlyn Bard answer is still really good. The Ezreal Karma is still available too. Do you feel like it would be still too early for them to jump on that, or is that first pick worthy?
No, I think it's first pick worthy. It just depends on team to team. I think there's also other stuff, like globally right now. Yep. I was going to bring up the Cassio that was not banned last game, that you see a lot of teams first picking, like Quad picked it, I believe, first in game 2 yesterday. So just curious to see where the teal crowd is down game 2. That stuff like Lucian Melio are out, which has been something that is like is Yawns. Like I guess it's like the most famous pick, I would say.
Yeah.
Well, if everything goes to expectations for Shopify, they're going to have first pick here on the red side, expecting more things like, you know, saving that bot lane counter pick for B-Boy, unless they would just want to go for something strong early, like maybe take away the Ashe Seraphine. But Kobe, as you were highlighting, I like things like the Caitlyn and Bard into it, so they have options there, but at least setting up B-Boy to carry, he got them such a strong lead in game number 1, and then Seos was able to spill that over into contracts in the jungle. I liked what Shopify did in the first 14 minutes. It's just the rest of the game that things kind of fell apart here, as right now it does look like they're hovering that bot laner, so they actually are going to go for Ezreal for B-Boy.
There's a few things that were missing from last game's draft ban phase. Like there's the Annie that's missing from the TL ban. There's the Rise that's missing from the Shopify ban. So I'm curious to see if they're going to take Annie priority onto either of those two characters. Like Quid, obviously known for having a really good Rise these days. Yeah.
Yeah, it's his most played champion by far there as well. And looks like it'll continue to be his most played champion. Yep. Now, the top lane or support kind of flex Anivia. They keep on hovering this.
It can go anywhere, even.
Jungle
You never know. Rise might go top.
Yeah, there you go. You can do the switcheroo. All right, the Bard priority is a bit more real here. And again, back on the Ezreal pick here, even with Karma banned, do you feel like it has the same effectiveness? You can slot in Nico or whatever. Oh, there you go.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
they definitely feel like it can, and they're going to take away the Anivia, which definitely can be played into the Rise, but as you said, you know, can be swapped around too.
Yeah, it could be top lane for Fudge on Shopify. We just expect it to not be support, as the Nico is locked in as the pair with the Ezreal, so no surprise if Caitlyn's locked in. Caitlyn Bard, solid 2v2 combo in that bottom lane, and then we'll leave up top lane and jungle picks for Team Liquid later on in the draft, and there it is, locked in.
I like the theme of the Team Liquid draft so far. They got a strong bot lane with Caitlyn Bard. You know, they're going to push them in, they're going to hump the turret, and then you have...
Is that an official term? Technical term?
Yeah, they're going to hump the turret.
Okay.
Yeah. And then
I'm writing that one down.
They have the Rise, which is going to try to push mid and just hover bot lane. So then the Caitlyn can just auto the turret, and then if everything goes well, they're going to have so much pressure within the game. So I'm a fan of the TL draft so far.
So a lot of people do like the Anivia side for the Anivia into Rise. How do you feel about that one? Because I seem to remember you getting a solo kill.
Much earlier into this play, yes.
Yeah.
I have not gotten to play that matchup recently because it is often taken into other roles, sadly.
Yeah.
But it is quite good for Anivia. I think, especially as you get level 6, you just drop the ult on Rise and you wall behind, and he's a mobile character. You can't.
Yeah.
You have to slowly walk out of the glacial.
Especially with Phase Rush gone now, too. Like, you're reliant on Ghost or Flash, basically summoner spells to get out of that type of situation. And that's kind of where we saw the Anivia first crop up, was in that counter matchup. Then it got flexed around, and the shenanigans ensued. But I fully would expect Zinni to be piloting that one, and we will not see Olaf for contracts. This was the big pick he carried on last week.
I like the respect shown here, because definitely was such a huge game for Shopify and for contracts, so targeting down him.
It definitely feels like jungle is such a wide open floor right now. You have so many unique picks for different players. Like Contracts has his Olaf. You know, Griffin, of course, has his wide variety of picks. But there's always so many picks right now that, like, even if you blind pick something common, you know, like Nocturne or something here on the Shopify side, you really never know what's going to be picked.
Yeah, I mean, there's still like Jarvan and stuff, which is a lot of people really highly prioritize up there too. So we do get that Nocturne.
Yeah. So Nocturne not going to have the Orianna combo with it, so no knock waves, but still have a lot of damage following it up with Ace in the Hole, even Bard joining in. And I'm waiting for confirmation to see if that's a visual bug or that is a Scion ban. I'm hearing from production. Okay. So not a misban from Team Liquid, it is a Scion ban, so no Scion for Fudge in the top lane.
I thought you were talking about the literal bug that they're hovering.
They are hovering a literal bug, yeah.
Which, yeah.
And they locked in a literal bug.
And the reason is because it is good into Nocturne for the isolated 1v1. You don't always get your isolated 1v1s, but you can take over jungle. And if you're trying to have Contracts be the one that's getting you a lot of advantages, you know, Kha'Zix is very good, especially post 6. You go for your invades, play on those brush, play on those isolated plays.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I'm talking about with the weird jungle counter picks. Like you blind something standard that you see all the time, which is Nocturne, and then get something that is Kha'Zix, which has been played, what it said, 0 times so far in the LCS.
And I mean, who else to do it but Contracts? We've been harping this multiple times already, and it's only game 2 draft is that Contracts is going to have to put on a carry performance for Shopify to get over the mountain that is Team Liquid, and they're giving him the tools in the bug.
Yeah, it's so nice because you can break tether multiple ways. Ooh, the Shen makes it complicated though.
Yeah.
The Shen with the Nocturne here can just ride on in for the double dive.
Yeah. Even with something like Rise, like you can Rise ult and then Shen ult on top of Rise, and you're gonna follow Rise through the run portal.
Yeah. That's fun. And also, it just means that anytime Kha'Zix finds somebody isolated, they're never truly isolated.
Yeah, you're never going to be isolated. The globals on Team Liquid are plentiful, to say the least. Rise, Nocturne, Shen, and Bard all can pressure side lane so heavily. And if they do get success early with Caitlyn Bard utilizing APA's strategy of aggressively attacking turrets.
I believe he said a different term, Kobe. You don't want to say the term?
Well, playing for plates, I think.
Okay, yes,
I think that was the idea. Playing for plates, yeah, if they get turret pressure with Caitlyn
Thumping
Bard.
on the front door. I think that's
yeah.
All right, well, here we go. The Kha'Zix is exciting, but the answer of the Shen might just shut it down. Let's see if Shopify have what it takes to even out the series, or if Team Liquid will find their way to a 2-0 leading the series and looking for a potential sweep. Expectations could never be higher for a team like Team Liquid here, based on what they've said about their practice, what other teams have said about their scrims, and Shopify, again, sneaking into the lower bracket in playoffs. Heavy underdogs here. Make some noise, Riot Games Arena. Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid. Game 2 underway.
Shopify, they're trying to make it fun. They're trying to pull out some creativity. That's what you like to see. When you lose game number 1 so convincingly, you need to keep on using some unexpected strategies here. So bringing out the Kha'Zix. We'll see if Contracts can get some isolated fights versus the Nocturne. Start to get yourself into some unsuspected brushes. You get the jump on somebody, and you can start to kind of snowball some areas of the map.
So I think, while we're watching the mid lane matchup, it can be pretty volatile early. But just from the jungle perspective, I feel like both junglers are just going to full clear down. You know, Nocturne's going to want to get 6 camps. He wants to get level 6. Kha'Zix wants to get a few levels in his queue before he starts the fight. So I think it's going to be a pretty standard game unless one of the lanes becomes way too volatile and something's too easy to gank.
Well, we'll be tracking the jungle pathing, but I want to talk also about what you see on screen here. This is part of why expectations are so low, is it's not just what we've seen on screen, it's what the players are talking about the teams as well. I mean, we had on pros Berserker and Isles talking about kind of the chances, Kobe, for Shopify Rebellion, and they didn't look great.
Yeah, Isles he couldn't even see a chance for Shopify to be able to win. And that was true in game number 1, but not necessarily true for the entire series, especially if APA gets his way.
But while we're at it, why not toss it to Raz to hear from Team Liquid coach Spawn?
That's right, Spawn. First thing to note of is actually the draft here. You got Shen, Nocturne, seems like a response to Kha'Zix. Thoughts on the draft, and your thoughts on what they're picking?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they've gone a little bit more scaling, and I think that they felt like they probably lacked options in the last game team fight because they didn't have any tools, so they've given themselves like great tools this game. They've got, Nico to be able to engage, and if he is really annoying in team fight, and then the Kha'Zix brings a little bit of flair. Obviously, we're trying to shut that down quite hard by running the Shen, so we'll see how it goes.
I'm suspecting they're permabanning the Lee Sin. You might not have that for the series. And also, a lot of what was happening in the early game, tracking Jose Diodo and looking to invade quite a bit. Any thoughts on what that strategy is looking like?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny, right? The campaign to deny Jose MVP was launched with 3 jungle bans coming at us now, jungle tracking. It's no secret that Jose's in great form, especially in the early game. So, their strategy makes sense. It's something that we've seen now for weeks. So we're getting better at dealing with it as a team. So, thanks to Lion for introducing it into the mix. And, now the job's on us to kind of combat it.
What do you guys want to, what have you seen in game 1 and just in the prior series that you want to work on as a team?
Honestly, our energy. I don't know if you guys have heard any comms listenings, but we sound a lot more upbeat today, which is good. We came into the year, said we wanted to play with some fun. I think we lost that a little bit in the last 4 weeks. So we're trying to bring it back. So hopefully we were able to do that today.
I like that. Sounds good. Good luck on the games. I'm going to send this one straight back to the casters.
Awesome to hear from Coach Spawn there. APA, I want to get your thoughts on either what he said or just how the early game's gone so far.
Well, I mean, of course, as a mid laner, I'm watching that mid lane matchup, and everyone saw Zinni just go down to 1 HP, just ticking down from the Deathfire touch, and it's so close. But even in the CS department, even though Zinni was so low, he's up a full wave already.
Yeah.
And it looks like he got another good trade. And I think the matchup only gets worse for Quid on Rise. So I'm curious to see how Zinni can take this small lead that he has and see if he can balloon it.
Yeah, he was doing some really cool stuff on Anivia last time they played it versus DSG, where he was even like putting walls up in time to interrupt Pantheon W coming in for stunts on him and stuff. So definitely seems like this is one of the comfortable champions for him. That bodes well for Shopify. And junglers are just into their second full clears again.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, we're looking for level 6s here, and that's when you can get pretty spicy with it. Kha'Zix, once you get your level 6, you have so much more kill pressure. So we'll see what they can do once we start to get junglers involved, because the mid lane was feeling like spicy, but they just get to walk it off for now.
I mean, for jungle, it's probably just going to be 2 full clears, and then it might just be a team fight for the 6-minute crab. Both junglers look like they're going to get level 6 off of it. So that's what looks like what it might turn into.
And we get a little supportal combat, but I don't imagine anything's going to come of that. QuarJJ just dropped some of the Wayfarer Shrines for Quid, picking those up, healing himself back up. But I like that you highlight the fact that it's a 6-minute crab. We've seen a lot of games decided at the 6-minute crab.
Especially on C9.
Like. Yeah. True. Yeah, you're very experienced with that one, aren't you?
It's a blubber crabs for a reason.
Vision over the crabs could be big. It's a bottom crab, the extra bonus of bottom crab being by the dragon with the level 6 possibility. So Team Liquid are investing their wards really early and going for the recall here to get your purchase off in time. Let's see. Here we go. Bottom side entry possible.
It looks like that control ward in the line brush. Yep, that was protected by Quid, so they will still have that one. As Zinni already used the TP earlier, Fudge will pop Dominus just to clear out the wave. And keep in mind that Morgan could always join in at a fight like that, then TP back topside. This is also the strength of the Shen pick, is that you can get around for these earlier game objectives.
I mean, I think we're about to enter into the 6-minute crab fight, but the Shopify solo lanes, there's some pretty nice CS leads already. It's only 5 minutes. Both of them have 10 roughly CS lead respectively. It's pretty good going for them so far.
Yeah, and it looks like they've made the call on Shopify. All right, we're not going to be able to contest this crab fight. So we are just going to go for Contract's a little deep excursion here into enemy jungle instead.
We're just going to find nothing. There's nothing up there to do. He's looking at a yellow timer in the camp, and he's just waiting.
I love that timer from Morgan. He actually went for the reset, so if there was a fight, he could have ulted there, had his purchase and full health, TP'd back to top lane. As it is, he just TP's top, and now Jose Daejeon has Quid behind him to help out protect the
really
invade.
Scary, because Jose's 6 and the Contract is only level 5.
Yeah.
Of course, if he gets a smite, he can get 6, but as the 1v1, of course.
Especially because he also knows, well, there's a Stand United. There's no way I ever want to, stick around there. So at best, as you're saying, it would be a smite and run for the hills. So gonna have to go back to his own side, and just pretty smooth opening here as far as Jose is concerned. But as you mentioned, the laning prowess of Renekton and Anivia going well for Fudge and Zinni.
That's where their advantage is being accrued currently. The jungle early game goes to Jose Daejeon, but it's not like it's the end of the game. Contract still hits level 6 off of his own camps, and we'll just go back to that full clear that you had been talking about, APA.
And this is what I mean about the Ryze and Anivia matchup. Ryze has no mobility. He can't, can't dash out of the Anivia ult.
Nice little Cosmic Binding right there, and that means heal used by Seos. Also used by QuarJJ, though, as B-Boy will answer with the 2-shot barrage. So some trading in the bottom side, 2v2.
I mean, the thing about Shopify even winning ball lane like this is they're going solo condition. Like, look at Seos' condition. He's under half in both mana and health. It's hard for him to pressure because the Shen ult, the Nocturne ult, the Ryze Realm Warp, if he can get a move.
Well, it's going to be impossible to see a kill happen in the 2v2 bot side. Going to expect more around either team fighting or maybe even looking at this top side. Is Fudge, the bigger advantage he gets, the scarier the Crocodile gets in that 1v1. And sometimes the answer is like, well, don't give the Shen the chance to ult somewhere else if you just attack the Shen instead.
Yeah, if he can output enough pressure up there, then it would open up Contracts to actually look for some plays and not have to worry about the Stand United as much.
Yeah. And even when Shen ults, if there's a wave at his turret, there's a cannon wave at his turret, he's going to lose 1 to 2 plates. He's going to lose that wave, might even lose some more minions on the way back. So if Fudge keeps pushing him in, it's hard for the Shen to ult, especially at this condition.
And again, if Contracts goes for a play, Kha'Zix has a pretty easy time of disengaging a lot of fights. He's so mobile when you have your ultimate and your jump. So they could do a play where they try and bait out the Stand United, get him to teleport away, and then back off.
Ooh, flash from Core JJ answered by B-Boy. Looking for the flash Q into the wall, but B-Boy's fast enough on the reaction. Will he see Jose? Now stopping the back. B-Boy's going to need some assistance down here. Actually, we'll just TP up into the top lane and gets out of there.
Said I'm out of here.
Okay, so they're going to give up, turret plates and waves and stuff for these grubs. Contracts is playing up to the top side of the map for grubs right now on the Kha'Zix. And TLAW are pretty happy with that. You get a bunch of money for your Caitlyn Bard up on turret plates. You're going to be able to get the dragon as well, and the swap even comes in. We're getting the Ezreal walking up top side after the teleport over there. He's throwing the Hail Mary Ezreal ult. If that steals, nah.
You'd have to also predict that they pulled it out of the pit. That would have been crazy.
See, it's really nice that with the trade that it's happening in 8 minutes for Shopify, because now they have the grubs. And even though they're going to swap and B-Boy lost like a couple waves, probably a couple plates, he's not even top tier with the grubs. He's going to feel good about this when he starts getting his own plates back up as a reward. And you can see Team Liquid doesn't want to allow that to happen. So they're answering right now.
Wave's going to crash topside again. Shen, without the Titanic, just cannot really wave clear. So hurting to actually clear this one out. Team Liquid now have their bot lane answer up. And looks like the swap completes for Team Liquid. Now, will Shopify stick around? Or do they just go for the swap immediately again? Looks like so far they're sticking around. So happy to have the 2v2 transition to the top lane.
I think they're okay in the actual matching lanes itself. It's just they're always worried about, the globals that Team Liquid has. But in the actual 2v2 lane itself, like you can see B-Boy posturing up, honestly, 1v2 when Seos is facing.
Yeah, and Fudge, his gold lead continues to grow here for Shopify. He's got the largest of the gold leads for him. Zinni's still doing quite well for himself, but the Renekton at a fully completed Black Cleaver here to keep on shredding, keep on putting the pressure. See if Shopify, can make something on the other side too.
And we were talking about the advantage that Jan and Core got just from the plates on the bot side. They have small gold lead, and now it's time to hug that top turret. As again, I believe was the technical term. Trying to shove this one in, and the Dragon's gonna be spawning at 330, but there's a Pop Blossom. Chain CC plus the damage. First blood to B-Boy.
Nice play by Seos.
Beautiful.
He used flash Pop Blossom from the bush. Jan has no cleanse. He can't get out if he doesn't flash react, and he didn't, so he's just 100-0'd from CC.
Yeah, Tangle Barbs follow up, and B-Boy's got more than enough damage with the Sheen completed, so... And suddenly that bot lane lead just gone in a blink.
Evaporated.
Very clean combo there out of the brush. They had Sweeper, walked all the way through. As you say, no chance for Jan to move, but other side of the map, Fudge also still mining.
Yeah, I mean, you can see in this game, it looks like the Shopify solo laners, and now the bot laners as well. They're just getting plate after plate. Like mid-turret, if you look, it's down 2 plates.
Down on the quit, Tanglebarb follow-up, but he should be fine for right now. As the Swifties to walk away, and does just that. But yeah, Seos, now that the map's kind of opened up a bit, he's just trying to make action happen. Top lane, now mid lane. Imagine it's Nico to be all around the map.
Yeah, I would assume, too, that you're, like, maybe they make a Nocturne play or something here on one of those bottom lane members that don't have flash now, because it was a great play from B-Boy and Seos, but because B-Boy was left alone, he had to flash defensively, Seos then flashed offensively. So, if TL is going to make a play, APA, do you see them actually doing that, or are they just looking for farm, we scale, we play to our game plan for a little bit later?
I mean, I don't think Team Liquid are, like, that outscaling. I know they have Kaylin, who does scale a lot, but Nivi's a good scaling champion. Ezreal's a good scaling champion. Even though you don't see Kha'Zix that often, you run into a Kha'Zix in the mid game, he's gonna one-shot you with isolation. So I'm not too sure Team Liquid should be like happy with how this game's going. It looks like they're just honestly all losing lanes, which is something that's weird for it to see with Team Liquid when you think of them as these strong laners individually.
Yeah.
I mean, to their credit, bot lane was winning until that one play, so I think a lot of it's still mostly on the solo lanes here.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, whenever I'm Nocturne with a Hex play already done, you also have so much, cooldown reduction for your ulti. I feel like they should be looking for aggressive move.
Oh. And then Shopify with the swap back, and then B-Boy snipes Jan.
The tempo play. Jan's got to go for a later reset here. Is now the flash stun from Fudge. Straight onto Morgan. Gets the shield back, and now taunts up onto B-Boy, who goes down. Morgan with the outplay! And the shutdown for the top laner of Team Liquid. It will be answered 1 for 1, but what a play.
Everything was going perfect for Shopify there. The early swap, they canceled the Caitlyn base, they're diving the Shen, and then B-Void, no.
Temper Fate lands. It's just onto Zinni right now. Jose still has the paranoia. Now the stun will turn back in onto Core JJ. Seos was there, wall up onto Jan. Ace in the hole should not be enough damage, and Shopify get out for now. But yeah, to your point, AP, I mean, it felt like everything was in control of Shopify, but that one taunt from Morgan turns it around.
Yeah, everything was going right, and then now look at the, like, literally how the dominoes crumbled. Now it went from Shopify pressuring the bot turret, getting bot plates, to Caitlyn hitting the bot turret, and then having to use TP.
I mean, Fudge does almost take down this top turret, so still big lead for top lane. Mid lane up about a wave, so still lead there. And jungle also with a lead now for contracts, but you don't want to give away gold to a team like Team Liquid.
I mean, it's a massive top lane CS lead. Up 30 CS at 14 minutes. I know the matchup might not be that easy, and they swapped around a couple of times, but Fudge is playing quite well this game, I would say.
Yeah, this one is so sad because you could tell the coordination is not there. Fudge flashes in, and B-Boy's a little far away, and he ends up going for the auto and locked up under tower. He took the aggro here, did use the E, and so really good response from Morgan, but also kind of you're giving him that angle.
Yeah, does that happen a lot in scrims, APA, the double temple?
I mean, you can tell I'm a Shopify fan.
Yeah, true, yeah. They're really preying on TL's downfall. Not a lie. Top turret will finally go down as Fudge picks that one up, so still having a great performance himself. Happy you highlighted that, APA, that individually he is a massive lead right now, 1.2K for Shopify's top laner.
I mean, Zinni is also, every time you look mid, he's having such great fights on top of Quid. The bot lane.
Tempered Fate into the trap. Clone goes out to body block, and now the dive. Jose Deodo plus Morgan. B-Boy has one Pop Blossom to help him out, but it is not nearly enough. Jan on a killing spree now. Or rather with the first kill there, but there's the double. 2 picked up for Team Liquid as the dive is successful.
Okay, they finally use the aggressive ult and go for the dive.
I mean, this is just the TL combo that you want to see. You want to see the Nocturne ult and then to the Shen ult, and then Ryzen after Realm Warp down there, but he just ran down there because he had Cryo. And, you know, you can't defend a 5v2. Even though Morgan defended a 3v1, 5v2 is much harder than that.
Yeah, and there is a cost to it. Of course, you know, the Riptail and a bit of mid-push there for Zinni. But did feel like it was necessary to start seeing these TL plays.
Yeah, you got to get the ball rolling somehow. Even though it looks like a even-ish gold trade, they're getting the gold into the Caitlyn, which, in my opinion, is probably going to be your carry this game. So if you're Jan, if you're Team Liquid, you're happy right now.
2 kills picked up, plus the plates here for Jan. And now back with the gold lead. The only one on Team Liquid that has a lead currently. Seems to be the game plan is just get Jan into a comfortable spot and let him carry as Fudge going for another fight onto Morgan. Once the Shen gets to Titanic Hydra, I'm always shocked at how much damage this champion can actually output in the 1v1.
Yeah, got a good reset there, get some good Qs. Speaking of damage though, Kha'Zix at 2 items. This is a dream state right now. Once you have your Voltaic as well as your Umbo Glaive, he's really got huge burst damage. You're spiking because you just got level 11. You just got your second evolve here. You have 2 item power spikes, so you are a demon if you can get isolated fights. You know, can get into some of these brush and unsuspecting places. We'll see if Contracts can actually do it. And then again, if they do stand united, you usually save your E or at least an R charge to be able to disengage and try and you know, bait one of those big cooldowns out.
And the downside of Beyond going for like the Ghost plus Flash is that you don't have barrier to kind of absorb that damage. And yeah, you have a Shen, but the Shen has to have enough time to move the mouse over your champion and then press R. And sometimes 2-item Kha'Zix just doesn't give you that time window.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't talked about it too much, but Contracts also has an insanely massive gold lead. I know he got a kill on the gank he had, but 1.1k, he's up also 24 CS, 6 camps. He's doing quite good for himself too. This Kha'Zix feels so powerful. If you find him in the jungle right now, like we were just talking about, he's going to one-shot nearly everyone on the map.
Yeah, and you want to walk around, use your Umbo Glaive, clear out the vision, create some more spots that are possible for you to do that in. See if they can actually keep it up, but keep on farming up to his top side.
I mean, it just seems like a slow-paced game. I know it's only 3 kills to 2 kills, and yes, Shopify is up gold, but they're not really pushing the game forward too much. It looks like it's just going to come down to Drake bites if no one makes a big mistake on the sideline and dies to the Kha'Zix or Nocturne.
Yeah, expecting that Drake bite in a minute 50 time here. Also a reminder for everybody that we're back at the Riot Games Arena again next week. Tickets are on sale, so come check it out. Also get your tickets for finals in Arizona. Now, 1v2 top side. Let's see if Morgan can survive this one. Has the flash available. We'll go for the taunt, but the flash follow from Fudge will secure the kill. Jose's trying to answer 1-for-1, but that's a double to Fudge as the 2v2 goes Shopify's way.
Yeah, they saw him walk over that control ward right there, and they thought they could outplay it. Here we go. Rift Trail for the
He's popping the Rift.
He's
Fudge is getting the
there
wave.
we go.
He might even be able to TP out afterwards if he's fast enough.
It's looking likely, or he could just go for the execute. No, CoreJJ is able to tag him with the auto, so that will go down, and that's more gold Daejeon.
But they're pushing 2 other lanes while this is happening. You see Shopify pushing mid and pushing bottom here, so there is a Costa chasing down Fudge, and Contracts was able to call his own Uber, get out of there. And so they get their kills, they escape the play, and the rest of the map also pushing increases the gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, I know it was a 2-for-1 eventually, but we got top waves pushed in, we got mid turret, we got bot turret, we got all the waves pushed in. They have good tempo now. They're resetting, coming back on map for the Dragon. Shopify so happy right now.
Herald even went back top lane. And Contracts here, we see, it's been a while. We don't see a lot of Kha'Zix, but all-time very good record on the champion. This guy knows what he's doing when it comes to piloting the bug. Probably spent a lot of time in his backyard.
He's a bug cutter in Pokemon.
Oh, yeah. It's a good one.
I mean, he had a really good another R activation, so he was invisible, so didn't get, finished off there. So really good job escaping from him. And he's been playing a long time, so, through the metas, Kha'Zix has been in and out sometimes, so he's definitely dabbled there.
And now the Dragon looks like it's all Shopify's. Is currently Jose's on the top jungle. Not going to contest this one, so the stacking will stop for Team Liquid, and Shopify will pick up the neutral objective for themselves.
This is what it must feel. It must feel really like just desperate or panic for Team Liquid. They have this full side lane comp. You want to play all 3 lanes, and you're only able to play 1 lane, 2 lanes really. You have to give Drakes, even though you're up 2 Drakes early. This game's quickly becoming harder and harder for Team Liquid. It's harder for them to get gold. It's harder for them to get resources. And if Shopify can find and punish one more mistake, the game can quickly end.
And Kobe, I want to go back to the man on our screen right here. When we gave expectations for how Shopify would do it, it was Contracts, it was B-Boy. It wasn't a lot of Fudge, but so far he's the guy that's really smashing his lane opponent and getting Shopify a massive lead.
Yeah, so far this year really has not been the year of Fudge. He's definitely been underperforming, even to his own expectations, I know. So this is definitely a really nice one for him. I feel like Team Liquid did pick the Shen a lot because of the Kha'Zix. And Fudge is like, all right, fine, I'll punish this 1v1.
They forgot about the factor.
And he has been able to, get his own gold lead as well as create some openings for the team. And Shopify in general have been very good at keeping up their pressure and keeping up the attack, so that TL have had to be more reactive.
And again, all that to say, still Contracts with the biggest gold lead individual for Shopify, also having a fantastic game too here. But I like to give credit and flowers when it's due. As now Jose Daejeon alone in the jungle, has to flash whip the pop, but they're able to tag onto CoreJJ. But Team Liquid, Morgan comes in, Tempered Fate onto 2, can't quite get in range as Fudge comes in for the teleport flank onto CoreJJ. That's the first kill in the fight over to Shopify as Team Liquid will full retreat back to their tier 2 turret.
They force them out. They can maybe even go to hit Baron if they want to. I know Contracts is low, so I guess they're not going to go hit it. But still a great play. They got the Jose flash, they got Bard's flash, and all they really used was Fudge's TP, and he's rewarded with a kill, so he's not even upset that he used TP.
It's a tough moment there, CoreJJ, as he tries to take the magical journey and goes straight into the pop blossom. He's like, I'm helping. Wait, I need the help.
Yeah, exactly. And they use their, look at that, control ward plus the Umbral Glaive. They clear out all the vision, so TL are walking in. As you say, it's kind of a delivery there, but once the Shen arrives, then Shopify, they have to buy time for Fudge's teleport, because it takes a little bit longer, and then the Great Crocodile is here so they can trap the rest of them.
And you can see in the vision in the replay, if you missed it, Jose tried the same exact thing. He tried a face check over top lane.
Zinni's going to get caught here. Uses the flash, tries to get the safety, and it will go into the egg, and with nobody there to help him, it looks like that will be Team Liquid with the kill. Who gets the credit? Shut down to Quid.
Yeah, Shopify, they were kind of hovering, seeing if they could jump on anybody isolated, but no opportunities. Wait a second, Bard's moving up to the control ward. Kind of see on the minimap, gets a little bit dangerous there for him, but does do a good job checking. And so it's just a good TL play.
I mean, every time you see Team Liquid make a good play to get a kill on someone, they do this play, do that play. you always look at the rest of the map.
Yeah.
They're losing a turret here, they're losing waves here. So even though Zinni died, he gave over a shutdown to, was it Quid, right?
Yep.
They're not even that upset. Shopify still feels like they're firmly in control of the game.
Yeah, Fudge now about 2,000 gold ahead individually over Morgan. And that's always going to be the weakness of Shopify's composition when compared to Team Liquid, is that side lane, having somebody alone pushing in a wave. You have to deal with the Nocturne, the Bard, the Rise, the Shen, a lot of things that can get on top of you. So Zinni is learning that lesson here, and as long as Shopify don't give too many more windows like that, they still have a really good spot in this game.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting too, because with Seos having Flash, there's a lot of opportunity for Shopify to make another big aggressive play, see if they can get that engaged. He's got Flash and he has the arm guard. So Nico definitely ready to make plays if they can keep up this pressure and then collapse again. The Dragon already is only 1 minute away. If you are TL, APA, are you thinking, we just push side lanes and it's only Dragon number 2, or do you actually want to try and collapse?
I mean, if I'm being honest, we're probably talking about how this game is difficult right now. We need some magic to happen.
Yeah.
So we would maybe be trying to pull Baron. We'd be trying to set up a cheese somewhere, which is maybe what you saw Morgan doing. He deployed through bot side, even though he didn't really do anything. Like, 4K gold is no slump, and it's not really like you're outscaling. Like you said, it's so hard to fight the jungle through Kha'Zix and Nico. Like, Morgan can't even go to this ball wave.
Yeah, it's scary. The bottom jungle is dark and full of terrors here for Team Liquid.
Looks like they're doing the trailing play up top, so they have Rise kind of show and push, and then Nocturne's hovering around there, see if they can, get any sort of pick or collapse, and nobody's going to take the bait on the side of Shopify. So Shopify's mid priority will remain, and it's so helpful then for them to be able to leak over to these other objectives. Dragon's up in 7 seconds, and so here's your possibility of the risky plays. They at first they close out the vision on Baron to make you think.
But no, Shopify actually walk in. They deny Team Liquid the attempt.
Yeah, very good for Shopify. They
make
just
sure they keep vision.
Stop any type of trade. I think they firmly know they're in the driving seat of this game. They don't need to do anything funny. They just need to play Drakes, go back to pushing side waves, and eventually they're going to get Baron vision probably in a minute or two after this Dragon team fight might occur.
And speaking of the team fight, I want to take stock of the key abilities. No flash on Zinni, and I believe would not have the passive up by this point. Maybe will, but it would be very close. So that's going to be the target for Team Liquid as they're looking at B-Boy right now, taking a lot of chunk damage here. And Daejeon's prepping him with some autos, and that's actually going to be a turret siege for Team Liquid. So they're taking their time as the Dragon started up by contracts to just take the mid-outer turret.
I mean, all in all, it's okay for Team Liquid. Team Liquid's happy they got the turret, but you're still losing Dragon. You're not really getting much else. I'm just curious to see how the vision control is going to lead when Contracts eventually gets to the top side after his bot lane clear goes. Because he, like I said, he's the Umbral, he's the Nico on top of him. He can just control this vision and wait for someone to face check. They eventually have to get vision on the Baron in some time.
Contracts even has the Edge of Night now. So 3 items completed, has not upgraded the boots. Now Jose will finish the second item. I was about to point out Jose had yet to finish a second, but slightly more expensive and also only just went for the reset. But still, big lead for Contracts right now.
Especially with the EXP, he's up 2 full levels. He's level 16 right now. He's the same thing as Fudge and Zinni when they have the EXP upgrades from Raw or the top lane quest. He's same level as them.
And keep in mind, the early game, that level 6, or rather minute 6 Scuttle Crab, he didn't even get that one. He went for the top invade, didn't get anything, and was kind of put behind. So props to Contracts for still mounting the comeback, piloting the Kha'Zix to great effect so far. When I think about Team Liquid's chances, though, I still think that they just have that magic bullet with the Nocturne Shen combination, Bard to set it up in a side lane, even Quid can rotate around. Looking at members in Shopify that are not grouped together, that are in the side lanes, can be kind of the strategy for both of these teams when it comes to the jungler, but so many tools for Team Liquid to collapse on these side lanes.
Even if they go for the dive, though, I mean, B-Boy's gone for the Frozen Heart here for the Ezreal, for the extra defense. And then the reduction on attack speed does help a lot.
CoreJJ rooted up by the Tangle Barbs. Zinni throws up the wall. CoreJJ has to flash to take the magical journey to the True Shot Barrage. Blocked by the Locket Shield. Core barely alive.
And this is what I mean with the vision control. They just set up there and just wait and wait and wait. Team Liquid has no vision on Baron. You can't just give Baron away for free. You can't do nothing, so they have to throw their body in, and this time Core loses Flash, but who knows what happens next time.
Yeah, they're going to have to rotate these blue trinkets for themselves with Jose, Quid, and Yeon, because the ways of checking are very dangerous. Oh, they're making a play towards side. Look at the rise over here with Shen. TL trying to make something happen.
Fudge all alone does not have the turret to fall back on. Pops the Dominus early, flashes the taunt from Morgan. Quid with the Ghost will actually flash under turret. Misses the Q completely wide as the Shen ult will come in to save Quid's life. He actually walks back into the Realm Warp and will survive.
The Baron, though, the Baron there. Shopify are going on Baron. They say, okay, fine, you pick our bottom lane. They're going to go for the Baron. Teleport comes in.
Teleport in now from the top laner. Morgan joining up with the rest of Team Liquid. Watch for Seos. The flanking Ezreal, never expected here.
They spotted him out with the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, Paranoia is coming in, and now they just turn on to the support here. Seos goes down, the Nico taken out. And Team Liquid, they said, that's probably not an Ezreal. We think we're going to collapse onto them.
Woo, we're finally seeing the power of the globals come to effect. He'll say, okay, we're going to spread the map. It's really open right now. All these towers are down. So we attack side lane, and then we teleport back to the Baron because we know you're going to try and start something on that side.
Oh,
there we go.
Continuing. Taunt from Morgan, had the control ward in the brush, and B-Boy did not expect that one coming, dying right at the Baron.
All right, this is what I mean by TL needs some magic. Quid makes a magic ball in. Then Shopify gets panicked, they try to do something. Seos makes a mistake, gets caught, then B-Boy gets caught.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, this 4K gold lead that we saw just minutes ago, it's going to go to 0.
That's why I Quid threw one of those cues out to Narnia. Like, make your heart beat a little bit faster, you know, a little bit more adrenaline here in the plays. But yeah, so they started out. He goes for the big play. Blast cone in to fall for Morgan. Gets the flash initially. And Quid says, we are not done with this play. This is our hope in the game. This is our moment.
Yep.
They need to stand united after that to survive under
Sadly
the tower.
misses the Q, but all in all, still got the kill, so he's good. You can see Spawn probably racked in that Q miss.
Yep.
All good, still works. Still have to stand united so they can use that and then teleport back to the Baron to stop the play. I like the shout out on the Scuttle Crab there and being able to find the flanker because that's what really chained it. Being able to get that kill and then finding the pick onto B-Boy brings us now to a world where TL have almost erased the gold lead.
Yeah, still a slight lead for Shopify, but it's just the top lane and jungle, bot, and mid are the ones leading for Team Liquid. Jan still 3-1-1. Quid now 3-0-1.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it right there with the headshot on top of Zinni.
Morgan, this is the ideal situation right now. Isolated member, but in comes Jose. That's Paranoia. Pop Blossom straight in onto the rise. Oh, Quid was trying to get in there. He's so tanky, though. Can they take him down? Tempered Fate will save his life. Buy time for Jose to go forward. Core with the kill there as now Fudge has joined up. B-Boy's dancing around. Fudge onto the backline, chasing down Quid. Magical Journey through onto Core JJ, straight up stunned into the wall. And Quid on a rampage. Team Liquid hold the line and Shopify crumble.
I mean, this is just demoralizing for Shopify. They had the game in control. They had everything going their way. They make 1 to 2 bad plays, and the game is just flipped. Now, Kalen's going to get 4 items. Ryze is going to get 4 items. They're losing the Dragon. The game is just flipped on its head in a matter of minutes.
Oh my god, that was such a crazy play too, and the Bard ult coming in. Okay, it starts though with some decent damage being dealt to Morgan here. B-Boy and Contracts open it up, but then immediately the globals again, Realm Warp and Nocturne Ultimate all arriving here, and Quid right into the middle, as you say, tanky, and then they get the Bard Ultimate, and it allows Jose the opening to flash in. He gets that kill. They move up. They get the taunts here on the backside, and even though you do get Morgan, Fudge is kind of left in the middle of all 4 of the rest of the TL members, so as strong as he has been this game, you can't do much in that scenario.
Back to live. Tempered Fate look from Core JJ. Not going to find it.
Measure on Rise.
10 stacks, baby.
Quid's feeling good now. He's 4-0-2. He's got Ghost up. His Flash is coming back up soon. This is a strong Rise we're looking at. Everyone talks about when Rise gets Actualizer. Actualizer and Magi's now.
He's going to be just one-shotting any member that steps out of position here. Fudge is going to have to buy a lot of space for Shopify, or maybe Zinni as well, just trying to outrange the Rise. But Quid's been feeling himself so far. Outside of the 1Q that went a little wide. Had a fantastic game as now the play is onto the mid lane here. B-Boy has to jump away, and Jose's going all the way under that turret. Will land the taunt, or rather the flea. But B-Boy actually is able to survive it. They lose the support. Now the Shen ult coming in. B-Boy's got to jump away. Sidesteps the dodge. Morgan's got the team behind him as they will take out that mid turret. And Shopify lose their support for nothing.
All right, this is the power of the Team Liquid comp from, even though it doesn't look like they're that far ahead, from ahead, This Nocturne can just dive in and one-on-one the Ezreal, and then eventually when the Shen can ult in, it's a 2v1. Ezreal can't do anything. He has a frozen heart. Yeah, he's tanky, but he's not really killing the Nocturne.
Yeah, TL with a pretty good dive here, pretty good attack, opening up the mid lane now too, with the super minions coming out that way. And guess what? It's Dragon Soul in only 3 minutes. That could be a short 3 minutes. Baron actually even earlier than that though, at only 2. So we'll see if we can move up that timeline. Again, when Baron's on the map and you have the mid and hip down, you know, they can make some more of these map-wide plays and utilize the globals again to put this pressure back onto Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, even though Shopify did throw a little bit, they still have really strong members. You know, B-Boy is 4 items, Contracts is 3 items, Fudge is 3 items. Things still can go for their way if they get into the 5v5 and they're not picked off by the Nocturne Shen Rise combination.
They just got to make sure that they get their setup for the fight. Because Seos also, he had that one moment where he was spotted around the Baron. Then he's the one that goes down. Now they're looking for the pick here onto Core JJ. Cosmic Briny will go wide, and they take him out. Zinni with the kill credit as the Realm Warp was thrown, but Quid not going to take it. So Team Liquid losing their support, approaching the Baron.
Yeah, Spawn's like, why are we checking? These brush are so dangerous. You're playing against a Kha'Zix and a team that has CC to go along with it. Nico and Kha'Zix, so dangerous. And that's Shopify's hopes right now, is trying to play on these rush plays and use your control wards and use your Umbral Glaive to make sure that you are unseen in some of these pathways. So they do get a pick on the supports. It does not like completely change the game or anything, but it does make Spawn kind of mad.
Have you ever been on the receiving end of one of those Spawn reactions, AP? I know he coached you in the past.
100%, of course. I've probably done hundreds of things to make Spawn mad, so
hundreds.
That's like on the light end for Core.
Does one include what you call pushing a turret? No?
You mean humping a turret?
Okay, yeah. I wasn't sure if you were going to say it again, but you can say it. I can't.
It's like you're trying to get him to. You keep poking him.
You know, maybe. Maybe I'm fishing for it a little bit here.
All right. They are splitting the map, though. You get the Rise split push. We mentioned how strong that Rise is. And so he's going to get that top push going. Wow, bot side push here enacted from Morgan, too. And now Shopify, the lights go out.
Tempered Fate flashed by Zinni in the mid lane, but now focus onto Seos. He dies before the Pop Blossom. Teleport from Fudge straight into the Caitlyn traps. He's got a flashback to his team. Contracts will look to trade onto Morgan. Fudge trying to drain tank, but will fall. Realm Warp now from the rest of Team Liquid. Jose's going in. He's low. Zinni goes into the stasis, but Contracts and B-Boy just can't get close enough. Oh, the shutdown is there. Quid just does insane damage with the backup of Jan. Double kill to the Caitlyn, and Quid leading the charge for Team Liquid.
Team Liquid might be pushing for the end here. Of course, Jose died at the end, but we still have a super fed Rise, a super fed Caitlyn. They're going to one-shot these turrets if B-Boy doesn't get back fast enough.
He's going for the reset now, back into the fountain. Contracts can't even get onto the wave. He's got to look for the jump in. Team Liquid 3v2 pushing, take down the 2 turrets. Now members of Shopify are spawning. Seos is back on Summoner's Rift, and he's about to go back to the fountain. B-Boy's the one that goes down. Jan is dominating Team Liquid. 2-0 lead in this series.
Well played by Team Liquid. Hard game to be down so much gold early game, but they fought back. They made some magic happen, like I was saying. 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, what a start for their Team Liquid. Despite being down, they're able to weather the storm, find picks. Even with Core JJ getting picked there around the Baron, the Baron wasn't up. It was still like 2 more minutes, so they said, that's fine. We'll get him next time.
Exactly. Yeah. We'll give you one. Analysts, how are you feeling now? We're 2 games for TL. Are they going to be able to close it out?
It is feeling like a weekend of sweeps, everyone.
Oh, goodness.
Boo.
Get out the brooms.
Raz, your match of the week.
Yeah, it's Kangas. I thought Kangas was going to do better here, all right? Kangas, I thought you had a motivational speech and everything.
Yeah,
APA did mention, though, that the game was hard. So let's break down this week's Pagoda moment, which was how Team Liquid made it back into the game. And it started with Quid's Rise, just seeing a play. We're kind of locked in a hard situation here. They're down 3,000 gold. They're up against an Umbral Glaive Kha'Zix who's stealing the vision, and a Nico. So there's a lot of unknowns for them. And Quid just says, Renekton is here. Let's just try something. He walks all the way over, through a ward, but that's when Fudge sees him. And they just kind of all in. I think a lot of players at this point, when Fudge flash dashes away, like, okay, we got flash dash. Baron's a risk. Let's just clear the wave and kind of go back to what we're doing. But Quid says, nah, I'm going to just flash in, dive, know that my Shen has ultimate for me, use the shield, pop the Realm Warp, escape at the last second, and then, by the way, an Ezreal does get thrown at him, hits him, but he's fine. The sequence then continued to be kind of crazy, and it just ended up being extra good for Team Liquid because Shopify, when they started the Baron, didn't have anyone to tank the Baron, so they take a lot of damage, which means Seos's flank ends up not being getting the green light. So he's running around, gets caught by Jose's ult, then Team Liquid starts to go for Baron, and it's just this sequence of plays that are super good for them. Morgan lands a taunt, they land a Bard ultimate, and it's actually Team Liquid who ends up getting the Baron. So that 2,000 gold deficit, 3,000 gold deficit, by the end of it, is actually basically even gold. So they really turned the game around off the back of that Quid play, who, for me, is the player of the game. I know that was Emily's vote as well.
Yeah, that was my vote. I think the big thing for me is how they play specifically with Quid on Rise. So Raz, you were the only defector.
The Yawn believer.
From Quid. I think Yawn actually had a really, really strong performance, right? But 5-0-5 on this Rise was so crucial to TL getting back into it.
Yeah.
And has such a good win rate on this pick as well. Like, it's been kind of their go-to pick for him. And I believe he has something like, if you combine EWC qualifiers, like a 92% win rate on it. In LCS, he is 10-1.
Yep.
So yeah, this is just a solid pick for, again, side leading, or as we saw from Jat's breakdown, finding really creative plays to get them back into it.
But this is an interesting one because Team Liquid will still have a lot of things to review because they were down in this game, and there's a little bit of silver lining for Shopify Raz with how they were in this game for a bit.
They were.
We're searching, but they were actually in this game for a bit.
And it's really tough for Shopify because both of these games, I felt like their early and mid games were quite strong, where they had like real win conditions that were coming through properly, and a lot of this one was Fudge. Fudge, of course, was like finding massive leads, and what I feel like is a kind of a disrespectful comp pick. You're picking Shen for the comp, right?
Yeah.
And at some point, once you get your items, it's going to be good for the Shen. But I felt like Fudge really nailed in on this matchup, and I thought performed really well in comparison to how he has done so far this split.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at his stats from this game. I'd say ignore KDA just because it's a loss, but was really involved in a lot of things. They got so much off of the map off of that play because TL decided they had to chase him down.
Yeah, I felt that Contracts was actually very zeroed in on playing towards him in the top side of the matchup when he was actually getting a considerable lead for himself. And I think they did well and playing to that. We saw Nico go top side. There was a time which Jan was just pounding on bot side, so he's like, okay, you know what? Ezreal, go top there too. Yeah. So they fully overloaded top. So I think they recognized where their win condition was in that game, and I hope that that's going to be something they look towards in the next one. Yeah. They need one. They need at least one.
They need one more. I mean, Shopify needs 3 more now.
Yeah.
You know what? What are you doing
I see Kangas.
Oh, he's
What the
here.
hell are you having?
Kangas
What do you
is
mean?
here. What?
Stand up.
Oh,
What are you dead? Oh no! Oh my God!
Shopify can do it. Please give us one.
So don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Game 3's up next, and we hope the Raz is still alive. See you then.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello?
Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here?
Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T wireless and home internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T wireless and home internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Rich
touching the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Mid. I think I want to hover mid side. Yeah. Okay, go. I'm taking together.
Come back.
I'm quite far right now.
Come back.
Slow. I think we can in.
Careful right top.
Okay, it's fine.
Catching the flash. Catching that. Right top.
Coming as well. You got top. I'm here.
Lo reto.
Lento first.
Catching the flash.
Team Liquid, 2-0 lead in this series. Hello and welcome back to our series today. Team Liquid lead 2-0 versus Shopify Rebellion. A comeback in game 2, clean win in game 1, and somebody in the audience looked me in the eyes and they said, Kankis, I bet you don't have another shirt. I bet you do. I absolutely have another shirt. Unfortunately, we didn't have the budget to throw more out this time. But if it's going to come down to a win for Shopify, it's this guy, okay? Contracts has to step up big, and he almost pulled it off this time, Kobe.
The Kha'Zix looked like it could be pivotal in this. You know, there were a decent amount of picks, a decent amount of moments where Shopify building this lead, looking that they're controlling vision and able to get it done. But TL, when the Baron is up, you know, they spread the map, they make the play on the side lane, and they just took it away right out of Shopify's hands.
And it's such a crushing loss to have, right? Because like you guys were calling out on cast, I actually thought Shopify did a pretty good job of setting up the map for themselves off of those plays. Fudge had a really, really strong performance that they recognized they could play around. I thought their lane assignments and initial swap was really good as well, kind of forcing TL to respond to that. And getting, you know, trying to keep Yeon down, who had thus far been in a good position. So yeah, that's a really, really crushing loss to kind of have to absorb and then go into this game 3. We're never seeing that Lee Sin, huh?
No, that's every time.
But I think now it's time. Now it's about time we see the Ashe Seraphine, okay?
Yeah.
Caitlyn is out, Lucian is out, Ezreal is out. all these things that are so often played into it. Now it's got to be prime time for the Ashe Seraphine combo. But a lot of the bans remaining the same here, indeed. So we aren't going to see the Jarvan here whittle down a little bit on the jungle pool. You still have stuff, you know, like the Pantheon and the Xin if you want those AD threats to pair, though.
That guy's on Esports Garage. The guy that was on screen right there. Shout out them.
Esports Garage, definitely give them a follow. And there's the Xin right there. First pick immediately slammed down. Very suspicious here. Again, Ashe Seraphine priority really dropping a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, the kind of one of the more common answers we've seen in the Lucian Melio already taken off the table. Also, Caitlyn Bard, Ezreal Nico not available, and there we go, the Seraphine locked in.
There it is.
Run from it, but it is inevitable. Ashe Seraphine.
I definitely can't give it over to the other composition once you have the Xin Zhao here, so they'll have to pair a different jungler with it than like the J4s and Xin Zhaos, as those are off the table here.
And I am wondering if maybe they'll go for a little bit more of some of the creative answers we've seen, like potentially a Mel bot lane that we've seen specifically more from, I think of Paze and Keria as playing out. Oh, there we go! Okay, I was right. So they are going for kind of this super aggressive, Mel. It's going to be the Pike locked in for Seos. Bot lane going into that Ashe Seraphine, and then immediate response with the Pantheon going down for Jose.
Yeah, all the ones that we're looking at. Okay. Honestly, TL, you know they're really comfortable in this because they have run similar stuff so many times, but can B-Boy pull off like a Paze style game here, a performance? We'll see.
Well, even more than that, it's my eyes are on Seos, right? Who's kind of had a little bit of a rough split. I do think he is better on some of these like primary engagers or initiators. I am curious to see him pulling out this Pike, and we'll see what he's able to do on it, because it's not just the Mel, right? It's the combo of the two.
Yeah, and it's very volatile. You know, it's very risky because Pike, if you don't play Pike well, then you become super useless for your team later on. So you have to be able to put that pressure, all this execute pressure, you know, look for good Bone Spear angles, get these pulls, get those flashes and summoner spells off of the bottom lane, and allow your combination here with the Pike and the Mel to open up a lot of aggressive plays.
Yep. And that's where I'm looking at Contract, our boy, right? Like we were talking about how important he is to this team, how when he get involved in what Shopify wants to do early, it's always kind of better for them, right? So I am really curious to see where he's going to start and whether he's going to just be pathing straight bot to really focus on getting this bot lane ahead.
And I also want to remind people, Jan piloted the Mel recently as well, did not find a lot of success on that. So a bit of a call out here, B-Boy pulling it out instead, saying, all right, I'll show you how it's done. But I like that you're mentioning the pressure on a player like Seos here to perform on the Pike, as now it's a Kali locked in here for Team Liquid.
And a big smile on Quid's face for that one as we get the Nasus hover on the other side.
You're not Griffin, and your team is not FlyQuest.
And they already have Xin Zhao locked in, so.
Well, that makes me think it could be a solo lane Xin Zhao. So,
I mean, top Sejuani is also very real, so I do want to leave that there because top Sejuani is also quite real, and you can play a little bit of AP with it too. So either of those two, definitely swappable.
Well, now I'm going to imagine Sion top, Sejuani jungle with the Xin Zhao mid lane.
Or
that's
your guess. Mid. I'm gonna guess the Sion mid.
Yeah.
Sion mid.
Sion.
Ooh.
Okay.
What about Sion bot with Pike support? Mel mid.
I like the cooking. You know, Genghis is just gonna write up all the recipes.
Okay, can we get the mathematical equation of how many different comps you could have?
Game 3. Your season is on the line right now as we see Zehen locked in as the final pick for Morgan, going top side. I'm going to assume. But yeah, as we see.
There we go. So Xin Zhao mid lane, we have, I've seen it creeping up in solo queue.
Yeah,
I don't know how many.
Xin.
Yeah. I mean, you're still going for like the Dusk and Dawn build.
Yeah.
and you're able to get a little more gold income than you would in the jungle. But same theory, right? You're just going to be a kind of melee bruiser that's just uncontestable.
Yeah.
Static Shiv, you get cool stuff.
I like it. They threw it down as first pick.
And you did believe me.
I was like, your recipe, Kangas. I don't know.
Sounded a little dubious.
Could go around.
Kangas did get the stunner on Rez. We'll see if that plus
this
very
game is all on
draft.
Kangas.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's true.
It's all on me. Okay, you know what? I'll take it. It's not on Shopify. I'll take this one. I'm also hearing from production, first Xin Zhao mid in LCS history.
Yep.
Backs against the wall. Shopify have to win out from here in the series to keep their Spring Split dreams alive. And they're locking in Xin Zhao mid to start it off. Team Liquid 1 win, and they continue through the lower bracket. Riot Games Arena, do you believe in the Xin Zhao mid lane and Shopify? Or do you think Team Liquid's gonna take it? Game 3 is underway. I also gotta say, props to everybody who showed up in the arena today. I've been hearing the Let's Go Liquids. Y'all been making noise all day. Give a round of applause to yourself in the Riot Games Arena. You are fantastic. It's good to be back.
All right. NACL had their Xin mid as well on the 15th, quite a while ago. See if it can be as effective. Or more effective, because looks like Daejeon won the game but was 2-6.
2-6-6. Contributed to some assists.
They won the game, okay?
Yeah.
A dub's a dub. A win's a win.
Let's see it, Zinni. I mean, okay, so Zinni cooked on his Galio build. How would you rate the flavor of that cook?
Ooh, the flavor of the Galio build?
Because he also is cooking here with his you think this one's going to be better?
I mean, that last one's when you're just experimenting, like you're kind of running out of food in the kitchen, so you just kind of throw stuff together. Like, it makes sense. You're making the best you can.
Pantry build?
Yeah, you're like, I didn't make it out to the grocery store, so let's just use what we got here. But this one, much bigger fan of. Now it's time to toss it to Jat with Shopify Rebellion's coach, Revan.
We got the perfect man, Revan, down 0-2 on the series. Fate of the universe on the line. Aliens are at the door. Give me mid lane Xin Zhao. Tell me about this pick.
We've been, wait one moment. Oh no. Oh, thank God.
It's fine.
Okay, this is actually not bad, but, because that was one time. But we've been practicing this for a while, ever since the new AP build was discovered, and it also synergizes well with Storm Raider Surge, I think it's called. So we just wanted to give them comfort picks, especially for like Zinni, because I felt like game 1 I would have drafted as not the easiest, but I do think game 2 we should have won, and I think we're just lacking a lot of confidence. I know it's a pretty,
We got one more.
Nice. It's a pretty cliche term, but it just really felt like we were playing without confidence, specifically in game 2, so I just wanted to give them their comfort picks and not try to make the draft too out of sync.
Yeah, I mean, the Mel Pike bottom lane as well. Is that with the Xin Zhao, or is that more just for the Ashe Seraphine? Is the last question before we go back to the catchers.
We didn't really prioritize it as a trio, but it's just still good because if they didn't take it, we're going to take it. And Mel Pike is just a decent entrant to Ashe Seraphine in general. This is fun. That is fun. And then, ooh.
Okay. Yeah. Good start to the game. Back to the casters.
All right, I'm gonna petition.
Great start.
We need to get a microphone on Revan for every game they play now. I'm just curious to hear that guy's thoughts.
Dude, if Zinni had died there, I mean, it was still scary. It was still bad. And Zinni does not have flash now on mid lane Xin, but that would be brutal if he had died there and Revan had to watch that live.
Yeah. But he did get to see that really nice wraparound gank from Contracts, right? We talked about how important it was to get Contracts involved super early in this Mel Pike bot lane. TL are pushed super far up on the Ashe Seraphine, easy wraparound there. And then when TL tried to respond on top side, Fudge is actually able to trade 1-for-1.
Yeah, both of us always love the 3 camp timers for ganks.
Yep.
You know, throwing that in early, especially when you have a kill lane. As we keep on being like, oh, you have to play so aggressive with Pike and Mel. Look for your kills. You know, get those summoner spells down. And so Contracts, He does the 3-camp gank. It is successful, and then he can get up to his top side and get a couple more as well. And then Jose also responding, though, so both junglers getting involved. Jose got the top side kill. It's just that the zombie body answered Jose's play, and so Fudge still got one back and ends up in CS in the top lane for the top Scion.
Oh, Jose is actually stacking up his passive, though. Could look for a potential play. No flash available means it's really tough, but if you just land the slow onto B-Boy, maybe that's enough. Seos is pushing forward 2. Let's see if they actually... I mean, this is an ambitious play. I feel like if Jose's still there, you're spending a lot of time. Okay, he's back onto his Krugs. That makes more sense.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of camps on top side he needs to get over to. It's always interesting when the junglers don't have smooth early first clears, so then the camps are all kind of sporadic.
Yeah.
It's similar for Contracts doing the 3-camp gank, so then his Raptors are going to be desynced, and he didn't even do his Krugs. So our junglers are going to be hard to predict because their respawns are a little bit more abnormal. Jose's are more in line, and so he'll just be clearing up to top side again while Contracts goes over to the Dragon.
Yeah, and I mean, because of the bot lane prio.
He wants to come contest it, looks like. They're going to come over. Can he even get there in time? That Dragon, I feel like, is going to go down so quick, though.
Quid's
also, the rest of TL aren't in position.
That's gone, bro.
Okay, Jose just wasted a little time then, walking down towards the bottom side. Now we're repathing top side. Successful first Drake secured for Shopify.
Yeah, and that's pretty strong for Shopify. Again, like, I think super important, get this bot lane ahead, then get first Drake off of that pressure. However, we've seen this before.
Ooh, in comes Fudge to back up the jungle. Jose Daejeon looks for the invade, and he's got Quid behind him, but in comes Zitty! Picks up a kill for Shopify. Rebellion, his contract flashes away from the perfect execution. Quid gets out of there as Wind Become Lightning almost able to follow up for Zinni, but Shopify backing up their jungler at the Rafters.
Dude, Fudge deserves honor already. He plays weak side, he got a counter kill, and then he comes over and defends his jungler's Raptors for him. Big stuff there from the big man in the top lane.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really good to see Fudge, again, like, we've talked about how he himself has been super critical of his performance, and this series, especially last game and now this game, has been having some pretty strong showings that the rest of the team can kind of play around. I love that we're still never giving up Raptors, though, ever.
No.
You know? Like,
I mean,
it's like a magnet on them.
Yeah,
they're so important.
Doing a good job here, kind of predicting and laying down wards to set up some of these counters. It's incredibly important because those junglers definitely have a tendency to die for them. Will say as well, the synergy between the Sejuani and the APs in mid can go pretty hard.
Resets as Seos is now passing towards the mid lane here. Quid will see it, gets knocked up, hold back, stunned, actually dodges that one as Core's trying to keep his mid laner alive, and Quid will get out of there. But supports helping out their mid laners respectively means that Zinni actually gets a little reprieve here to shove this wave in.
Yeah, he gets a reprieve to shove this wave in, and even more importantly, Contracts and Seos are still invading on this bot side of the jungle as the waves are pushed in mid and in bot.
Yeah, Seos has so much free time to roam around because bot side is winning so nicely for Shopify. You know, with Contracts ganking early on, B-Boy really good CS for himself, constantly pushing in. They always have the bot push, and so Seos making his time well worth it for the roaming through mid and trying to, you know, roam with Contracts as well. They don't find anything else though, and Jose's still able to farm.
Yeah, but I think, I mean, it still sets up, like, you want to be this kind of deadly presence. You want to constantly be a threat that Team Liquid have to worry about, especially if you are out on the map and roaming, with B-Boy kind of in a good spot on this Mel.
And I also want to give props to Zinni for just kind of coming back in this 1v1 lane. He was down about 2 waves at one point. Then he gets the kill, you know, a couple stacks of Dark Seal, and is right back even in the lane state. And there we go. You see the components coming in here. It's going to be a very fun build for Xinjiang. Not one of the ones that you typically see on this champion, but his AP ratio is pretty solid, turns out.
Yeah, even with the changes too, to reduce a little bit of the AP healing and add some AP in for damage. Not the worst case, you know, a little extra damage here. Of course, the healing had been absolutely ridiculous after the first set of changes. And so definitely still very good here. And we'll see about the movement since Grubs are down, mid lane the focus.
Grand Starfall using the Zinni Crescent Guard as well, but Quid can get inside of there, flash away. Quid goes under the turret, gets the kill, and gets out.
Yeah, and that's really, really nice from Jose, getting Quid back into a really good spot. We know how good Quid can be on these melee champs, and to kind of counter what this Xin Zhao is going to be able to do in fights, it's going to be really important for Quid to be able to kind of pick off priority targets. And now he's going to actually get a lot out of this, including some turret plates, because
at least the one. I don't know if he'll be in range for a second if the minions actually get it for him, but either way, it now means a 400 gold lead back to Quid, who started off the laning phase fantastic, and is also now taking away those Darksteel stacks from Zinni, so good Delta play there.
Yeah, no offense at all, but I would super rather have Quid on my team on Akali.
Yeah.
Especially, even considering they both have 1 kill, and even considering the CS is dead even. My faith in Quid on Akali has been proven. Whereas the faith, Zinni on AP
You gotta earn it.
It's a little bit more risky, or a lot more risky.
A lot more risky, I'd say. However, Revan did say they practiced this.
Yeah,
he said he's comfortable on it. So, and I mean, Zinni has been willing to, we saw it from him in Challengers, but go for these kind of riskier picks and builds. And I'm glad that's continuing in LCS,
Yeah, I do like to see the creativity continuing, especially if you have, lost some standard games too, and especially like game number 1 for them. So I do like that Shopify are trying it, and especially with the bot side focus here. This one is really working out. Contracts hovering around this time, again, with the Sejuani having ult. You have to be very careful, because the burst damage on Shopify is definitely there. And the CC layering too. Arrow goes mid.
Yeah, trying to look at Zinni. Able to just back off of that one, so no arrow now for a Dragon contest.
Yeah, and they did have eyes on where Quid was going. We'll see. Jose getting
flash from
chased
Jose
out.
against the Glacial Prison. Contract's not able to land that one. Jose's down a summoner spell, but now can look to potentially re-engage with the team. Quid's about half health, though. If you get locked up as the Akali, you are in some danger, so it appears that Team Liquid are just backing off, and that's 2 Drakes now to Shopify.
Yeah, and again, nice from Shopify to use that pressure. They've been able to build and accrue from the bot lane to get some Drake stacking down. It does mean, next Drake will be Soul Point, and TL are going to have to consider contesting that a lot more immediately. But they're going to give this one up, kind of try to reset the map a little bit. Ashe going bot to catch that wave, and Seraphine going mid out onto the map with this Akali.
Yeah, I mean, Seos has been hovering mid so often. Core kind of, coming out here to help with a little bit of vision, maybe hover around as well before they transition back to standard. And so we're going to get the more like full lane rotation from Shopify side, because they just position B-Boy in mid. With the Mel being fairly safe here, having double summoner spells and proto belt done.
Seos able to dodge out from the Encore. Core thought maybe he would catch him unawares, but the reaction time was there for Seos, so now ultimate down on Core JJ.
Yeah, I mean, Pyke is really slippery, hard to hit. You kind of got to super surprise him.
Yeah, get multiple control wards down. As Quid right now getting chunked out by Contracts and Seos. The arrow goes wide again, but Quid looks like he's out to safety, can just ultimate over the wall and is back out of there.
And bot lane was already pushed in, so they're going to lose a lot bottom for Team Liquid here. The wave was already dying to the tower. Zinni had pushed it up. Zinni now can also get turret plate money. So this Zin, the static shiv already completed and getting even more money.
Grand Starfall now into the bottom lane here. Zinni is trying to get back to the safety of his team. Jumps in onto Core JJ. Nice little escape tool there for Shopify's mid laners. Now B-Boy's joining in as well. Team Liquid have Quid there, so they think they can get for more, but that's a double kill now to Seos. 1 answered back for Quid, actually make it 2. 2 for 2 in the extended trade. Not too shabby considering Team Liquid were down a member.
Yeah, and Quid's going to have to flash out as, so you do see Yawn trying to take a little bit down in the mid lane. But again, I really do love how Shopify have been trying to go for these aggressive plays. Obviously, that one might not have gone as well as they would have wanted. Now, especially with this Akali able to get out of there and push this wave, but we do see TP coming in pretty deep.
Okay, TP in from Fudge. Quid does not have flash, does not have ultimate available, so Fudge is just going to walk up, but does not press the R key. And that means that Quid is out of there.
Yeah, very competitive early game here. And Shopify, they have been stacking the dragons nicely for themselves. They do have, you know, the flash down on Seraphine, both summer spells in fact, and that's one of the things we're looking at. This champion, very, very squishy. And, you know, Core JJ definitely will be the target. No summoner spells, and his ultimate actually will come up fairly soon, so at least we'll have that. But topside play from Shopify, they're sending Contracts and Seos once again working together.
Zenny's getting a lot of damage down. Contracts can't quite get in range in time though, and Jose is here for backup, so Seos decides to jump away, and Morgan is safe for now. But do we see a continued invade here? The Gromp is looking juicy. Jose started it up and has the smite, so he'll just hit it and back off. Shopify just giving space for Zinni to push in this top wave and get more turret plates onto the mid lane Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and it forces Morgan to have to back off. It forces TL to kind of have to back off because they do up.
Now playing for the mid lane here on Fudge. Big tanky Scion, gonna be hard to actually kill. Bone Skewer lands only onto the jungler. Jose's got the Aegis Assault to keep him safe, and does not look like anybody's going down here. It's just gonna be Zinni and Contracts still on the Rift Herald. And objective secured.
Yep, they're on the Rift Herald, but you see where TL really do want to funnel their gold and pressure into with Quid taking down that bot tier 1. Kind of even thus far in this mid lane. Although Quid is still, again, he's 3-0-0 and he's in a really, really good spot.
I mean, yeah, he's in a good spot, but I just still want to credit Zinni here on a very unconventional pick for pro play. Keeping it even despite being down kills, dying a couple times himself. You know, he's still staying in this game. He's up in CS. He's gotten a lot of turret plates. A lot of that's the team playing around him as well, but I think we're starting to see how convinced are you on the cook now, Kobe?
Yeah.
Feel like the Xin Zhao mid,
I'd still rather have the standard meal of the Akali.
Rather spaghetti meatballs.
I'm not, but that's not saying that it is bad for Shopify. I mean, you can try and put to the test how much does AP Xin heal to stay alive in a Seraphine and like Zehen fight. Zinni now
currently losing the 1v1. Quid almost with a solo kill. Jose comes in for the credit, but the majority of that damage belonging to Quid.
Just as we were about to say, like, I was going to be like, right, Kobe, and this will be really interesting as they set up for Drake. However, Quid killing off Zinni once again, a really crucial pick that then stops that Drake stacking for Shopify and could end up being a little bit of a turning point here in this game.
Yeah.
Herald's the answered mid lane, so Shopify might be able to crack this one open. Looks like Team Liquid are going to try and hit some of this wave, and they have Jose with Grand Starfall, so Shopify got to just walk the Herald up, and it will not have quite enough to take down the entire turret.
Can they actually even defend their jungle too? Because Shopify want a little bit more. They're sticking around for the blue steal, and Team Liquid are making the call. I mean, they don't fire off the Ash Arrow, so I guess they're going to let them go.
Ooh, Jose jumped in, throws up the Aegis Assault, blocking all the damage. It's only Fudge and Contracts on 2 tanks, so not a lot of damage coming anyway. Successful defense of the blue buff from Team Liquid.
And they do need to rotate somebody bottom, because Zinni's pushing once again. This Xin is kind of destroying the minion waves quickly and pushing hard on side. So they are eventually going to send Zehen down there, but the tower has already been finished off for Shopify in the bottom half, and the middle one only needs like one more hit anyway.
And there it is. It's going to go down. Glacial Prison will miss as now Grand Starfall from Jose. It's interrupted as he's trying to get out of there now, but in comes Seos Death from below. Not enough damage for the execute. Fudge in some trouble as the rest of the team backed up, and a double kill to Daejeon. Team Liquid take the team fight mid lane.
Yeah, that was, I mean, a really nice Grand Starfall coming in from Jose behind them, although...
Oh, the Bone Skewer not going to land. He has the Aegis Assault back up again. Zinni still thinks he has the damage. Crescent Guard goes in, but Jose stayed alive. Zinni just can't get onto him. Team Liquid's jungler stands. Zinni falls. Support falls. Team Liquid get Quid on a rampage.
All right. AP Xin can heal a lot, Kangas, but have you heard of Sundered Sky? Also, just the most basic of healing. Dang. Okay, so Shopify, they're trying to finish off the tower. TL, they call the trap. Look at Jose the whole time, though. So he is able to barely survive there, then forces the flash of Seos down there, does get the Pike to flash away, and then he's like, you know what? All right. we won the team fight, poke around, cut out this zombie, and then I'll go back into farming. This is really sad because the Bone Skewer hits a raptor, but Zinni's like, all right, well, we still have to go for it. And he's still able to get a Sunder Sky proc to heal really nicely, and it's enough for him to live 2. And you still get chased down. It's a sad story for the extra cook of Shopify.
It looks like we got more action mid right now as Jose looked for a plan to B-Boy. Contracts those at the Glacial Prison to buy some time, and B-Boy does get back to safety. But at this point, I mean, the wheels have kind of fall off the Rebellion hype train as Zinni getting chunked out by Morgan. This AP Xin Zhao mid lane is just not paying back the hype that we had coming into this. Yeah, he's healing up. That's kind of cool, but Morgan just clears out the mid wave anyway. Now Contracts jumps in onto Jose, but they already lost Seos, and it does not look like they can turn onto Jose, but Zinni is there, and they got the shutdown. Team Liquid keep going forward as Quid unstoppable right now. They don't need their AD carry, they just need their mid laner. Quid with a triple kill.
Quid absolutely popping off in these fights. Would you say the standard meal of the Quid Akali is working out quite well here?
Delicious.
And Team Liquid's eating good. I'll tell you right now, Quid 7-0-3. Highlight reel level plays so far in this game.
Yeah, I mean, and also credit to TL, and specifically, I'd say Jose and Core for recognizing when they had to back up this Akali, right? Or making plays on the other side of the map so the Akali could get all of that turret gold and minion CS kind of funneled into her on the bot side, has set her up, and they've also just been making a lot of really great space for Quid in these fights, in particular, Jose.
All right, well, now I'm just thinking, like,
what do they do now?
Can we send the dish back?
Guy.
Can they send the dish back and say, no, there's
a hair in it?
There's a hair in the salad.
Here's what I'm
we get a
thinking,
different mid laner now?
You go give Raz another stunner.
Oh, right now live on broadcast.
Entertaining.
Yes, you got a superpower.
I'll tell you right now, if Raz comes up to the caster desk, I will stun him here at the caster desk. So that's on Raz.
If Raz wants to willingly come up here and be the sacrifice for Shopify, then Genghis will oblige.
How many stunners does it take?
We will be entertained.
I'll do as many as I can. Grand Starfall onto B-Boy in the mid lane. Rocket Belt away, but yeah, there's no safety on that side of the river. Quid gets one, Jan gets another. Team Liquid with a double kill mid lane.
Yeah, Seo's pretty much already dead before Jose even was able to Grand Starfall in there. I've really, really enjoyed Jose's Pantheon as well. I just think he's set up so many plays and again created so much space, and now TL are already on the Baron.
Started up and no contest here from Shopify Rebellion. You got to feel for the squad. Backs were against the wall. They tried something fun, but I mean, Team Liquid have just looked like the better team on the day in all these games.
Yeah, they have, although I will say I don't necessarily mind this. It's a bad trade for Shopify, but all they have right now are bad trades, right? And they will be in a position where TL will have to fight them at least for that soul. Which is pretty important.
Onslaught does not land on the Quid. He's able to sidestep that one. Fudge trying to get onto the mid laner. Jose goes over the wall. Aegis of Soul to keep himself safe, but he's going to go down. Seos with the kill. Shopify find a crucial pick. Can they get more? Bone Skewer onto one. They pull back in Morgan. Then he flashes forward to knock back Morgan, but Quid goes legendary, punishing Zinni for the attempt as Morgan stayed alive. Jan free firing onto Fudge, and in goes Quid yet again. 5-point strike will do a lot of damage onto this backline. Can he get onto them? Turns back onto Fudge to go legendary for another kill. Team Liquid still finding magic in the mid lane.
You gotta feel for him there in the Shopify camp. Again, I'm glad. I would rather see them try and cook, even if it does not work, than just lose on standard stuff. So, you know, props to them for trying. And the Mel Pike burst damage, they're trying to clear the waves at the moment, but with Baron buff, there's not much you can do.
Not a lot of consistent DPS here if Zinni is this far behind, and also B-Boy again on the Mel. They don't have this like true AD carry that's going to be setting up something like a Pike to go for the big resets and find these big plays.
Yeah, and as you see, TL resetting on the map now after taking down that mid and top side turret. Going to be pushing out this bot side wave and kind of just setting it up and making it really, really difficult for Shopify to respond to their siege. And I mean, this is where TL are most comfortable, right? Like, especially with the threat of Quid everywhere.
Yeah. The overwhelming global presence. Where's Akali? Akali is coming! Emily! Ah! The 10-0 Akali is probably coming for my life!
I know. Honestly, sometimes that's how I feel in my solo queue games.
And now, looks like Shopify are actually finding a pick here onto Jose, but they turn it right back around and said it's Contracts that's in trouble. Era will go wide onto Zinni, but Quid now chasing him down. Contracts falls. Team Liquid won even more. Grand Starfall into the backline. Jose Deodu gets onto B-Boy. Quid make it 11-0 as he picks up the kill onto Zinni. And this is the final touches of the series. Team Liquid find 4 in the mid lane. Only the support will stay alive as they have Baron-empowered minions to take down the base.
Yeah, and I know Revan talked about the fact that they were comfortable with this cook, and I did appreciate it, but this is a really comfortable situation, and champion picks for TL as well.
24 minutes, make it 25 on the clock here with 21 kills to Team Liquid. The Scrim Kings are showing up. The rebellion is quelled. GG, Team Liquid, 3-0 and advance through the lower bracket.
Farm a little more KDA as well. At the fountain, congratulations, Team Liquid, moving on in the playoffs.
Yeah, and off of, again, really classic comfort picks for them. The Pantheon coming out of Jose, it felt like he was targeted pretty consistently in these drafts with these jungle bans. Still had an amazing performance in all 3 of Team Liquid's games, I think, and, you know, really making a case for himself as why he's such a priority target in draft.
And I'm going to go in chat now and spam Quid.
Yeah.
Because that's my player of the game, and you should be spamming in chat as well. Who is your player of the game?
Sometimes
my player of the game is also Quid.
I would agree. I'm going to go Quid too. There's 3 of us. Hey, there we go. I don't even think the analysts need to vote. GG, Team Liquid. Well-deserved bow. Dominant performance from them. And, I mean, they had a close series last weekend. I think that they are kind of the boogeyman of the lower bracket right now. And this is why. I mean, they can win early game. They can come back from deficits. And they can also cleanly macro the games as well.
Yeah, and then on the other side for Shopify, again, I did like that they had the confidence to kind of pull this draft out. You know, when their backs were against the wall, we did see improvements from them, not just today, but kind of in their qualifying series. So unfortunately, back to the drawing board for them, and we'll see them back in Split 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of pressure from both of these organizations this split, this year, to succeed. You know, TL, of course, investing a lot into it, as well as Shopify. And we are going to send it back to APA, who's there to interview his former teammate, Daejeon.
I'm here with Daejeon, the victorious 3-0 Team Liquid Daejeon.
Good to meet you for the first time.
Of course, it's our first time ever meeting. How do you feel about the series?
Pretty good, actually. Of course. Yeah, to be honest, I think my mid laner played quite well today, especially the last game, so it feels very good.
Yeah, I mean, no wonder you replaced me, of course.
Yes, of course, of course.
Makes sense. I mean, from my series, from what I was watching, it looks like you're just bad and lucky. I don't think you did anything good this series. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
No, I got bad and lucky, yeah. Sums it up.
Bad and lucky makes sense. I mean, of course, you're just carried by Core and Morgan and all the other guys on Team Liquid over there.
Yeah. I think he's mainly the mid laner, but yeah.
So how do you feel about facing FlyQuest next week? Because last year and the years previous, Masu would always stun you, but what's going to happen next week?
It's another Quid quad battle. Quid usually wins it, so.
Does he usually win?
I think so.
Okay, well, I mean, that's why you replaced me then. Quid's going to carry.
Exactly.
Well, congrats, Daejeon.
Thank you.
Congrats, Daejeon. I'm going to send it back to the desk. See ya.
Well done. Fast.
Very fast.
Fast.
Very fast.
We're gonna get to that later. Yeah, if Kangas comes by,
yeah, we need word with Kangas.
If Kangas comes by, we're gonna alert the authorities. And
we need word with him.
Yeah.
This is an unsafe work environment.
He was trying to go for Shopify once again.
Yeah.
And their season's over. And so for those of you who are totally lost, we have footage of what happened to Raz.
Oh, so we do have evidence. Yeah.
Onto your head.
Also, why didn't you do anything to help?
Straight on your head. He works out a lot.
He does, yeah.
Why didn't you help yourself? It
what
would
do
be the same question.
What do you mean? All I'm saying is you were intimidated by Kangas and wanted nothing to do with him.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we've been working together for how long? I thought our friendship was stronger than this.
A long time. I don't know the first time we were on broadcast together, but it's probably like 2018, 2019.
Yeah.
That tier.
Great time.
Yeah, 8 years.
Kangas just came in and did all this. I feel like, first of all, that we shouldn't be the one providing those handcuffs.
Yeah, I know.
Officers of the law.
Yeah, we need to get these to a cop somewhere, but we'll see.
Also, I basically represent Shopify Rebellion with the butt whooping that happened here.
Yeah, we're also going to be setting up a loose set interview for Shopify.
Fair enough.
Because their season is over, and we actually have someone standing by right now, Emily, with contracts.
Hello, I am someone standing by here with contracts. Contracts, unfortunately, like a pretty quick loss for you guys. Can you just talk to me about specifically the Game 3 draft? I kind of want to start there just because I thought it was really fun and very creative.
Yeah, we've been having a lot of success with Xin Zhao mid ever since the changes, and Zinni's been, confident in it, and we've had good results in scrims. So, we just thought we'd pull it out, but unfortunately, we just played a little bit, but it was fun.
Thinking about the series as a whole and kind of looking ahead, I know today didn't go how you would have wanted. However, we did feel like on cast and on desk that we'd seen a lot of improvement from your team, specifically in your qualifying series, and then even today, especially in your early game. So I guess just talk to me about that and what you can take going forward into Split 3.
Yeah, I think obviously we've had a lot of progress throughout the split so far. I think we are able to put ourselves in good situations and just have a good map lead, but we just kind of fumble on the very small details and execution of certain plays, and sometimes we're just kind of like over allocating resources in certain places, and it kind of bites us in the butt. So I think good things to take away, but obviously, we want to be better.
All right, well, thank you so much for taking the time to join me, and we'll toss it back to the lounge to close out the day.
Appreciate the interview. Yeah. I mean, especially after a tough split and just like the tough past two splits, to being able to, recall and go through that is always tough to be able to verbalize it, especially just after the series.
Yeah, for sure.
But I mean, Contracts has always been a great sport and always had an amazing mentality. So and I felt like he himself has had a good split, which is really difficult to be able to isolate from fans and analysts when you're on a team that's trying to get things together. He is somebody that I felt like has been a bright spot.
I apologize, Raz. Kangas has hurt your microphone as well because the mic is rubbing against your neck brace.
Oh my goodness, of course he has.
I will say, on a brighter note, we have a player of the game, Quid. This guy's a Akali pop top. We always hear about how you don't want to give him an angle to play Akali. Apparently, Static Shiv Xin is the angle to play Akali.
It is.
And he completely ran over the game. So 11:05, 1,200 damage per minute in an extremely fast game.
It was very fast. And then, especially when you don't know, 88% makes a lot of sense. When you don't know what is flying at you, like a Stone Cold Stunner, to be able to adapt to it, respond the way that Quid did, admirable.
Yeah, he also wins Player of the Series in the 3-0 for Team Liquid. Akali game's a big part of that, but he also had a solid Orianna game in Game 1, and Game 2 also very solid. So it turns out Quid didn't die this entire series. 21 kills, 18 assists, a undefined or 39 KDA.
Oh my God.
It kind of stuck up on me there, actually.
Yeah,
I had not realized that he didn't die.
Didn't expect that at all.
The Rise game, he won Player of the Game. The Akali game, he won Player of the Game. He got a few votes for Player of the Game in Game 1, but Jose ended up taking that one. So he's a player that he needs to have MVP-type performances for Team Liquid to climb back from out. Because the preseason expectations was that they were going to be able to be a top 3 team. It definitely feels with the FlyQuest type that series next week is going to be extremely competitive. But if Quid plays at this kind of level, that really improves Team Liquid's chances.
Especially since Shopify did have an outright strategy. Yeah, get him out of here!
Out of here!
I didn't expect that either. But he was going up against a Shopify Rebellion that was trying to play towards nullifying mid-jungle.
Yeah.
They did anything but that. That did not happen.
They did not. Here's your Samsung OLED Power Plays of the Week, Power Players of the Week. I always want to see who wins the fastest legendary item on the right side. Dark Wings, 945, a little slower than usual.
Of course.
Sometimes you got like an 895 in there, but this happens when you have 2 3-0s. So we're only pulling from 6 games. B-Boy still managed to get that 225 kill down in the bot lane.
And Fudge topping the charts with fastest 100 CS. I mean, that was. If that was a Renekton game, then I believe it. I believe it if that's what that was.
Shopify won something. We're going to look at the playoff bracket, though, and then next week's schedule, because we have some big games coming up next week. C9 versus Lion to see who gets a slot in the grand final. And then FlyQuest versus Team Liquid is going to be up first on June 6th. Loser is eliminated. Winner goes to Arizona.
Yes.
I'm trying to find the name of it. Losers
Tempe?
final. I don't want to call it like
Tempe?
the losers final.
I love
but
calling it that, though.
a match for losers.
Losers and winners.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Raz.
Yeah?
Kangas is here. I just wanted to alert you.
Where?
He's over there.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
It's
time to make up.
Yeah?
We've called him in for an apology.
Should I accept this?
It's up to you what your plan is here.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what?
Breaking your neck.
I'm a better man than this.
Oh!
That's what you get! Arrest him! Arrest him!
I actually heard this.
Arrest his ass!
No, wait.
One more! One more!
I can be better.
That's right! That's what you get!
I got more t-shirts.
That's what you get! You think you hurt me? This is a fake! This is fake!
You set him up. Well, if it's fake, does he even deserve to be arrested?
I'm weak!
That's a question for another day. That's it for us. We'll be back next Saturday at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific for Fly versus Team Liquid Alienware. And we're rating double lift. Make sure to say hi and that Raz is actually the criminal.
Me?
You set him up. You're not injured. And he's arrested?
Of the weekend continue, or will Team Liquid get business done after a nail-biter of a series last weekend? Shopify versus Team Liquid starts right now.
If they pop up,
Mid.
I think I want to hover mid side. Yeah. Okay, go. I'm taking together.
Come back.
I'm quite far right now.
Come back.
Slow. You can in.
Careful recto.
Okay, it's fine.
Catching the flash. Catching that. Right up.
Coming as well. Coming. You got top. I'm here.
Low recto.
No net, balls.
Catching the flash.
Team Liquid, 2-0 lead in this series.
Yeah, potential pick fighting.
No, you no flash.
Team silence. Not bad, guys. Okay. I'm fighting slowly coming. W2. I'm going forward. Behind. I'm going up.
No ultimate, no flash.
I'm ahead.
Sejuani no flash.
I'm dead.
Look, Shin.
Silent no flash. They all dead. Only Shin. No flash, Shan.
The rebellion is quelled. GG, Team Liquid, 3-0 and advance to the lower bracket.